proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. We're going to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Sheffield, do you read me? Calling all students athletes. It's that time again. Christmas, New Year, BUCS Nationals. Those should be the dates in your diary. It's here where memories are made, headlines are written and drama unfolds. The 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. And we're straight in with this first heat of the men's 1500 metres. So, featuring in this initial race in which it will be the top 3 going through to the semi-finals, of course. Ross O'Brien, University of the West of Scotland, Martin Sunderland, Logan Patete of Loughborough, Finlay Cornell of Portsmouth, Ryan Martin of Stirling, Finlay Clements Forster of Winchester, James Peck of Cardiff, and Cian Harold of Bristol. So Ryan Martin, the athlete to watch out for here. Very impressive last year for Stirling. You can see him in the green vest. It was an incredible race last year, a real fantastic battle. He ended up 4th indoors in the 800 metres and then 4th again in 1500. But coming in here, ranked number 1. So hence I say that he may be looking for a medal, I'm sure. In fact, he has a personal best of 3:46.36. He's set mile and 3,000 metre PBs this year in Glasgow. So Ryan Martin at the front. Pace just starting to lift at this point. In second place behind him, Logan Patete of Loughborough, who I mentioned. Harry Harvey of Cardiff met us in 3rd. So the field's still together here, and a reminder, it does appear, as we saw last year, the qualifying conditions don't include time qualifiers, as has been the move over the last couple of seasons in these distance races in particular. So some wonderful middle distance battles, particularly on the men's side, that we saw indoors and outdoors last year. And it really did come down to a whisker. Ben Gardner beating David Race outdoors, of course, last year. And then Henry Jonas winning the 1500 title for Loughborough outdoors. We've seen some 1-2 finishes over the years as well. And we know that Birmingham have been very strong indoors and out middle distance wise, including Ben Gardner, who I just mentioned. Don't appear to have an athlete in this first heat though, but they do have Archie Parkinson coming up in the 3rd. But could we see a gold for a Scottish university in this particular discipline? Well, Sarah Culvert, of course, won gold for Edinburgh last year. It's obviously part of a fantastic few weeks for her. It was the British Championships as well, and there was that sort of late bid to try and dramatically improve her personal best to make it to the World Athletics Championships. Gave it a good go, and this front 4 giving it a good go in this race with 2 laps to go now, 3:12 on the clock. And at this point, this is where the jeopardy comes in. 3 going through automatically, and that's it. And you've got a group of 4 here. Martin at the front still. Patete at the back of this group. The Cardiff Met man, Harry Harvey, also in it. And the other man in this is Harold of Bristol in the white vest. So hitting the bell, and Patete moves back into second place where he was before. So Harold really having to respond here. They're really strung out. Doesn't really matter who wins this race, apart from some sort of bragging rights. And that is confident from Ryan Martin. Don't forget, he made the European Under-23 Championships for Great Britain last year. Again, another who had a great middle phase of the season, helped by a 3:37 personal best outright. Really good opportunity for him, though, to win a gold medal here this weekend. So Logan Patete, the athlete chasing here, but they both know that they're comfortably through at this point. So the way it will go is that the top-ranked athlete will generally feature in the first heat, and then second onwards and so forth. When you get to the lower heats, a little bit more muddled and potentially closer battles, of course, but we can clearly see that Ryan Martin top ranked on the entries and goes in the first, and Zachary Dunn second ranked goes in the second heat. So that often is quite good for telling the story through the early rounds and seeing if the top ranked on paper does end up going through. No guarantee whatsoever in a race like the 1500 metres, no pacemaker as well, whereas the rankings are obviously based on time over the last couple of seasons. I was just trying to think of Sterling gold medals, and Cameron Thors in the 60 over the last couple of years. They have won other medals too. Other reaches of the podium, Sarah Tate representing them in the steeplechase a few years running. Another who's gone on to great things. So let's have a look through the timetable today. Obviously the 60-metre finals, one of the key features, both flat and hurdles. We're into these 1500 heats already, and they continue for around the next hour and a bit, and then into those long sections of 60-metre heats that take us through quite a significant section of the day. And if you can stay with us, then right into the evening, finishing around 7:30 with those finals. So in previous years and times gone by, the Friday has sometimes been a little shorter, but today we're getting a lot of heats through, and then finals obviously coming on Sunday. And the athletes are out for this second heat of the men's 1500 metres. You're watching live coverage from the England Institute of Sport in Sheffield, 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. It's like Abby McAndrew watching on in the background, upper athlete. Luke Gunn is there as well, wearing Birmingham colours, looking very pensive. Checking out the competition. As for the athletes in this race, I mentioned Zachary Dunn of Loughborough, so wearing leg number 1. Just looking round there, got Jason Heyman of Sheffield, George Beavers of Lancaster, Oscar Loveday of Liverpool, Tom Davey of Newcastle, Luke Haynes of York, Oakley Smith-Suku of Nottingham, Matthew Hutchell of Surrey, and Oscar Logan of Glasgow. So Dunn, whereas Ryan Martin, who we've just seen win that first heat, was at the European Under-23s in Bergen last year. Dunn was at the European Under-20s, gaining some experience there. That was in Tampere in Finland. So, yeah, both only made the heats for Great Britain. However, I think you have to realise the opportunity for a championship like that internationally for these athletes. Yeah, hugely valuable experience. His personal best indoors, which isn't always that representative because maybe not as many chances to run 1500 metres indoors, not as many athletes have actually done it, and it can be a slow race when they have done it. So 3:51.16, that was actually last month in Reykjavik. Again, another great opportunity for him. And outdoor personal best 3:41, so quite a big difference between the two, suggesting he could improve that indoor time. Again, wouldn't necessarily happen this weekend because we tend to see those tactical battles because there is that title up for grabs. But Let's see how all the tactics unfold. At the moment, Dunn is happy to just sit on the inside towards the back of the pack. You can see he's very conscious of his position, though. You've got Oakley Smith-Suku of Nottingham there on the inside. It's a case of remembering all of our university colours again, but Nottingham, one of the most distinct green, gold and white. Big moves being made here, though, with 4 laps to go. And pace lifts once again. More of a significant lift than we saw from Ryan Martin in the initial heat. A reminder, if you just joined us, it's just the top 3 going through automatically to those semi-finals. Oscar Logan in the black vest, the first of the black vests, there in second place. And then leg number 8 there is Matthew Hutchell of Surrey. And you can see the Sheffield man Jason Heyman in third place. Martin Cook was also one of those watching on the outside. And Sheffield quite often strong in the middle distance races. It's that sort of 400 to 800 metres where they tend to get a lot of their medals, including in the relays last year, winning the gold in the men's 4x4 and making viral headlines in the 4x2 with that acrobatic roly-poly. But look, a move being made on the outside here by Oscar Logan. Personal best 3:53.66. So now we have a clearer separation of 3, but chasing there is Oscar Loveday of Liverpool. 3:40.68 at the bell. Really pushing on here is Dunn. Wants to do the business through the rounds. Can certainly afford to ease up here because there's now a big gap. Does he know that? Is he trying to get those bragging rights of fastest qualifier? 4:09.07 through in this second heat for Dunn, and joined by Jason Heyman there. And Oscar Logan. Just missing out is Oscar Loveday, who comes through just now. Ryan Martin will know that whatever happens, he would face some sort of Loughborough competition coming into these championships, just as he did last year. But there'll be no question that he'll have his eyes on improving on those 4th places. It was a wonderful battle down the home straight in Manchester last year on the outdoor track. Difference, of course, being that they were able to spill out into the wider lanes, and there is not as much space on the indoor track as people have found to their cost, both through little shoulder scuffles, squabbling over space, and also stepping on the inside of the track. At times, we have seen disqualifications for that. There was Tommy Horton of Sheffield. A few years ago now, stepped on the inside of the track after coming through across the line first and was disqualified. Really gutting for him. By the same token, Sheffield has seen great victories, though, for the likes of David Dempsey in the men's 800 metres in a thrilling race where almost everyone in it seemed to lead. Of course, in the 8, that's one thing. You only have typically 6 athletes in the final. Looks like Di Green also here, now coaching, of course, and doing very well at coaching. And he has the Loughborough colours on, the former world champion, European and Commonwealth winner in the 400-metre hurdles, of course, Di Green. So, in this third heat of the men's 1500 metres, Cameron Bryson of York, Elliot Savage of Manchester Met, just in second place there. Archie Parkinson, the other athlete at the sharp end of this race on the inside in the red. Edward Burr of Leeds, Sam Hollins of Oxford, Brendan Russell of Sussex, Henry Jones of London South Bank, not Henry Jonas of Loughborough, the outdoor winner last year. James Bowen of St Mary's and Rupert Ferguson of Exeter make up this lineup. So, two very strong athletes to pick out here. Elliot Savage may not be one of the fastest on personal best, but showed himself to be a good racer outdoors last year, where he won a bronze medal with a fast finish behind Ben Gardner and David Race in that thrilling race we were talking about. He's an international business management scholar, and he's also joined here by his brother, Evan Savage, who we'll see a little later on. But obviously, also to pick out Archie Parkinson leading this race. Silver medalist 3 years ago now in Birmingham 1-2, behind Henry Fisher. Personal best of 3:41.34 outdoors. Got a 3,000 metres PB here at the British Milers Club race, another which traditionally opens up the year's calendar in terms of competition to watch out for domestically. And that was 8:12.61. He was also fourth over this distance last year here. So top three going through automatically. We had that group of four breaking away in the first heat led by Ryan Martin. And then there were some clearer gaps in the second one. Here, more or less everyone in contention in this main pack at this point. That's Sam Hollins of Oxford. He's moved into that third place now. Archie Parkinson probably expected that he'd be doing some of the hard work like this at this point, but as we see again, he has been looking around and just making sure that he isn't going to be run out of it by a queue of people forming behind and waiting to kick. It's a reasonable pace he set here, and you can see that Savage has now pushed it on. Tall figure of Elliot Savage, another one of those improving teams. Sometimes we have seen, yes, flashes of the orange and blue on the podium for Manchester Met, but Lucy Armitage and Elliot Savage improving over the last couple of years. And I understand that Ty Brockley Langford, formerly of Manchester and Loughborough, now at Manchester Met, defending champion, of course, in the 1500. So looking forward to seeing her as well. Nathaniel Dias, they're really building a team at Manchester Met. Can they battle the likes of Loughborough and Birmingham? The powerhouses of middle distance running, certainly. Very conscious of his position, Archie Parkinson. Yes, it's only a heat. He's certainly in the top three. He can come almost to a dead stop there. 4:03.88. So Parkinson, Savage, two contenders to watch out for there from this third heat. The medalist 3 years ago, one of the more experienced athletes therefore, Archie Parkinson. And as has been the case for many, sometimes it's gone well and sometimes he's just found himself a little bit lower down the order. Of course, the fields are sometimes more stacked than others. I'll mention at some point, you know, the UK indoors, yes, they are this weekend, but it gives people opportunities. gives people choice, and this is still going to be a fantastic event, whatever the case. So James Bowen of St Mary's, you know, middle distance powerhouses as well. Maybe don't see them on the podium as much as they used to be in the days when they had the likes of Adele Tracy and others who've gone on to international appearances. However, this is still their forte, certainly. I think some of their recent titles been won by Jade Spencer-Smith in the pole vault, actually, from memory. So, yes, some universities have their specialties, but sometimes the talent can be found across the board. You'd say that for Bath as well. Certainly the height of their success about 10 years ago, but still have lots of quality across track and field. So we'll continue to mention this throughout the weekend, but as you may know already, roster is the place to get all of the results, schedule, etc. You can also download the timetable off the BUCS website. But meets.rosterathletics.com is the web link, and then the Roster Athletics app off your relevant app store. So as you can see there, we're just warming up in the triple jump. Not underway just yet for around another 10 minutes or so, and always look forward to the final that comes on Sunday of that triple jump before any of the other track action, so we can just concentrate on that. Nisha Desai officiating there, a former athlete, 400 metre and 400 hurdles specialist typically. And great to see athletes going into officiating. Of course, it is the week where we sadly heard the news of the passing of one of the world's most respected athletics officials, Malcolm Rogers. We've seen here many a time, the London 2012 Olympic Games and Paralympic Games competition director. There's a tribute to him planned tomorrow, actually, which is a nice touch. Former teacher of Jessica Ennis-Hill and Joe Root, the England cricketer, among others. So obviously officials don't always get that much time in the spotlight compared to athletes and even compared to coaches, but making sure that we're doing that here. Play a very important part in the sport, the volunteer officials. And of course, yeah, required to make sure that the competition does run smoothly. Saw a shot of Margaret Rushford as well, who's been at many international competitions over the years as well at all levels. So fourth heat of the men's 400 metres scheduled to go off in just a couple of minutes' time.
So that come the athletes for heat 4 of the 6 in the men's 1500 metres.
Well, here we go. Fourth heat of the men's 1500 metres. Quick burst out the blocks there. We've got Will Strictly of Birmingham, Tom Taylor of Nottingham Trent, George Sepanovic of Leicester, Jack Letitia of Winchester. Don't believe any relation to Matt Letitia, by the way, or footballer. Arthur Mills, I should say, of Durham, who's a T13 athlete. Fraser Mackey of Leeds, Franklin Shepherd of St Mary's, and Angus Henderson of Strathclyde. Well, we've just seen a Birmingham and St Mary's athlete make it through to those semi-finals. That was Parkinson and Bowen. We'll wait and see if their colleagues can follow them. At the moment, Strictly showing pretty much identical tactics to Archie Parkinson, and I'm sure watched on still by Luke Gunn, who was chatting to Di Green on the outside before. Seems to be one of the best spectating spots for the coaches because it's right next to the warm-up area. That's Letitia of Winchester then, best that you may not be as accustomed to seeing. They have a smaller contingent, but great to see everyone represented right from the University of the Highlands and Islands, Swansea in the southwest, and Hallam here in the northeast. So leading the way now, Franklin Shepherd there. Group of 5 athletes at the front. The aforementioned trio, along with Mills of Durham just at the back of this group. And in front of him is Tom Taylor of Nottingham Trent. So we're going to have 6 heats in total, by the way. And then we move on with the women's 1500 metres. And then it's 60 metres, 60 hurdles, then 800 metres at 4:30. So, yeah, 14 heats of the men's 60 metres that we're expecting. So that will take up some quite considerable time, but very much accustomed to that. St Mary's have quite often had a contender, at least in this event over the years. Franklin Shepherd at the front for them as the noise level ramps up here in the stadium. 2 laps to go. Not one of the fastest races that we've seen this. A few seconds off the split time for the 3rd heat there. Shepherd improved his 800-metre indoor best just a few days ago at Lee Valley to 1:52.25. Outright 1500 PB of 3:50.05. Strictly to the front now, though. As you can see, he's been joined by that Winchester vest and Jack Letitia. Will Strictly now has a good gap. Strictly also improving his personal best this year, 3:51.26 outright in Cardiff last month. Comes through for victory, 4:11.02. Generally seen times around the 4:03, 4:07 sort of mark, but doesn't matter too much, of course. Top 3 going through here. Strictly doesn't even look to have broken too much sweat there. I know there's always great Birmingham or BUCS support watching this stream, and I'm sure it'll be no different this year. We've seen the likes of Hannah England, Chris McAllister watching on former Birmingham greats, gone on to international success. So nice and easy there for Will Strictly, and as mentioned, Shepherd and Letitia following through. Will Strictly with a little gesture to the camera there, and if he gets through to the later rounds, medal chance in the final, he'll hope as well. And it might even be Strictly come dancing. Well, I should mention, by the way, that the semi-finals that these athletes are in the process of trying to qualify for take place tomorrow at 4:30. So more than a day's rest. So 28 hours or so. And then naturally, the final comes on Sunday. Nearly 24 hours after that, 10 to 4. Just before the relays, incidentally. So yes, 800 and 1500 finals are back-to-back, so any serious contender wouldn't be able to double up, and we so rarely see it. Jamie Webb doing it, I think it was 2018. Managed to get on 2 podiums outdoors, but he probably wouldn't do it again. I don't think he did, or he may have done, actually. So that was one of his most successful bucks, because with 300 metres to go on the last lap, he was in either 9th or 11th place. Managed to come away with a gold and a bronze from doubling up. James Thee also there was one of the esteemed coaches. James Thee, of course, I remember seeing him at BUCS around a decade ago himself. So we'll pick out a lot of these familiar faces, I'm sure, right across the weekend. So Angelica Operinde of Stirling now here working for BUCS. Couldn't keep away, having represented the university as president over the last few years. President or captain, or certainly having key roles within the club. So heat number 5, the men's 1500, with Martin Sunderland of Bangor, Thomas Chadwick of Bath, Richie Gardner of Cardiff, Samuel Dakin of Warwick, Charlie Wright of Exeter, Matthew Billcliffe of Northumbria, Eddie Brown of Edinburgh, and Luca Jaffa of Nottingham Trent. So just wonder if we've got DNS here, because you can see just 6 athletes in this pack, and it's a pack being led by Richie Gardner of Cardiff. Now, it's quite often said by the Scottish universities, and particularly the Welsh universities, that they don't actually have a fierce rivalry, but they all support each other to make sure they've got someone in the finals. It's certainly been said to me by about Cardiff and Cardiff Met. Maybe they're just being diplomatic. Gardner leading the way. You can see just coming through there on the inside, Eddie Brown of Edinburgh. A wash of dark green through the centre. Includes Sunderland of Bangor, wearing leg number 1 there. Just trying to share the lead here with Gardiner. And in that 3rd place at the moment is Charlie Wright of Exeter there, wearing 352 on the inside now. So you can see there, watching that foot placement, Being careful not to be right on the inside of that track, but not too much space there. So 2:07 on the clock, 4 laps to go. Just the top 3 going through automatically. Let's see how this one unfolds. Shouts of "Go with him, Charlie," to Charlie Wright in second place here, behind our leader Richie Gardner of Cardiff. He set a 10k road PB of 29:26 in Valencia last month. And was competing indoors in December, in fact, a couple of months ago, setting an outright 3,000 PB of 8:21:08. So I'm sure he's had his eye on the sights of doing well at BUCS over the last couple of months or so, and looking just as strong as the likes of Martin and Parkinson did. Fewer athletes in this heat has in some ways given an opportunity as well to make sure a safe passage through to those semis. On to this last lap, 3:42.96 at the bell. And it's Eddie Brown who's just losing touch with the front 3. And that's the way it works, unfortunately. Looks like he's going to miss out on progression. Big gaps between our top 3 now. Let's see if Sunderland in 3rd place can hold on. So, well done to Richie Gardner, making it through for CUAC, Cardiff University Athletic Club. Charlie Wright did go with him. Martin Sunderland hanging on there. So Richie Gardner, little look over his shoulder there, and he can come through very confidently, knowing that he's done the job. He's through to those semi-finals tomorrow. So short break now. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
So, to the 6th and final heat of the men's 1500 metres. And Imperial College's Alex Little is not to start.
So, athletes looking to qualify for the women's triple jump final. 2 groups indeed trying to do so. And this is just the first pool. The second gets underway at 2:15. This is Amelia Gray of Bath we're watching here.
So heat 6 underway.
In the final heat of the men's 1500 metres, Ross O'Brien of University of the West of Scotland, Saul Longbottom of Sheffield Hallam, Adam Eade of Cardiff Met, Bertie Marr of Sheffield, Adam Bailey of Edinburgh, Ollie Brummett of Bangor, Alex Goodall of Imperial College London, and Justin Strover of Greenwich. So of course, top 3 going through automatically to tomorrow's semi-finals. Quite interesting to see that the entries have changed a reasonable amount compared to what was maybe expected, but that always is the case. But it just means that some other people do have opportunities to come through. We've already seen Ryan Martin, Zachary Dunn, Archie Parkinson, who I'm sure will be contenders for gold. Elliot Savage, you've got to include in that as well. Franklin Shepherd, Will Strictly, so still a lot of talented names there. It does just mean some that might have finished in the lower reaches or might just missed out on the final. Be great for them to have that kind of progression as they go through university and this time make it higher up. Adam Eade would probably be one of those. Personal best of 3:48.20. Came in on the entries ranked 9th, but would appear to be higher. Certainly there appears to be that top 3 or 4 who we think would most likely contend for the gold, but really is too early to say, at least until we've seen those semi-finals. We could have a rather close battle, as we've seen many times before. So this is the final heat. Adam Eade is leading the way, wearing leg number 3 there. Just behind him is Ross O'Brien. And then it's Bertie Marr. Justin Strover of Greenwich. Wearing 3:26 behind him, Adam Bailey of Edinburgh. Nice low shot as the athletes come past. So 4 heats of the women's 1500 metres, by the way, coming up after this. And then 12 heats of the men's 60 metres. You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships from the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. So 24-year-old Adam Eade of Cardiff Met leading another who's improved his personal best this year. Two laps to go now, and a clear breakaway of 4 athletes. O'Brien's still in there, along with Bertie Marr. And Justin Strover in 4th for Greenwich. Not a name we will have mentioned too often, but have seen various London universities get big triumphs over the years, including Ruben Arthur for Goldsmiths winning the title. The 100 metres. Pressure though on our long-time leader from Ross O'Brien. Hasn't quite made a move, he just stuck there on the outside, and you will imagine that Eade has got something saved. Little bit of jeopardy, but in the end, the Greenwich athlete there, Strover, just too far back to affect things in the final stages. 4:09.56, they come through in this last heat.
Adam Eade. So Saul Longbottom, Sheffield Hallam, taking one of those 3 automatic qualifying places.
So for now, that settles the scores in the men's 1500 metres. We look forward to those semi-finals where the competition will ramp up a few notches. Back to the women's triple jump, and as I said a little earlier, we've got 2 pools of qualification. A shake of the head there. We have seen some fantastic battles in the triple jump in particular. Again, athletes that have gone on to GB appearances, Georgie Ford-Wells and Lily Holland, both Loughborough teammates. But on occasion they've been beaten as well. This is Kira Roberts of Hull. I think it was Josie Booker of Leeds Beckett that we looked at before. Indeed it was. Got a rather confusing piece of paper in front of me because it says 12:30, 12:30, referencing the fact that this competition got underway at the time that is also equivalent to the same numbers in distance. So 12:30 is also what you need to make it through automatically to the final. But usually we do have just the top 12 based on performance. So yes, I expect that 12 metres certainly would be good enough, but we'll wait and see. Looked like the foot placement might have just been a little bit over there. That was Laura Anene of Oxford. On we go then with the women's 1500 metres. Another discipline that's seen some terrific battles over the years, and winners the likes of Jessica Judd and Sarah McDonald. Georgia Bell, the Olympic bronze medalist, and a winner in the 800 on a couple of occasions, but another sign of great middle distance talent, and coming through for Birmingham as well. So here they've got Molly Cannon, who was really terrific as a junior, particularly around that sort of under 17 age group, including here in Sheffield, having some great battles at the England age group championships. She went off to university in the States, has had a rough time with injuries. She's also been very, very honest and frank and upfront about her personal story, which I think has been very powerful. Certainly there was some podcast content that she did, which I think really told her story, and she was honest about an element of underfueling, undereating, which is a very important topic to raise, particularly among people of her age group. But seems as though, yes, she has continued to have some injuries, but she's focused on herself really, and it is fantastic to see her at BUCS and leading the pack here. So joining her in this race, Jess Sales of Northumbria, Iris Courtney of Cardiff, 2 others who I think could well be contenders if they can make it through to the final. Laura Chance of Durham, Isabella Vinter of Lincoln, Samia Jones of Liverpool, Emily Burgess of Nottingham, and Hannah Mihaga of Imperial. So Canham at the front, who represented Great Britain at the 2019 European Under-20 Championships, has a personal best outright of 4:19.7, full 30:30, actually improving her time in Cardiff just recently, so does come here in good form. So you can see we've got a group of 5 or 6. Mihaga just trying to hang on to the back here, but being cut adrift somewhat. Sales wearing leg number 2 in 2nd place. Laura Chance of Durham in 3rd. And just making a move there appeared to be Iris Courtney, the 2nd of those red vests. And just on her inside is the Liverpool athlete Samia Jones. So the qualifying conditions are somewhat easier here. There are only 4 heats, and top 5 will go through automatically. We've got 5 athletes now. 2 laps to go. Might be able to hear the shouts of "Go on, Molly" in the background. The bell comes at 4:11 there. Jess Sales has just dropped back a bit. Samia Jones up into 2nd place. Again, doesn't matter too much at this point, given the gaps. The top 5 downwards. So a very mature performance from Molly Canham, coming through with Sales, Courtney and Jones with her across the line. Women's semi-finals and finals happening at similar times to the men's that I just mentioned, so about 28 hours until the semis and then just under 24 hours before the final.
Imperial welcomes as Delta 66 in a 2nd round effort.
So Molly Canham in the red of Birmingham, Courtney in the red of Cardiff just coming through. On the outside there it was Chance of Durham. Sales and Jones, the other 2 that are through. Joyce and Zekwe of Swansea. I can tell you that Amelia Gray has the best results so far in qualification. They're just coming towards the end of the 2nd round. 12 competitors in this. Ideally want to be something like the top 6. At the moment you only need 11 meters and 6 to be in that top 6. Amelia Gray and Lauren Hill, the 2 over 12 metres. And then quite a big gap back to 11.66, the 3rd best attempt. So, yeah, looks like Amelia Gray and Lauren Hill are comfortably into the final. I'm pretty sure they both have been before. So some of the more experienced athletes here at BUCS competition. Here is Lauren Hill though. Still a good opportunity when you haven't set that automatic mark just to get used to this competition again. And build some momentum going forward to the final. Likes of Melissa Booth of Loughborough coming in the second group. Julianne Bocci of Loughborough, another former finalist. Michelle Yelekwe as well, I think would definitely be one of the gold medal contenders. Favour Akpan of Nottingham. Latifa Agbarami of King's College London, who's improved steadily year by year, particularly at competitions like this. So these athletes just taking us through into the third round now. Ellie Heppel of Sheffield. So she's the first athlete that we've seen in the last couple of moments that could do with some improvement. She's in 12th place here. Best of 10:33. So she can improve to something like 11 metres. And that would be ideal for her.
Out on track. And there will be just
the second heat of the women's 1500 metres. Abby White goes straight to the front then. Lisa attempts to. There on the inside then is Lily Oakenfull of Cardiff. So yeah, appears like Cardiff have got a decent contingent here across these middle distance races that we've seen so far. Iris Courtney, of course, already into the semi-finals from just a moment ago. Also in this, Millie Dobson of Edinburgh. Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, who may well also be a contender if she can make it through to the final. Lottie McLaren of St Mary's. Alice Jones of Stirling, in around 5th place at the moment, just behind Hunter. Leah Chan of UCL. So she's just been cut adrift by this lead group, but is trying to manage that gap. And that's the lineup here. Mine, it's the top 5 going through automatically. So the likes of Abby White, you'd expect, shouldn't find that all too difficult. Interestingly, we saw Abby McAndrew in the background a little earlier, and I wondered whether she would be past these 1500 metre heats because she was part of the entries. And looks like she's going in the 4th heat then, interestingly. So slightly different seeding here, because she would have otherwise, I think, been the top-ranked athlete. Kira Brady-Jones will go in the 3rd heat at the moment. So the seeding I've got, so would certainly be another contender. I think those are the main athletes really that we'd be watching out for. Both with personal bests around that 4:15 to 4:21 sort of mark outright, but as we know, can all be quite different indoors and here at the BUCS Championships. Zoe Hunter just moving up onto the outside there, generally holding station. She has won a medal over this distance a couple of years ago, a bronze for Birmingham. other than that, has been fairly consistent, you'd have to say. There's a bronze behind Alex Shipley, in fact, in what was a really thrilling race. And a great realisation of the top step of the podium for Shipley, who'd been a narrow miss behind in the past, and maybe that'll be this sort of occasion for Zoe Hunter to be higher on the podium than she's been before. Also had a 4th outdoors a couple of years ago, and then a 5th, one place behind McAndrew last year here. Abby White also fairly consistent finalists. And these two at the top of this race, Cardiff Met and Birmingham, and then Cardiff on the inside there with Lily Oakenfull. And as you can quite clearly say once again, 5 athletes have broken away. Just looking out for the gap. Well, it's around 50 metres at this point to the 6th placed athletes. So Oakenfull actually moving up at the bell. Really pushing on here, doesn't need to make this move. Clearly feels she's got plenty left to give and wants to show what she's capable of on this final lap. Athletes behind not too worried about responding. They can see how big the gap is. Abby White, though, dropping off a fair amount, but yeah, even still, the gap has grown so significantly to best part of 100 metres before this slow down from Abby White. 5:01.10 as they cross the line there. 6th place athlete just about to come in now. I believe it's Madeline Clark of Lancaster. Unfortunately, no time qualifying spots available. So Oakenfull with a big last lap here to win this second heat. And what was quite interesting, I suppose, given the difference of seeding, is that the heat that Molly Cannon won ended up being quite a strong one, featuring Jess Sales and Iris Courtney. Also be people who I guess would expect to make it through to the final. And then Oakenfull leaving a huge gap by the end of things here. And be very interesting to see how she runs the semi-final now. Two very different approaches between Oakenfull and White, certainly. One intent on saving energy as much as possible, another seemingly felt that she had loads left and wanted to show what she could do. Zequia Swansea. So by my reckoning, this will be the last jump. She's in 5th place at the moment, 11:45. May well be enough, but she will face a bit of an anxious wait. That second pull coming up at 2:15. If she can find 2 centimetres, then she'll move herself up 1 place, and that could well make some difference. 39 centimetre gap behind her to Erin Hall, who's in 6th just in this group. 12 spots available in the final. So look fairly clean in terms of maintaining that momentum. Amelia Gray Very, very close to being an automatic qualifier, by the way. 12.28 in the third round from Marta Lada. 12.12, and then Lauren Hill 12.02 in the first round. So, yeah, looked to have done enough there with her first jump. I'll say the same of Gray, of course. Best so far. I wonder whether that'll be bettered with the second group. In this heat, number 3, Alice Roskell of Nottingham, Aoife Baines of Kiel, Jasmine Palmer representing Bath, just there in second place. Behind the early leader, Caitlin Purcell of Robert Gordon, another of the Scottish universities. We've seen Rebecca Matheson make quite a number of finals for them in the sprints in the past. We've got Elizabeth Soper of Winchester, who's already seen her teammate Jack Letitia go through to the men's semi-finals over this distance. Martha Wood of Lancaster. Her teammate Madeline Clark just missing out there, just finishing 6th in that second heat a moment ago. Imogen Marshall of Edinburgh, and Kira Brady-Jones then wearing leg number 7, the tallest athlete in around 4th place. There she is. Most likely the biggest contender here. I make it she's, given those who've started, she would be ranked 2nd overall. Again, doesn't count for everything, but it's by virtue of her 4:21.33 personal best outright. 4:23.61 is her fastest time indoors. She was 6th here 2 years ago and then 11th outdoors. Former English schools champion, another who had a very strong, like Molly Canham, a very strong sort of under 17 age group level, contending for titles at England age group championships on this track. Should be very used to racing on, and as many often do, picking Loughborough as a university, given their excellent pedigree, as we know, in sport at BUCS events, but particularly also in athletics. Six athletes on your screen then, still being led by Caitlin Purcell of Robert Gordon. In second place there is Imogen Marshall in the Green of Edinburgh. In third, that's Jasmine Palmer of Bath, and then Kira Brady-Jones with the ponytails in 4th. Martha Wood of Lancaster. 3.5 laps to go. So Brady-Jones being kept honest here, you'd say. Jasmine Palmer of Bath could also be a contender. I make it she is round 5th on the rankings, just trying to do the maths and work out who will actually line up in that final heat. Looks like she may actually be 4th in the rankings, 4:28.53 personal best. Sometimes those PBs coming down to who's had a good opportunity at one point to run a fast time, whether it's a BMC with a pacemaker or something like that. Two laps to go. Caitlin Purcell seems to have judged this quite well so far. Wait, off track there. Who doesn't appear to have been in that race. Yes, just wondering whether she might have come off track there, but Purcell still leading. Her personal best goes back to 2022, in fact, which is relatively unusual for athletes of this age group. 4:40.99 indoors. Holding station very well out front. This group of four. Now a big move being made, not too dissimilar to Oakenfull. Being made by Martha Wood of Lancaster here. So it's almost deja vu from the previous heat. Coming through very nicely. Wood of Lancaster, 4:59.93, really pushing on in that last 200 metres. Purcell makes it through, Palmer does as well. Imogen Marshall, who was challenging for the lead for so long, also has a safe passage to those semi-finals.
Our next action in the field, due to start at 13:30, the B final of the women's pole vault. As the women come out for the fourth and final heat of the 1500 metres.
Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
And I have one DNS listed.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral. Add phosphorus used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Straight on with the final heat then of the women's 1500 metres with Maddie Barker of Bath, Eloise Davis of Exeter, Lola Sutton of St Mary's, Abby McAndrew of Loughborough, Laura Jasiak of Glasgow, Evie Burton Manchester, Imogen Tanner of Cardiff Met. As you can see there in the yellow and blue of Bath, it's Maddie Barker. Personal best of 4:31.11. Obviously Jasmine Palmer, who she's fairly closely matched with, has already made it through to those semi-finals. McAndrew looking very focused and determined there. Another who will probably be looking for an improvement at BUCS competition and will probably have her eyes on a gold medal. Ty Brockley-Langford, the champion last year, was entered for the 800 and 1500. We'll see if she's in the 800 later. Quite often athletes will enter multiple events and then they'll leave it to decide nearer the time. McAndrew represented Great Britain at the 2023 European Under-20 Championships. Just won England titles here in the past, including one where the bell was rung a lap early, but she had the presence of mind to realise the situation and continue going for that lap. So those sorts of experiences, I guess, you gain some nous along with this. No pacemaker at BUCS, of course, championship conditions. And we quite often see all sorts of things happening. So her personal best outright, 4:16.42. Sort of pace that a lot of these athletes wouldn't necessarily be able to live with. No disrespect to them, but full credit to McAndrew. That personal best came at the BMC race at the University of Birmingham's lovely track. So very much sticking to the shoulder there of Maddie Barker is McAndrew. 5 going through and no clear separation just yet in terms of that top 5 really. Maddie Barker setting a 800-metre outright best, 2:18.57. That was just earlier this month, so a couple of weeks ago. And then in Cardiff last month, a 1,500-metre indoor improvement as well. Maddie Barker didn't make the final at BUCS last year. He slowed down in the semi-final, so this is a really great opportunity to make amends. You can see here, I'm still looking at 5th versus 6th place really, because that's where we need to decide who's going to go through. Got this breakaway of 4. We know that Barker and McAndrew are still at the front. Lola Sutton is in 3rd, Imogen Tanner is in 4th place. Eloise Davis is in 5th. She's actually beginning to close now. I'm sure the other athletes looking quite conscious as a result. The key thing is that Jezruciak in 6th place, that gap is not being closed. One more lap to go. They've given an opportunity, but they now lift the pace again, continuing to look round.
As they enter the final 50 metres or so.
McAndrew been very, very happy to just sit in 2nd place, but she likes to be first and likes to front run. You may see more of that in the later rounds. 4:58.40. So relatively consistently paced heat there. Safe passage for McAndrew. I'm sure we'll have one eye on the gold medal come the final. It was a wonderful race last year. Brockley Langford against Armitage. No, those returning to the 1,500 metres this year. Armitage attacked on the last lap with 200 to go. She pushed out onto the outside, and Brockley Langford said, "No, you don't," and then had a wonderful finish until the point that she collapsed over the line so dramatically, but managed to get over the line just in time. No, her mum commented that it was a very scary moment to watch, and seeing your daughter fall like that. But thankfully, all was not lost and came with the gold medal despite that almighty scare. And Lucy Armitage, though, what an incredible season she had last year, improving pretty much every personal best right across from 400 metres up to 3K. A lot of that came for Sale Harries at the National Athletics League. Really stepping up in terms of calibre, Lucy Armitage last year. All started, or in some ways started, with that silver medal at BUCS Indoors. So short break just now, but not too long until the heats of the men's 60 metres, of which there'll be 12.
So it's time for the heats of the men's 60 metres. 12 heats in total, where the first two will automatically qualify, and there will be 8 time-based qualifiers across all of the heats. And in this first heat, in lane 1 from Sheffield Hallam is Tyler Fowles. In 2 from Swansea is Eniola Adedotum. In 3 from Oxford Brookes, Malachi Broderick. In 4 from East Anglia, Nikolai Sadolski. 5 from Exeter, Rowan Gray. In 6 from Surrey, Michael McKinday. And in 7 from Kingston, Brian Berrell. Heat 1 of the men's 60 metres.
Time for some sprinting. First heat of the men's 60 with Tyler Fowles, Eniola Adedotum, Malachi Broderick, Mikolaj Skidolski, Rohan Gray, Michael McKinday and Brian Ogbebo. 7 athletes involved. Top 2 going through to the semis, 8 time qualifiers across 12 heats. And a clean start there. Adedotum in the white and green of Swansea as expected, coming through strongly. 6:87 the winning time for him. So just looking across at the seeding, does appear to suggest that Adedotum is the top ranked athlete. On the entries it was Freddie Arkle. Just double checking if we can see Arkle on any of the start lists. In any case, Adedotum, a solid heat victory and appears to be one of the gold medal contenders. And that comes partly because of his form this year. So he's improved from 6:86 to 6:77, which although is a tiny fraction of a second, in the 60 metres it's quite a big chunk. But also, he's done that 5 times. He's had 5 runs this year that have been faster than his personal best coming into this season, if that makes sense. So that tells you that consistently he's shown that improvement. Even if some of them have been at the same event. It was actually on the 7th of February, so less than a week ago. Last weekend, 2 times 6:77 I've got here in my notes. And that looks very, very good coming to this race, particularly for a Swansea athlete. So yes, Swansea having medal shouts here and there over the years, but a gold medal would be a big thing for Swansea. Again, no disrespect, we'd just like to shout out everybody and make sure whether it's the absolute powerhouses of university athletics or those who have gold medal contenders here and again, that we're making sure we're giving them respective credit for that. And yeah, as I mentioned, Manchester Met seemingly also one of those universities with an improving strength and depth of talent. Looks like quite a decent scholarship programme there, which is great to see as well. But yeah, there'll be real delight for Swansea if they could get an athlete on the top step of the podium. Of course, we've only just seen that one heat so far. I was talking just before to George Seary, who's now graduated and is doing some of the sports massaging here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so in a different role, similar to Angelica Operinde. But George Seary won a gold medal for Warwick, which was massive for them. Had a huge clutch of jumping, celebrating athletes after winning that gold in the 400 hurdles years ago. So yeah, it just shows you those big moments for universities that don't always have an athlete on the top of the podium. But here, clearly, we can see there's a bit of a sprinting programme going well at Swansea, because in this second heat, they've got Freddie Steele, who was just doing the practice start there. Struan Linton in this one, the fastest athlete. The 24-year-old Scot represented his country, in fact, at last year's Loughborough International. Like so many of these athletes, and particularly the Scots, competed at that EAP Indoor International in Glasgow last weekend. Also competing there at the Scottish Championships the weekend before. .703 he ran. He's got a personal best of 6:94, set in Aberdeen just over 3 years ago now. So Linton of Robert Gordon in 1. May well be the favourite here, but let's wait and see. Ethan Wagstaff of Newcastle, Sebastian Asuman Oldley, Northumbrian, Leon Walsh of UWE, Errol Adams, BCU, Tobiola Sogba, Sheffield, Freddie Steele, Swansea, Edward Looker of Manchester Met. And DNS in 4 for Walsh. Bit of a crackling of the starting equipment there, so not sure quite what's going on, but a little bit of disruption. Well, 60 metres is quite often one event where we see new personal best. I mentioned it for Ada Doughton. One of the reasons for that is, of course, is that some of the 60-metre runners do compete a fair bit indoors, isn't run outdoors, and also they may do several races within a day. More chances of improving your personal best. Also, some of them have been competing since December and into January. And also, many are sort of at an age of development, shall we say, growing in experience and strength. Heard the words green card, which is all important, but we didn't expect anything different, did we? Freddie Steele, then, he's one of those who's improved his PB to 6:94 this year. That came in Cardiff last weekend. That's his first year running sub 7 seconds. Is that going to allow him to compete with his teammate Ada Doughton? Well, let's wait and see. 3 rounds to come today. Medals being decided later. And he gets a brilliant start, does Freddie Steele. Linton just behind. Top 2 going through automatically.
Finishing very strongly there was the Swansea student, Freddie Steele. Freddie Steele, the Welsh under 2100 metre champion last year. One of some 20+ men in amongst the entries.
So, Swansea not only having one big contender, seemingly have 2. That is terrific stuff. Look at Freddie Steele, really working hard all the way to the line. Linton just falling behind there in the last 20 metres or so. Sometimes difficult to track when you've got one athlete right on the inside, one in the out. Again, quite interesting that it's been seeded that way. But actually, Steele, I think, has possibly been seeded on his 7:02 time coming into this season. A recent improvement for Swansea.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
So shortly on with heat number 3 of the men's 60 metres. Did wonder whether there's some DNSs on the outside, but they're just slowly trudging back to the start line. You can see Nottingham Trent athlete in the centre there as we look at the pole vault, the B final before the A final later on at 4:30. So B final about to get underway, so we'll certainly try and keep eyes on that. Some quite high-profile winners of the women's pole vault at BUCS in the past, including Holly Bradshaw herself, the Olympic bronze medalist from Tokyo. Molly Caudry as well, world indoor champion. Heat number 3, Jonathan Esiwe of Leeds, Liam Daly, Edinburgh, Jihe Zhang, London South Bank, Roshan Nawezi of Trent, Yorkos Lagdianos, Southampton, Olabi Brunel, Philip St Mary's, Panakadan of Stirling, DNS. So relatively even at this point, but you can see fighting his way through for Brunel, Owolabi. Well, 6:84. So that is a very, very strong time. I make it the fastest that we've seen so far. Certainly looking at the trackside clock, which is data that's pulled through on screen. So Owolabi, another improver this year. Again, not too much of a surprise. But that time of his 6:73, so even faster than Adedoton and Steele, and that came at Lee Valley on the 31st of January. Really came through strongly in the second half of that race and came through on Esiwe of Leeds, who looked to have got second there to ensure safe progression. Yes, if you're outside the top 2, there are 8 positions available to qualify for the semis later, but there are 12 heats, of course. Just looking along the schedule for today, semi-finals at 5:45, so that's quite a good period of rest time compared to maybe what you might expect, given that we have 3 rounds in a day, and then 7:10 to mark your card for that final. So yeah, wouldn't expect any trouble there. We may well see athletes doubling up, of course, in the 200 metres. We'll wait and see. Colin of the University of Bath there in the background, marshalling their team as he's done for a number of years now. As we're saying, all the familiar faces in terms of coaching and staff there on the outside, getting that good spot. Saw Nottingham Trent athlete in there, and Harry Wiley is one of those watching the stream today. Of course, had a fabulous BUCS career and chatted to us at the outdoors. No longer an NTU athlete now, but yeah, very happy to give a massive shout out to your university. I think it was Joseph Agbodza, who we saw indoors a couple of years ago win at the 60 hurdles. Richard Akinyobo, I seem to remember, also in the 200 metres doing well. Says they've got one real medal hope in the men's high jump. Brooklyn Crooks, multi-eventer, destined to jump 2 metres plus. His current training partner at the NTU Notts AC set up a factory for high jumping. Yes, so Harry himself and teammates, we have seen some fantastic athletes representing Nottingham Trent, but also great battles with those of Loughborough. And there's often been a real good cluster of names coming into those high jump finals, like Harry himself and Kelechi Agawatcha, Lana Owona and others. Cherry and Quisser and Southern and could go on. But looking now at the lineup of heat number 4, Ojasipe, Hertfordshire, Rennie of Glasgow, Webb of Winchester, Sofawara of Manchester, Bramble of Middlesex, James of Liverpool John Moores, Amankwa Royal Holloway, and Alvin Liu of Loughborough. That's the first time we've heard the recall gun go today. Done another look at the replay on that one. I'm looking at Liu there, who was a bronze medalist last year. It was an interesting podium with Lorenzo Paisan, Italian international, and then Ashley Avis and Alvin Liu. Hard to get too much to that. Too much from that, indeed. Show them all a green card from the official, which was, I thought, the most likely outcome. There's a bit of an echo of the starter, I think, through his microphone and then back through the speakers. So just managed to hear that. So naturally, Alvin Liu of Loughborough, the one to watch out for here. Last year's bronze medalist, and yes, by the looks of things, Paisan and Avis not included this year, so definitely another contender. Oh, and the movement there was fairly early movement. Maybe it will be seen as a lack of discipline rather than a false start. It was pretty obvious. Athletes were ready to go, and let's wait and see what happens here. I heard the words, please stand still. Oh, it's a yellow card. I heard the word warning as well, so that's what's being shown. But to 2 athletes, oh, no. Yes, just lane 1, that's interesting. So Ojasipe of Hertfordshire. I guess this is one of the reasons why, yeah, he did go first. It's one of the reasons why you shouldn't necessarily show your head in hands. Make yourself look like a guilty party, potentially. Ojasipe, Rennie, Webb, Sofawara, Bramble, James, Amankwa, and Liu. Now they do get away fine, and Liu is going well. So is Ojasipe, and it's these two. Ojasipe from Liu, it looked like 6.96, so not quite as fast.
6.96.
Safely through to the semi-finals. Maybe a bit of relief there. So again, it's lane 1 and lane 8, isn't it? Looks like Bramble and Amankwa, 3rd and 4th among those who'll have to wait to see if their times are good enough.
So as you take action to back on the line, 6.95 from our BU, 6.96. Just to stress that Harrison and I do not sit directly on the finish line.
So in the first heat we saw Adedoton of Swansea. Confirmed time of 6.86 now, 6.96 for Freddie Steele. He has run, as I was saying, 6... What was it? Ofolabi I was meant to say that about. 6.73 this year. Ofolabi has run, and he ran 6.83 officially. So that's the fastest heat winner thus far in the 3rd. And next we'll go on with the 5th.
On to heat 5 of our men's 60 metres on the inside from Bedfordshire, Clayton Jacinto, and 2 from Oxford Brooks is Alex Blake. In 3
So we've had a 3rd of these 12 heats, and at the moment 7.12 is good enough to make it through to the semi-finals, and there are one 5th placer I can see, quite a few 4th places, so obviously that will change, but just to give you an idea of where things stand at the moment, it comes down to 5 thousandths of a second. Isaac Amankwa out, Michael McKinday in, as things stand. You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2026 here in Sheffield, and this is the 5th heat of the men's 60 metres, with Clayton Jacinto of Bedfordshire, Alex Blake of Oxford Brooks, Nicholas Kamara of Surrey, Will Hawker, Cardiff Met, Kiziba Kashwe Majuru of Kent, Henry Fosu-Hene of Leicester, Thomas Brooks of Birmingham, Christopher Hughes of Anglia Ruskin. You can see DNS though, Fosu-Hene as I look up. So Will Hawker ought to be the man to watch out for here from lane 4. Always gives 100% in these competitions, whether individually or in the relay. And a great starter as well here. Others gaining ground on him, but Hawker through. A look across 6.95. Coming through there in second was Thomas Brooks of Birmingham. And I believe just doing the individual here, Hawker. So you give it absolutely everything. I'm sure he would have done anyway for the individual. And expecting him to be one of our guests on commentary this weekend. If you're watching and you are here, feel free to join in that particular party as well. Onyeka Oko is going to join us around 3:45, the 400 hurdler ahead of the 60 hurdles. Also Hawker running the show for Cardiff Met here around 5 o'clock. Hope to have Alex Houchin with us across the weekend as well, former indoor 400 metre champion here. We'll wait and see who else as well. So heat winners in the 60 all between mid 6.8 and mid 6.9 thereabouts. This is the pole vault B final. So one of those events where we're seeded into 2 entirely different finals really. Medal contenders coming, expected to come later of course, the likes of Sarah Barber of Glasgow, Jade Spencer Smith, Sophie Ashurst, Molly Caudry, Holly Bradshaw among the contenders we've seen in the past. Felicia Maloro, Namaya Munir and others going on to decent domestic success. Tilly Hooper, I think, as well. His competitor at BUCS. Bethany Falconer, Lottie Hall, Sarah Ruiz, Grace Brennan, Rebecca Pratt, Amelia Appleyard, Sophie Hornung in the B final. There's Michelle Yelekwe in the foreground, who'll be one of the contenders in the triple jump, has to get through qualification first. Still another half an hour until I'm expecting that to get underway. On to the 6th heat of the men's 60 with Matthew Ajaya Brunel, Isaiah Ossay of Greenwich, Tony Wesley of Aberdeen, Joshua Abuagye of East London, Nathan King Roll Holloway, Adam Oliver Edgehill and Chia Makam Oke of Leeds Beckett, Alexander Ginorin of Westminster. Looks like another DNS Abuagye from 4. So Ajaya Brunel may well be the favourite here. Fantastic start, and driving his way through, can afford to eat up 689. And seemingly capable of faster. And a reminder that Brunel will be going for gold in the final, in which they've so often seen brilliant battles with the likes of Loughborough, but indoors in the 60 particularly have been very, very strong. The likes of Giovanni Celia, Tivon Innes, Tyler Panton, Jason Kalala have made formidable quartets over the years. Absolutely no question that they'll have big hopes of gold in the relay. What they can do individually, we'll wait and see. It was Loughborough winning individually in the 100 metres last year with Sean Anyogu from Innis getting the silver there. Jaden Arthur, younger brother of Ruben, getting the bronze. Harry Taylor, also of Loughborough, getting 4th place. Seen the likes of David Morgan Harrison doing indoor and outdoor double, and Stephen Awuah before as well. Had that brilliant season at BUCS for De Montfort, if I'm not remembering correctly. 2024 indoor 60 gold, outdoor 100 gold, both ahead of Tyler Panton. And Sean Anyogu getting the bronze outdoors before returning a year later in Manchester for gold. Always great when that happens. We love the storylines.
Heat 7 and 60 metres up next on the inside from Liverpool, Ossentine Hokabon. In 2 from Nottingham Trent, Kieran Rayner. In 3 from Kingston, Darryl Asante Yeboah. In 4 from Durham, Brennan Laverots. In 5 from King's College, Pierre Walker. In 6 from Leicester, Ezekiel Kowal. In 7 from Nottingham, James Okoro. And in 8 from Leeds Beckett, Isaac Stevens. Heat 7 of the men's 60 metres.
So heat number 7 now. Ekaragbon, Rayner, Asante Yeboah, Laverot, Walker, Kwal, Okoro and Stevens. DNS from Asante Yeboah of Kingston from 3. Now underway. Asante Yeboah might have been the fastest athlete in this, but you can see going well. Rayner of Trent very, very close on the line there. Ekaragbon and Okoro fighting with him. Seren 08 showing trackside. Kieran Rayner officially confirmed for Nottingham Trent as heat winner there, 7:08. There we are, so 7th heat out of 12. Let's have another look here. So Rayner from lane 2 in the pink, Ekaragbon Liverpool on his inside, and then coming through strongly towards the end, you can see the Nottingham man Okoro. Those are relatively clear there. Oh gosh. Very close for second though. And 7:08, not the fastest of times, so third place might be very, very unlucky there. I mentioned that 7:12 was good enough to progress after 4 heats. And there he goes, top 3 all going at the same time. Okoro just ahead of Ekaragbon of Liverpool, who was on the inside. At the moment, before that result has been put into the system, 7:10 is enough to make it through. So that's going to change, of course. Well, Abbey's still the fastest, 6:83. Clearance there for Sarah Herbert Ruiz of Strathclyde. So another clearance over at this height. Looks like the bar is at 273. Hard to see from my position, but digital scoreboard on the other side. Amelia Appleyard of Worcester, that was, just got a sight of the numbers there. So Sarah Herbert Ruiz and Amelia Appleyard both over at 273 in the pole vault B final. Indolo Touré, Southampton, Matteo Hughes, Edinburgh, Luca Fonseca, Birmingham, Mordi Chukwuboka Mogachukwu of Aston, Bernard Van der Bloemen, King's College, Ozachukwu Dike of Durham, Rory Voss, Sterling Matthew Webster of Lancaster. The DNS from 5 of Van der Bloemen. And here comes Loke Fonseca of Birmingham. Oh, and a fall there. At the end, we'll try and tidy that up in just a moment. But Luca Loke Fonseca of Birmingham coming through 6:88, a decent time there for him, showing against seeding time of 6:87. So strong right throughout. We know what happens to Loke Fonseca. What happened? It was, pulling up with injury. Not a sight we want to see for Mordi Chukwuboka Mogachukwu. It's a soldier to get across the line there and somehow finish the race in pain. So hope he's all right. Just having a look. He is now being attended to by medics. Back to Saba Herbert Ruiz in this pole vault B final. This is the second field event of the day. Bar up to 283. We saw Amelia Gray go out to 12:28 in triple jump qualification to make it through to the final. So Ruiz now 10 centimeters higher. And you can see the technique different to higher heights. You have to get those feet up to 12 o'clock. It's almost that 90-degree angle briefly, and across and over 283. It accelerates on this runway, plants the pole, bends, climbs. Enough travel of direction across and clears nice and cleanly. Appears that she and Lottie Hall of Sheffield Hallam are both over at this new height. Amelia Appleyard went over 273. There she is. And Bethany Falconer, Grace Brennan, Sophie Hornan all yet to enter. Hornan doing so at this height. Rebecca Pratt exiting the competition at 253. Appleyard. Oh, you can see there wasn't quite in control just as she planted the pole there. It was just a little slight slip in terms of grip on that pole.
And those two are the only two in the moment of 283. The next two enter the competition, Sheffield Hallam and Southampton. Aberdeen's Grace Brennan, Cardiff Sophie Hornan.
Appleyard of University of Worcester, where we saw just bring the bar down at 283 before, the Braintree and District club athlete. Ready with a season's best, had been 266 coming into this. I'm sure she's already equalled her personal best with that previous clearance. Talking of clearance, looked like a pretty comfortable one there for Sophie Horning of Cardiff Met, who, as I mentioned, this is her entry into this competition in this B final. So really good distance between her and the bar there. Heat 9 of 12. William Vatenu of Manchester, Bart Nathan Hedges, Dennis Savage of Portsmouth, Owen Murphy, University of the West of Scotland, Malcolm Oshug-Boham of Kent, Chetin Turtingill of Bristol, Tevik Benjamin, BCU, David Irabunam of Coventry. So nice clean getaway once again. You can see going well there in the centre is Murphy. Nathan Hedges on the inside, just behind. Clock didn't stop there. And that same as the trackside data, so bring you time for that when we can. Owen Murphy, the winner of heat number 9 of 12. Bar up to 293 in the pole vault B final. Falconer and Brennan still yet to enter the competition. .693 confirmed time. That's the fastest time we've had for a little while. At the moment, before that result was entered into the system, 7:09 was enough to make it through. And as things stand, obviously it can all change. That very, very close we had between Rainer Okoro and Ekar Agbon, who was third. Ekar Agbon is making it in, but only by 0.01. .11 athletes between times of 7:06 and 7:09. Owolabi still the fastest, 6:83 from Adadotun, 6:86. Loke Fonseca of Birmingham in heat number 8 just a moment ago, 6:87. Matthew Ajay Brunel, 6:88. So these obviously all heat winners. Owen Murphy, 6:93. Those are the top 5 as things stand. Lottie Hall of Sheffield Hallam looks like she's preparing to go in the pole vault. Bar still at 2:93. Amelia Appleyard, though, of Worcester is out after 3 failures. 5 athletes left in the B final. No medals awarded in the B final unless their height is such that it eclipses others in the A final to be ranked in the top 3 overall across both. So Lottie Hall, perfect record until this point. George Heppenstall, a previous winner of this title for Sheffield Hallam in the pole vault, but that of course was on the men's side. Quite often we've had one standout athlete though, as I was mentioning a little earlier. Maybe not the case this year though. Seven athletes entered for the A final, so a couple of issues maybe for some, or a DNS or two, it's not impossible that the winner of the B final could end up getting something like a bronze medal. Shoelace is being tied there by Mireku of Leeds. Aaron Holton of York is on its inside, then it's Malachi Amadi on his outside, and then Oliver Brown, UCL, Kai Crawford of East London, Sydney Mendes of Middlesex, Simon Akiti, Glasgow, Andre of Biagele of Derby. So for the second time the recall gun sounds. So East London's hopes resting with Crawford here. Of course, over the years they've had some phenomenal sprinting talents. Medals won in reasonably recent times by the likes of Correde Awe. A little bit of early movement potentially nearest the camera. Obiagele, I wonder what we'll see here. Will it be a green card or a warning? Melissa Booth of Loughborough, you can see it on the runway there in the triple jump. Green card in the 60, let you know how the triple is going very shortly. Mentioned Amelia Gray, best of 12:28 in Group A. Well, no results coming through at the moment for B, and well, yeah, that's because they're still warming up, I believe. Sometimes competitions do go early. I think here they'll just tell the athletes, reminded to keep still. We could see a warning. But is that real anticipation to get underway, and knowing that the 60 metres is so short, you make a mistake, you often pay for it. Yes, a reminder to stay still. Some might want one set the other off. Some of the athletes smiling about it, and others very, very determined. So, yeah, green card. Yeah, you can see there of Biagele and Akiti. So Malachi Amadi and Kai Crawford among those to watch out for here, you would have thought, from lanes 3 and 5. So Crawford now pushing his way through for victory. 6:90 showing on the clock. That was the expected result. In the pole vault, Grace Brennan vaulting for the first time and clearing 2:93 along with Sophie Hornung. Bethany Falconer still yet to enter, it appears. Lottie Hall, Sarah Ruiz, the other two left in that B final. 2 more heats of the men's 60 to come. Second attempt at 2:93 from Lottie Hall. So she'll have one more to go. Of course, she could pass, and she'd have one attempt at that next height. So same situation for Herbert Ruiz as Strathclyde. Previously had 4 consecutive first-time clearances. Before that, 1 failure so far at 2.93. Trying to do what Lottie Hall was unable to do just a few seconds ago. So the athletes have been called to their marks in the track race in the meantime. So either way, we'll try and let you know what happens in this vault. Bar comes down for the second time. Straight to this race. Evans, Thomas, Syed, Krista, Nyundo, Fogden, Arthur for Wole. So Henry Krista had a fantastic BUCS Outdoors last year. What kind of form is in here? Comes second there behind Jaden Arthur. Of course, won that bronze medal outdoors. Krista was 5th, but had a spate of personal bests. Arthur, younger brother of Ruben. He had a little FaceTime to congratulate him, if I remember correctly. Ruben Arthur, who's a fantastic character in the sport. Previous gold medal winner himself, but yeah, Jaden rocketed away here. A nice clean victory for him in heat number 11 of 12. Time there 6:82. So of course faster than Owolabi officially, so that looks to be the fastest time. Interesting that how the seeding has worked there. Lottie Hall, third attempt, 2.93. So unfortunately for her, out of the competition at this height. And we'll see whether Sarah Herbert Ruiz can do better.
To the 12th and final heat of the men's 60. Before we move to the women's 60-metre ambulant. No, I apologise, to the men's 60-metre ambulant and then to the women's. In this 12th heat, from St Mary's in lane 1, Ollie Swinko. In 2, from Warwick University, Benedict Chukwueze. In 3, the Bath University student, Isaac Kikiti. In 4, from Cardiff University.
So Sarah Herbert Ruiz, third attempt, 2.93.
In 6, from York University, Charles McLeod. In 7, the Liverpool University student.
So Strathclyde student here on the runway, ready to accelerate, build up that speed, transfer that energy and climb, but bring the bar down. So unfortunately for her, that may have been closer than the second attempt though. Same result as Lottie Hall. Going out of the competition, Falconer waiting to see what she can do once she enters. I believe that will be at the next height. A full lineup for heat number 12. Ollie Slinko, St Mary's, Benedict Chukwueze of Warwick, Isaac Skinnikakiti of Bath, Lewis Ross of Cardiff, Adam Okoko of Aberdeen, Charles McLeod, York, Daniel Collins, Liverpool, Tyrese Leng of Salford, Top 2 going through automatically to those semi-finals later on. Kwesi of Warwick from 2 could be one to watch out for here. Again, one of those who's run sub 7 seconds. Fastest time 6:82. We just saw from Arthur. And Chukwueze is going nicely here in the red. Being challenged hard though, as you can see, coming through. Skinner Kakiti, 6:91.
6.991. So that concludes the heats of the men's 60, as the bar in the pole vault moves above 3 meters to 3.03. And I think it will be Beth Faulkner coming in at that height, the Sheffield Hallam student. Now underway. Remember, the automatic qualifying mark is 12 meters 30.
So moving on with the pole vault, as we can see, the bar's gone up to 3 meters and 3. Nice first time clearance there from Bethany Faulkner of Sheffield Hallam. So yeah, 2 athletes representing the home university here. Technically 2 home universities, but Sheffield Hallam sometimes yeah, thought of as the most at-home university. No facilities in these parts, but obviously used by many University of Sheffield athletes as well, so I guess we'll give them equal billing as home universities. And again, a lovely clearance there. That was by Sophie Herning of Cardiff Met. Fairly similar maroon vests between the two of them, so both over at 3:03, and I think will continue to go up to a fair bit higher heights. But yeah, anyone who even attempts at the pole vault, quite a brave person, such a complex technical event and a real challenge gymnastically. "14 athletes entered in total across A and B final. And they're just given really the A and B final, and particularly in the pole vault, it allows those who wouldn't come in until much, much higher, possibly until the whole competition is finished. They don't have to wait around and be part of the call room and such at the very start of it. So yeah, the situation is this: Pratt, Appleyard, Ruiz showing us 2 failures, but I think that is just slow to update. Maybe that she passed the 3rd. Hall out, but Hornung, Brennan and Falconer all remain still in. They cleared first time 3:03, so obviously we go up to this new height with Falconer. Second jump, second clearance. Still going up by 10 centimetres, so this is 3:13. No, we'll wait and see if Brennan and Hornung can go clear and how high they can climb.
Beth Falconer, clear. First attempt, 3 meters 13.
So this is Grace Brennan of Aberdeen, already with 3:03. Again, really good distance between her and the bar. Very much in control. I think that tells you we will go some way before deciding the positions in this B final. Grace Brennan, who also competes for Aberdeen AAC as well, has a new personal best over 60 metres this year of 8:17. PB in the pole vault 3:30. On to Sophie Hornung. So same situation then, and like clockwork, you can see all making their way over, and showing their class really. And sometimes we see athletes start off in the B final, their technique improves over the years, they become more experienced at pole vault, and then they end up in the A final. Obviously pole vault not part of heptathlon, but in the men's event we quite often see the decathletes involved, such as Adam Houle, who's won BUCS medals in other events too, notably the sprint hurdles, long jump as well, also a decent pole vaulter too. So they've all cleared 3:13, bar up at 3:23 with Falconer. Falconer's club Chesterfield and District AC. So again, not too far away. 21-year-old Sheffield Hallam student. Also with a personal best of 3:30. So maybe the next height where trouble is caused, but she has brought the bar down for the first time, has Bethany Falconer. Let's have another look. Speed on the runway. Climbs high and quickly, approaching that bar. She does have 2 more attempts to correct that. Tough because you've got to try and transfer that energy so quickly in the space of a few seconds, and came in quite sharply there. Let's see if she can correct that with her second attempt. Sophie Horning still to go after Grace Brennan of Aberdeen. Horning actually has the highest personal best of the 3 with 3:34 set last year. Brennan, see, she had more height there. You can see there's a bit of a difference in momentum. Didn't come in quite as sharp. Came down faster than she would have wanted. Not enough travel and direction across.
All competitors will race twice. This is race 1. Race 2 at the designated final time will be the final, with all athletes going through to the final.
So on paper, this is 11 centimetres below the personal best of Sophie Hornung. Let's see what she can do though here. Has cleared 3:25 already this year, and maybe she's the closest. Bar just comes springing off. Competes club-wise for Yate and District AC, one of the National Athletics League Championship clubs. Almost trying to take evasive action of that bar there as it came down. So, yeah, once again, they're all in the same situation. It's just the difference is the bar's been brought down. So I wonder whether it would go up to 3:33 after this, and let's see whether anyone will be left in the competition by then, because we're just that bit closer to personal best now. So you know it will be Falconer, then Brennan, then Hornung, second attempts, and then third attempts if needed.
In 5 from Stirling is Cameron Dawes, and in 6 from Loughborough. It's heats, men's Ambulant 60 metres.
So better approach then first time around, but same outcome unfortunately. So on the track, men's Ambulance 60 metres. Now this will be a heat, and there will be a final featuring the same athletes later on, so they get a bit of a warm-up, if you like, a competition warm-up ahead of the final at 7 o'clock. So that is a nice rest time for them, but allows them to get 2 races as well. Of course, calculated based on RASA point scores. Will Bishop, Tom Young, Howland Fu, Cameron Thors and Leon Cerning here. 2 Loughborough athletes, 1 Cardiff Met, Oxford and Stirling. So Cameron Thors, a previous gold medalist here. Tom Young, he is chasing down, but Young comes through first across the line, 7.73. Yes, Thors, a previous gold medalist here, up against Tom Young, of course a Paralympic champion in Tokyo. T38 athlete Cameron Thors, T47, along with Cerning. Howland Fu, T13, Will Bishop, T35. Tom Young quite often gets a great start. Cameron Thors really pushing in the closing stages. Interesting, almost though he took a foot off the gas pedal very briefly. And then, don't forget though, this is the heat. And doesn't really have much bearing on the final, but good for the athletes to get the chance of 2 races. Hasn't always been the case, so chance to get a feel for, I was going to say the conditions, but yes, the track and the competition as well. So there we have it, a first clearance at this height, and it comes from Sophie Hornung at 3:23.
So ready now for their first race, 60 meters, lining up in lane 1.
Again, really good height. We mentioned when she entered the competition, 283. Great distance between her and the bar, suggesting she can continue to go higher.
And then alongside her will be Lizzie Dodd, another local student who is the second championship assessment mentioned in 5. Also from Loughborough will be Scarlett Langton in 6. Cambridge University. Yes, from Loughborough is Titty Branch, but from Memphis here last year. And in 7, also Loughborough, is Grace Greenwood, who is a member of the GBD Taekwondo squad. I don't know if I've said that before.
So Falconer now in this position of a 3rd attempt. Oh, and out of the competition. So entering what feels like just a few moments ago, and now having these failures, so means there are just 2 athletes remaining in this B final. Well, it's the same situation for the female ambulant athletes, a heat and then a final later, which will be at 7:05. We actually have 5 Loughborough athletes in this, but not too much of a surprise given the sprinting programme at Loughborough. Seen the likes of Tom Young in the past, joined by Emmanuel Yinbo Coker on the female side. Likes of Freya Hauge and India Oates competing time and again, and often across multiple events. On this occasion, we've got Mia Lloyd of Cardiff Met, Maddie Markham of Leeds, and then all for Loughborough, Rebecca Scott, Elizabeth Dodds, Scarlett Langton, Kitty Branch and Grace Greenwood. So in terms of time across the line, Scott and Langton would be those to watch out for here, I would expect. But calculated on RASA point scores afterwards, this is just a heat. So medals to be awarded later. And you can see going very nicely here is that Langton across the line, 8.63. Too far away outside her personal best.
6.3. Just down some personal best. 8.4 in December. And Becca Scott, no squeezing up there. And the reason you also saw Tom is up in the men 60. There is a reason for that. I suspect both of them are competing at the UK Championships in Birmingham over the weekend.
Sophie Hornung, the only remaining athlete now in this B final. Looks like she's going to go up to 3:33 here. Personal best 3:34. So I guess continuing with the increments of the competition gives her the outside chance of a medal rather than choosing her own height, if indeed she would be allowed to do so in a B final. Bar comes down their first attempt 1 centimetre below her personal best, this is. Yes, I mentioned earlier 7 athletes have entered that A final. And if for whatever reason, let's say there's a DNS or 2 and there's 5 athletes and one of them goes out early, for whatever reason, there could be an outside chance of a medal. But yeah, may well rely on a personal best being set here by Hornung.
The final will be at semi-final time, 2:13 and 18:35.
So, BUCS Nationals here, one of the biggest weekends of the year. But coming up next month and starting on the 24th of March with the American football, it's BUCS Big Wednesday.
Here we go, it's a dangerous show. Leave it all on the floor, let's roll. History's made by the bold and the brave, and the chances you take, let's roll. Everybody stand up, come together. Now it's time to let the whole world know. Here we come, rapid, ready to run. Till the battle is won, let's go. Stomp your feet, shake the stands, make some noise. This is your chance. Bang the drum, get up and dance. This is your moment. Clap your hands, clap
First heat of the women's 60 metres, Evie Rennick, Ayanade Tugbobo, Kiana Yearwood, Kira Roberts, Dilyana Evtimova, Gwen Datey, Mariana Gonsalves and Sophie Evans. Top two going through automatically, 6-time qualifiers. Here comes Gwen Datey for Loughborough. First heat, one and done. 7:57 across the line there. So 12 heats of the men's we saw, and we will have 9 for the women. Title won last year by Joy Eze, in a time that was inside the UK all-time top 10 over 60 metres. .756 officially, so even a fraction faster. And Sophie Evans looks like she got second place there, or has been awarded second place, I believe. Ayanade Tugbobo of Sheffield was the other athlete fighting there, in the black and yellow colours. Now, I think that Gwen Datey might have been actually one of the reserve athletes for this. I think initially entered were Hannah Waller and Molly Palmer. Palmer, a bronze medalist last year with a phenomenal 7:32 personal best for someone who's primarily a long jumper, and Waller with a PB of 7:22. So we'll just keep abreast of things because, yeah, as I've been saying, there have been a few changes, just compared the entries to those actually on the start line. So the heats are kind of a process of working out who will appear. Let you know who's in the second heat then, shall we? Amy Garrock of Durham, Georgina Mittag of St Mary's, Shawana Umuna of Nottingham, Audrey Ojo of Kiel, Charlotte Bevan of Aberdeen, and for Scotland at last year's Manchester International, and there's a good chance of selection for the Commonwealth Games in the relay. Isabel White of Manchester Met, Rebecca Pratt of UWTSD Carmarthen in Wales, and Abigail Charles Ojo of Swansea. Well, it looks to me like Jasmine Wilkins will go in heat number 8 and may well be the top athlete to watch out for. Recent personal best of 7:27, a club record for Birmingham, and she looks to be ranked number 1 coming into this, going up in the 8th heat. Garrock, Mittag, Amuna Ojo, Bevan White Pratt and Charles Ojo in this one. Nice roar to get them underway. Bevan through the centre, Charles Ojo on the outside. Going to be these two, led by the Swansea athlete, 7:66 this time. Don't forget, Swansea had a Doughton as one of the fastest athletes earlier on. So quite impressed by this sprinting programme at Swansea, and yeah, already with these heat wins, look to progress somewhat. So Charles Ojo, one of those who's improved her personal best this year as well. So it's going to be at least a university training group in great form this year. 7:66 the official time now, just a couple of hundreds away from her personal best. Clearance comes in from Horning here. Third attempt at 3:33. Showing field side. So unfortunately out of the competition. Best in this B final of 3:23. That B final has now concluded. A final coming up at 4:30. Just to wrap up for you from earlier on in the men's 60 metres, 7:07 was needed to make it through as a time qualifier. 7:08 unfortunately was not, and that meant that very, very close 7th heat. Osaretin Ekoragbon, unfortunately outside of the top two and is out by 1,000th of a second compared to James Okoro, who is in 7:08.075, 7:08.076. So it did unfortunately come down to that, so close in the end. Jaden Arthur's official time was 6:81, so yeah, very interesting. We'll have to wait and see those semi-finals. They've already been seeded, so should be available on roster. Just been given them on a piece of paper, and Jaden Arthur will go in the third semi-final. So more on that later. They're coming up at 5:45 and the final at 7:10. Right, Gwen Datey of Loughborough winning that first heat, and then Abigail Charles Ojo of Swansea, that second heat. In this next one, Susan Folorunso ought to be the athlete to watch out for Northumbria. So we've got Tomi Olatona of Nottingham Trent, Kelly Ekwe of Warwick, and then Latonia Samuels of Wolverhampton. Madison O'Gorman of Winchester, Flora Brigham of St Andrews, then Folorunso, and then Kayla Loban of Sheffield Hallam, if indeed there aren't any DNSs. So Gwen Datey, the winner of that first heat, yes. Certainly has quite often been a member of Loughborough's relay team, not always having the individual chance, of course, when you can only enter a limited number of athletes on the track per university, which is different to outdoors. Gwen Datey with a new PB of 7:47 this year. It's great that she's been given that individual chance here. And that's the case, yeah. When you're at a university like Loughborough, the person who comes in is quite often going to be a medal contender anyway. We saw it actually with Birmingham, I think, indoors in some of the middle distance events, a similar sort of situation. Some athletes like Tyler Billard were missing, but those that stepped in, I think from memory, Tommy Shaw, Rehan Lenoir, doing well in their own right. So as I say, watch out for Folorunso from lane 6 in heat number 3 of the women's 60 metres. And there was clear movement there, appearing to be from Kelly Ekwe of Warwick. So Susan Folorunso, personal best goes back to 7:62, 2023. Well, the athlete in question, it's quite clear that the scrutiny will be on her, but what the result will be from the officials will have to wait. I think it could be a reminder to stay still. Indeed, yes. So no warning, but all good generally. Yes, Folorunso actually equalled that best again last year, 7:62. 6th at the Northern Indoors this year. Just missed out on BUCS finals, indoors and out, so this is a good opportunity for her to make it through to the final at least. So relatively even at this point. Folorunso now comes through. Lobon of Sheffield Hallam in second. 7:75 on the clock.
There's confirmation. Folorunso with the win, 7:73. Samuels in second at 7:84, just ahead of Loban, 7:85. So Samuels and Folorunso through from heat 3 of the women's 60 metres.
So to heat 4. Women's 60 in lane 1, representing Liverpool University, Natalia Aspinall. In lane 2, representing Warwick University, the 2025 England Under-20 60-metre champion, Omosarechi Moneke. In lane 3, from Leeds Beckett, Lucy Robori. In 5, representing York, Clara Hoffmanova. In 5, from Leicester University, Georgia Adams-Newton. In 6, the Birmingham City student, Nifemi Obabase. And in 7, representing Royal Holloway, Soraya Rogers. Heat 4 of the 9 in the women's 60. Remember, it's just the first 2 who qualify automatically for round 2.
So heat number 4 coming up next. Natalia Aspinall, Liverpool. Omosarechi Moneke of Warwick. Lucy Robori, Leeds Beckett. Clara Hoffmanova of York. Georgia Adams-Newton, Leicester. And Nifemi Ogunbasse, BCU. Soraya Rogers, Royal Holloway. So going very nicely initially. Moneke of Warwick in the red. This looks like a comfortable victory. Good battle over second place though, just behind. Looked like that was Ogunbasse coming through. 7:58 on the clock. So close with the time of Gwen Datey from heat number 1.
Time confirmed at 7.61 officially.
7:56 was the time earlier for Datey. Moneke 7:58 showing trackside. In the end that was fairly clear for that second spot. As I say, Okan Basse of BCU coming through there. BCU, another university that's grown its contingent. Of course, Birmingham typically having a much bigger team, and there was that one win for Katie Ingle indoors over 1500 metres, but in recent times we've seen the likes of Cleo Martin Evans do very, very well in the long jump. She had an injury last year, which is a bit of a shame for her, but otherwise top contender.
Our next field action is at 4 o'clock. The men's triple jump, qualifying pool 1.
Heat 5 of the women's 60 metres up next, and on the inside from St Mary's is Francesca Booth. In 2 from Manchester, Felipe Ekaragba. In 3 from Leicester, Sefa Jade Obanagbogi. In 4 from Glasgow, Lucy Fraser. In 5 from Manchester Met, Kennedy Lawson. In 6 from Aberdeen, Eve Gary. In 7 from Cardiff Met, Kinga Kutsia. And 8 from Bath, Rolls Cooper. Heat 5 of the women's 60 metres.
Heat number 5 features Francesca Booth of St Mary's, Favour Ekaragbon of Manchester, Sefa Jade Obanagbogi of Leicester, Lucy Fraser of Glasgow, another Scottish international, Kennedy Lawson, Manchester Met, Eve Gary of Aberdeen, Cardiff Met's Kinga Kutsia, previous winner of the 4x200 metres title for Cardiff Met, Millie Rolls-Hooper of Bath, nearest the camera in lane 8. So Lucy Fraser gets a great start here, going well against Kinga Kutsia. Going to be these two. 7:50 on the clock. Wow. So the fastest time that we've seen so far comes from Lucy Fraser, who has typically been quite consistent across all of the sprint events. Some great Scottish performances this year, including from Alison Bell and Sophie Thomas. So, yeah, Thomas, another one of those who's improved this year to 7:45, and she's not too far away from that PB here, but a big chunk taken off this year, 7:78 to 7:45. Quite a few strong Scottish contenders then. Fraser, Bevan, and expecting to see Sarah Malone later. And yeah, they could all have a chance, certainly, of a Scottish Commonwealth Games selection. Alison Bell, a previous winner of this title 2 years ago, and very consistent medalist as well.
And in lane 1 in this 6th heat will be Kingston University's Praise Ogbeya. In lane 2, representing Kent University, will be Christabel Amponsa. In lane 4, from Bedfordshire University, Famida Ahmed. In lane 5, represented Chester University. She was third at the Scottish Championships last year. A former Scottish 100-metre champion, Sarah Malone. Represented Newcastle University. In lane 6, Lily Humphries. In lane 7, anchor will be Nottingham University's Innes Green. And in lane 8, Harriet Medland, representing Durham University.
Heat number 6 of 9 of the women's 60 metres. Coming right up with Praise Ogbeya of Kingston, Christabel Amponsa of Kent, Tina Louis of Middlesex, Famida Ahmed of Bedfordshire, then Sarah Malone, one of those who did represent Scotland nearly 4 years ago at the Commonwealth Games. Now representing University of Chester, so yeah, she was alongside Alicia Rees, Taylor Patterson and Rebecca Matheson. So looking promising for her to gain relay selection again, but yes, quite competitive as we've suggested. Lily Humphries of Newcastle, Innes Green of Nottingham and Harriet Medland of Durham there with the white vest. So Malone does have a personal best of 7:53 from 3 years ago. Let's see what she can do here. Ought to be quite closely matched with Cristobal Amponsa from 2. DNS there, looks like. The Middlesex athlete. So Malone got a decent start, puffing her cheeks, and into her sprint from Amponsa. That's the way it finishes in this heat, 7:72. So reminder, top 2 going through automatically, 6-time qualifiers across 9 heats. At the moment before that race, 8:02 was good enough to make it through the semi-finals, and it's between 7:85 and 8:02 for those time qualifiers, and between 7:51 and 7:99 for automatic qualifiers at this point, to give you an idea. And you can see there was that great battle for 3rd and 4th places. That could make a difference. Ines Green just beating Harriet Medlin, it looked like. So no one on the treadmills today in the gym watching the competition. There used to be treadmills on both floors, but I think they've changed that gym space a little bit, but it was always quite amusing to see people in the gym track side just watching on competition. On to heat number 7 next. Christina Poulsen of Swansea, whose sprinters are going very well so far, 3 heat winners across both genders. Caitlin Clark of Stirling, Faridat Abdul Salami of Imperial, Isabel Weeks of Lancaster, Evie Humphrey of Birmingham, Charlene Tete of Kent, leads Daniela Adebola and Lily White of York. Just a trip there, as you saw, for Charlene Tete. We have seen falls on this track from time to time. It can happen, primarily on the oval. I hope she's all right. That's not the sort of thing you want to happen right before your race. She looks all right. Would have taken her by surprise, though, particularly when she's just cruising before the race. So Poulsen, Clark, Abdul Salami, Weeks, Humphrey, Tete, Adebola and White. A couple of athletes around that 7.6 mark, Poulsen and Humphrey, of Swansea and Birmingham respectively. Let's see how they go. So Humphrey going nicely, Poulsen right on the inside there, but it's going to be Humphrey of Birmingham ahead of Poulsen, 7.62. And a good time there for Humphrey. Teammate Jasmine Wilkins and club record holder coming up next. So I believe her personal best set last month in Luff was 7:61, very close to that. Decent margin of victory once again. So there is Jasmine Wilkins, an opportunity to add indoor gold to what she did outdoors over 200 metres last year, of course. This will be the penultimate heat. So Zoe Wilson of Stirling go right on the inside there. Just resetting their blocks. Jasmine Wilkins then, top-ranked athlete, 7:27. BUCS record last week. Posted about it on their Instagram page. When you think about all the great athletes that have represented Birmingham, okay, maybe not as many in the 60 metres, but still fantastic result. Looks to be an athlete in great form, someone who's previously represented Great Britain at the World Under-20s. Ngechi Mukuje of Oxford Brookes from 3. Then Jasmine Poulter of Southampton in 4. Amber Hughes of Sheffield Hallam. Erin Partridge of University of the West of Scotland. Catherine Reynolds of Sheffield. We quite often see Catherine Reynolds in the 400 metres. So I don't think she has a 60-metre time necessarily, not on her World Athletics profile anyway. So we grapple with the new power of 10. .790 showing as her fastest time, and that was set last year. Jasmine Wilkins improving, as I say, to 7:27. So expected, therefore, to win this heat. Let's see how she goes. Wilson, Wilkins, Ukuje, Poulter, Hughes, Partridge and Reynolds. So Wilkins away nicely in the red of Birmingham. Already seen her teammate Humphrey through a moment ago. Fantastic margin from Reynolds, 7:45. So fastest so far, faster than Lucy Fraser. That time of 7:50 we saw trackside from heat number 5. You can see, very much means business. Didn't have to work too hard there. Still set the fastest time. Joy Eze winning the title last year with 7.19 seconds. We have seen the championship record rewritten quite a few times actually. It was a joint record for a while as well, but some decent sprinters like Hannah Breyer, Alicia Reese, Shane Evans-Gray. Going back a bit further, Hayley Mills. A few multiple winners. I think the joint record was also held by Adeline Gunon. This was around that sort of 7:21, 7:20 mark for quite a few years. So it leaves us with one heat, and the athletes will be out shortly. Can tell you in the women's triple jump, Melissa Booth went out to 12:63, it looks like, and was the person of the automatic qualifiers. Latifa Agbaremi doing the same, Michelle Yelekwe also, so 12:50 and 12:39 respectively for them. So it was a stronger second group, and six, well, stronger on distance at the top, but 6 athletes making it through from both, it appears. And 11:06 was good enough in the end. So Booth, Agbaremi, Yelekwe, and then Amelia Gray from the first lot, Marta Lada, Julianne Bochi, Lauren Hill, Amber Purcell, Mia Woodley, Joyce Nzekwe, Sophia Mella, Erin Hall, all through to the women's triple jump final, which will be on Sunday morning, 12:30, its usual slot, as has been great the last few years just to concentrate on that first thing on finals day. And at the same time, I notice will be the women's shot put qualification as well at that time. That's Millie Gittens, another of the contenders here, you'd have to say. And again, I believe coming in to the team along with Gwen Datey. Came 4th outdoors last year. Leah Sibbons winning that. Second BUCS 100 metre title, of course. 71 in 2022 as well, outdoors. And then it was Jenna Duwu and Karen Mayindu also on the podium. Neither returning for the 60 indoors here. And so I guess Gittens is the highest placer of the 100 metre runners from last year who does return here. So that could mean something. So full lineup with Cara Bole-Williams of Newcastle, Cara Walsh of Exeter, Brooke Kluchak of UCL, Sadie Graham-Mbani, Oxford Brookes, then Gittens of Loughborough, Isabel Walton, King's College, Zainab El Touni of Bath. Just the 7 lanes being used in this final heat. Bit of movement there, ought to be comfortable this for Gittens, away and clear. El Touni in second for Bath, 7:56. Another that was able to ease up across that line. Gittens catching breath fairly quickly there, and those semi-finals then will take place at 5 minutes past 6 or thereabouts. Final at 7:15. Interestingly, that we end with the 60 hurdles. We're in the 60 hurdles, it appears. But the men's 60 hurdles will actually be before the 60 flat finals. So coming into this, 8:02 was good enough in order to progress. And it's a difference of 0.02 of a second between Lily White and Isabel White. Just waiting for this particular result to be fed in, and it is one of the fastest winning times, certainly. It's actually the same time as Datey, the other Loughborough heat winner. That result has come in. It's 7:55 officially now. So it is the third fastest time that we have seen. Wilkins, Fraser, Gittins, Datey, Maneke, Humphrey, all between 7:44 and 7:61. And just having a look, I don't think third place affected things there. It was 8:03 compared to 8:02 that was needed. That result being read off the roster website, meets.rosterathletics.com. You can also download the app if you haven't already.
Welcome everybody to BUCS Super Rugby. That's right, the best leagues in the land are back. We are back for our 10th season. 2016, what was happening back then? Donald Trump, first time he got elected president. Stranger Things was first aired. Taylor Swift and Calvin Harris were dating. Well, not everything stands the test of time, but one thing that does is this very league here. This is what it's all about, BUCS Super Rugby, where the best university leagues in the land battle it out for cup glory.
All my friends are wasted, and I hate this club. Man, I drink too much.
Is there enough dead ball, Aaron? You betcha! Go storming on, dragging their jerseys! Dab through once again! Perfection!
At the back this time, interception! Here we go!
Wednesday nights, where else have you been? BUCS Super Rugby with us on the live stream or here in person. The best league in the land. See you next time. Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
But now I'll rise above you.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
Welcome where it all began, Torino.
The United Kingdom will be looking to add to their total of 16 Winter Games medals, led out by Ethan Clark, biathletes Robin Munro.
Over the next 10 days, we will celebrate the Magic 11 winter sports across the beautiful Piemonte region.
I declare the FISU World University Games Touring 2025 officially open.
Gonna rank 82.75, second place for sure, and GB. Holly Smith from Great Britain into second place, 78.25.
Ends the match and puts it out of reach for Germany. And so Great Britain become the first ever World University Games mixed doubles champion.
You will never forget about Torino 2025, the greatest edition ever.
Myself and other people look up to athletes and to the top athletes. You don't want to be looking up to somebody who's taking shortcuts and cutting corners to try and gain an unfair advantage. So I think it's really important that the people that are winning in sport and people that are competing in sport are clean and not doing those things, because it's not a good example to set anyone.
Here we go, it's a dangerous show. Leave it all on the floor, let's roll.
proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
Welcome everybody to BUCS Super Rugby. That's right, the best leagues in the land are back. We are back for our 10th season. 2016, what was happening back then? Donald Trump, first time he got elected president. Stranger Things was first aired. Taylor Swift and Calvin Harris were dating. Well, not everything stands the test of time, but one thing that does is this very league here. This is what it's all about, BUCS Super Rugby, where the best university leagues in the land battle it out for cup glory. Is there enough dead ball, Aaron? You betcha! Go storming on, dragging their jerseys! Dab through once again! Perfection!
The back this time, interception! Here we go!
Wednesday nights, where else have you been? BUCS Super Rugby with us on the live stream or here in person. The best league in the land. See you next time.
But now I'll rise above you.
So we're just a moment away from the men's 60 metres hurdles heats, 3 of them. And hurdler alongside me, Onyeka Oko, World Under-27 semi-finalist for Great Britain in Cali, Colombia a few years ago. Onyeka, obviously we're used to seeing you compete over 400 hurdles. And we're just having a look at these heats here. But first of all, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, yes. Excited for the weekend, so looking to get underway tomorrow in the 400.
Yeah, and you and well, your sister as well, of course, very much accustomed to this kind of atmosphere and this kind of championships, and it's something special, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, championships are always one of my favourite ones of the year, and it's quite a good opportunity to see how you can deal with the pressure, because you got to make it through the multiple rounds, got to deal with who's run what, people might go PB, and it's just an ever-changing landscape of what's going on, so I quite like it.
These shorter hurdles, and also the 400 outdoors as well, we quite often see some clear contenders, I think. I mean, it's quite a hard race to predict, but obviously just less people putting their hands up to do this than the 60 metres, of which there's like 12 heats, and there's 3 heats here. So, and I mean, you know some of these athletes. Adam Hall is a decathlete, we quite often see that as well, don't we? Craig Moncur is as well. In the past few years, we've seen people like Tom Wilcott, you know, at Loughborough, but yeah, some great quality. But here, there's probably some medal contenders that we know are medal contenders before these heats have even happened.
Yeah, and I think just one more name, Ruben, sprint hurdler. I actually trained with him before going to uni, so shout out the Hurdle Dynamics guys. But yeah, I mean, he's around 792. We've got another 7'9" guy down here, a couple of 8 lows. So. But it is the short hurdles, and sort of a bit like with the 400 hurdles, for me, anything can happen. But I think that's more exaggerated. You've got 5 hurdles. If you go and mess up at hurdle 2, that could be your race over and done with.
So it's going to be top 2 in each of these heats, and then 2 time qualifiers. And of course, that means they'll go straight through to the final. And they may have expected to run 3 rounds, but that will make it a fair bit easier, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably have a couple of hours. I don't know what the timings is, but they'll have a couple of hours. Probably can't really cool down too much in that time. You've got to keep yourself moving. But it's a lot nicer than having to run, you know, heats to semis to finals, which might only be an hour and a half apart. And it's like you've got to keep yourself switched on. And semis, for most people, could be their finals. So if you go and run really well in the semis and you make the final, you've got to go through that again, and that's taxing not only on your body physically, because you're covering 60 meters over 5 42-inch barriers in 8 seconds, but mentally as well, having to prep yourself to be like, go through that warm-up procedure, go through the cool room, and get out on the track and race again.
Yes, it will be around 3 hours until the final, expected to be at 10 to 7, so that's a decent rest time. So yes, we have got Ruben Hedman, who you mentioned here, for Essex in lane 1, expecting him to be certainly the top contender here, ranked number 1 coming into this, as you said, around 7'9", personal best a couple of years ago when he was 4th at BUCS Indoors. I don't want to jinx anything, but there's a good chance for him to be higher than that, absolutely. Archie Street of Glasgow, then Adeta Kumba Canberra Mortimer of Cardiff Met, Samuel Coulson, Manchester, Remy Weinbrecht of Bath, Chinedu Ndukwu of Warwick, and Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen. DNS there. Is there. So, decent getaway from a Canby Mortimer, but in front of him is Ruben Hedman, nice and clear, and that's really the mission that he's accomplished, just to get through that race cleanly, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. An 8:02 flash time, that appears to be a season's best, so I'm sure that Ruben will be happy with that, but I know him, he'll definitely want more coming from the final. He'll want to break that 8 seconds barrier again. He's done it a few times before, and last year, before the champs here last year, he hadn't gone sub-8 and produced 2 sub-8 runs, one in the heats and one in the final. So he's definitely shown he's a guy that can go to championships and perform at the level that he needs to, and obviously former GB representative as well at Euro Juniors in 2023.
Yes, so yeah, Ruben Hedman and Adam Hall very closely matched, 792 and 793 on personal best. Adam Hall has a great record because he's a 7 times BUCS medalist in 4 events, including long jump and pole vault, but 2 of those events are both sprint hurdles, just indoors and out, so it's kind of 3.5 really. But he set his PB here also in 2024. I noticed there that Ewan Wallace DNF there, or at least he got his approach wrong to that first hurdle. Just caught that on the replay there as we were looking at those at the front of the race. So Ruben Hedman of Essex and Adam Hall of Heriot Watt, quite different to you competing for Loughborough. They are kind of like flag bearers, if you like, flag bearers for their university, which must be quite an experience for them, you know, to win gold for your uni when they don't often get that occasion.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you see that even all the way through to senior international level, with Julian Alfred winning a medal for St. Lucia, I think it is. And they just don't see that often. And it's definitely, I can imagine it'll be good for the university, and especially like the athletics club as a whole. It'll get more people looking at the sport, get more people joining in at that university. They'll see, oh, one of our guys has just gone and has gone and won a medal at the university championships. There's no reason why I can't join the club and aspire to achieve that also.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, a nice reference there with Julian Alfred. There's also historic success for Botswana, of course, with Tobago, and for Pakistan, for Ashad Nadim in the javelin. I know that there was a public holiday in Botswana after that success. It'd be nice if the universities could give like a similar sort of thing. I don't know, like everyone has a day off lectures.
Yeah, day off lectures. I'm sure a lot of students would appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, it's just a good opportunity for these, for the smaller unis and the ones that don't have as big of a budget or as big as a team as teams like Loughborough or Birmingham or Leeds Beckett do, to get their name out there, and hopefully you can see the growth that Botswana have had with their athletics. It started with Tobago, and now they've got a world champs winning 4x40, and it's sort of not come out of nowhere in that regard, but it's been propelled forward by Tobago's success.
Yeah, absolutely. It's inspired others. Isaac McQuarrie before him as well. And yeah, I think in some cases, again, you know, quite different for you, but athletes happen to be at a particular university. That's what they pick for their degree, and then they have to kind of contact their sporting union to find out how can they represent at BUCS, because they've got the qualifying time. They happen to be an amazing athlete or whatever, and they have to try and get some kit from somewhere and be the only athlete sometimes at the champs. So yeah, probably a different environment to when you're with a big team. But Adam Hall's been representing Heriot Watt for a good few years, and you can hardly miss that vest, fluorescent yellow on the front. And of course, we've seen Daniel Goriola win this title a couple of years running, outdoors as well. One of those he beat indoors, yeah, was Ruben Hedman. Got that silver medal last year. But Hall winning outdoors. So the full lineup here. Hall in one, and then another athlete from a Scottish university is Tom Palmer, Aberdeen. Oscar Hennessy Leach, again, could be a medal contender if he can make it through to the final. Last year's Scottish indoor silver medalist. Alistair Mackay of Strathclyde, more Scottish representation. All of the first four lanes. Ethan Usherwood of Nottingham, Dan Richardson, Sheffield, Max Rowe, Leeds Beckett, and Zahir Sadiq of Oxford. So just to remind you once again, top two going through automatically and two-time qualifiers across all heats. So Hall away, I think some great scraps going on behind. Mackay of Strathclyde in second place. Behind Hall, 8:14 on the clock. So interesting, a 10th off Hedman there. But still, again, he's done what he needed to do.
I'm pretty sure that was Nottingham's Stephen Usherwood in second place.
It's quite often said on Yeka that in the rounds of hurdles, you can't save too much energy because your race has such precision in the way it's planned out that you want to hit that stride pattern throughout the race.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for the four hurdles, you can get away with it. You can run anywhere between 13 and 15 strides, even going down to 16 between the hurdles. But here you've got no other option other than to run 3 strides in between the hurdles. And it's such fine margins. You've got 60 meters to get it right. And a lot of that comes from the 12, 13 meters from the start to the first barrier. So maybe for Adam, he's he's looking at getting out hard, getting over that first hurdle as well as he can, and then sort of hitting that flow state in between the hurdles where maybe he's not going 100% and he's just carrying that momentum that he's gained over that first hurdle through the rest of the race. That might be why he's finished in an 8-1. Obviously, he's a much quicker guy than that. He's a 7-9 guy. And he's ran 10.7 in the 100, so clearly he's, and 6.8 I think this year, or maybe it's his PB. So he's a quick guy. So if I was him, probably wouldn't be, or anyone watching, wouldn't be too worried about that. I'm sure they'll all turn up in the final to come later.
Yeah, and he is set to be busy as well. He's entered for the pole vault and the shot put. It's interesting because of UK indoors also this week, and it's quite a lot of athletes that are entered, but we're actually waiting to see whether they do actually turn up on the start line. So it's figuring all that out, isn't it? Because I think people enter in advance, don't they, just so they've got that entry there.
Yeah, definitely. So you have to enter by the 6th of January. So by that point, I don't even know if British Champs invites have even gone out. So it's a bit like some people you'd be looking, I'm sure yourself were looking to see, who's entered BUCS, who's entered British Champs, and you're seeing for people in like the 2, 4, 8s, they've entered both. Obviously they can't do both, but it's good to have both entered, and then you can pick and choose closer to the time, because there's no harm in entering both, accepting your British Champs invite, and then deciding a week before which one you're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely right. And even to this day today, it looked as though there was going to be a bit of crossover, but less than thought, I think. Corey Nealon Richards, I think, was one of them, was a DNS. But the para athletes, a great opportunity for them to be on 2 stages and get that recognition, if you like. So, you know, Tom Young and Rebecca Scott, I think, both of Loughborough. And yeah, been more and more para events in recent years. Yeah, your sister winning a real hatful of medals.
Yeah.
Dee kind of en route, that kind of helped her, you know, build confidence in a way. How she helped Birmingham with so many BUCS points, and then on her journey to the Paralympic Games, of course. So it helped her put her career path, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think also as well for the other para athletes, there's not that many opportunities for them to all get together and to be in the same race as each other. Yes, they're different disabilities, so the speed might be different, but it's one of the few times in a year where it's not a champs. It's not where it's a major champs international where they can all get together and be in that para athletics environment that will help prepare them for, you know, the British champs or even representing their country. Because for Dee, she hadn't done any internationals before. So Paris, the Paralympics, was her first time in a GB vest. So having that experience definitely helped.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, really, having that kind of big stage as your first. It's the same for Tyree Donovan. I think it was his first international call-up, obviously, in your event, wasn't it, at the Olympics? Amazing that. It's almost like anything else would feel secondary, but I'm sure that won't be the case. So Raja Kumar of St Andrews, Yang of Loughborough, Martin of Bath, Moncur of Birmingham, Impong Pirard of Warwick, Rennie of Glasgow, Francis of Sheffield Hallam, and Belbeck of Hartpury in this third and final heat. So Xiaojun Yang ought to be contended here, fastest athlete in this heat, I believe. 8:03 personal best. Coming through nicely from Moncur, last year's bronze medalist. These two are through to the final. 8:05, so second fastest time at the 3 heats. Yeah, Yang, so he's a 23-year-old Chinese athlete, 8:07 to win the Loughborough Open, so in reasonably good form, and it's another time that's quite close to his 8:03 personal best.
Yeah, and it appeared that he eased up, just waiting for the replay to come through, but it appeared that he eased up before the line, so definitely 7-9 is in there. But a little bit of a messy race for Moncur of Birmingham, but you know, it's that first one, it's getting them nerves out, and it looks like he twitched in the blocks as well. So I'll know from experience, when you twitch in the blocks, you're thinking, is the race going to get called back? And, you know, he's got less than 2 seconds to get to that first hurdle and get it right. So a lot of thoughts going through. So I'm sure when it comes round to the final in 3 hours' time, he'll have them all ironed out.
Yeah, and Moncur also a decathlete like Hull, but whereas Hull's been consistently winning medals, Moncur, he had made 6 individual finals last year, but had a best of 6th, and then suddenly he makes this breakthrough in the hurdles and gets a medal, and I think that's his 9th BUCS final now, which is pretty impressive. Obviously, you have to compete in multiple events to do that, but that's pretty decent. 9 finals in a few years. So that was the final heat of the men's 60 hurdles, and there will be 4 heats for the women in just a moment's time. These men have gone straight through to their final later on. So attention turning to the women's heats in a moment's time. So Onyeka Oko alongside me, World Under-20 and European Under-20 semi-finalists for Great Britain over the last few seasons. What's your year shaping up like this year? What any sort of goals or anything that you're working towards particularly?
Not really thought too much about it. I wasn't even planning on doing an indoor season, and then sort of decided last minute, asked my coach, can I get into Steel Cup? Ran 48.1, which is my fastest time in 3 years. So kind of nice to get that breakthrough after a couple of troubling years getting started. So yeah, sort of a privilege to be here, especially as men's captain for Loughborough. So wasn't really thinking of an indoor season, not really to put too much thought into outdoors. I think just trying to get races right. That's been my issue over the last couple of years. So yeah, just doing that, hopefully trying to make some progress, hopefully PBing, because I've not done that for a few years now. So yeah.
Yes, well, I'm sure the days when races haven't gone right will make the days when they do feel even sweeter, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And so, being captain of the Loughborough men's team, that is quite an accolade. Have you had to make some sort of speech, or, you know, what does that actually involve? It's
involved a speech so far. So, in our team meeting on Wednesday, I literally found out the evening before, so I had to make a speech up really quick. I think I wrote it in a few minutes, left it till about 15 minutes before the speech, before the meeting, and then decided to make a few changes. But other than that, not too much. I've spent most of today so far in the physio room just behind us, just sort of chilling out. So I'm not on till tomorrow, so trying to waste as little energy as possible. But I've popped out every now and then, supported the rest of the guys on. So yeah, it's just hoping to be sort of that person on the team where, you know, especially for the younger, like the freshers or even the second years, or maybe it's someone's first BUCS, someone's first national championships, being that person that they can, you know, approach, talk to, help them out in that way. So yeah, it's just trying to be that nice, friendly face on the team.
I'm sure you'll have no trouble doing that.
Thank you.
Always want to bring a smile to a meet, and occasionally an international vest from another country. I remember seeing you with a Finland vest, didn't you, that you got at maybe the Europeans?
Yes, I got that from Jiri Harpalainen, who won Euro Juniors. I actually beat him in the heats, and he did get the better of me in the semis. So yeah, I've got quite a few. I've obtained a few, traded away quite a bit of kit to get quite a lot of countries' kit. So yeah, it's quite nice to have. I've got quite a few, so I'd like to keep them on the rotation, but the Finland one's probably my favourite one.
Oh, nice, yeah. Because you can't, there's limited ways of obtaining athletics kit compared to like football shirts, for example, where you can buy them one. I've got the France kit that's got the Louvre museum design with like the triangle sort of thing, which is kind of cool. But actually the material of it is really super rough.
Yeah.
So it's actually not that nice to wear. I'll just have to hang it up. And then one I like is the Spanish kit that had like the flames on it.
Yes.
Which is a good one. Have you got that one?
I don't. No, I don't. Trying to think of which ones I do have. I've got so I've got Finland, Portugal, France. Oh my God, Brazil. I've got Costa Rica one.
Oh wow, that is obscure.
Literally got that last minute at World Juniors. There's definitely some more that I've forgotten off the top of my head, but
yeah, you don't come across too many Costa Rican athletes there.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you of course have been to Colombia as part of those World Juniors, which is yeah, pretty cool in itself, isn't it? I know that when Mondo Duplantis went there for the World Youths at the time, people were giving him their babies and said, oh, can you have a picture with my baby because you might be famous one day. And it turns out he is a little bit famous today, so that must have been pretty cool, as we see ourselves on on camera from the commentary position. So yeah, hello there.
I'm sure that maybe they were doing the same with Tobago after dropping, what did he drop? 993, I think, something like that. I still remember watching that on the TV in my hotel room. It was crazy. So.
Yeah, of course. And you know, some of those champions go on to kind of emulate, like Duplantis, what they've done, and others that was their big moment. I think people forget that sometimes. You know, the pressure's always on to see, these are like the stars of the future. But sometimes that achievement in itself, you can't forget how special it might be as your best achievement in the sport. And it's the same for like under 18 level, particularly. Some people might go on to other sports as well. You know, there are English schools champions that have gone on to other sports. I'm sure you've seen people that have been very good at teenage level and then, you know, nothing against them, but they've just decided to kind of pursue other things.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of, you know, going to university, even just like growing up, because under 18s, you might have not even done your GCSEs yet, or maybe you've just done them, and like things just change quite fast. And I think looking back to when I was a junior 3-4 years ago now, and thinking then, where am I going to be in 4 or 5 years time? It's not the place I am in at the minute, but you still learn to be like grateful for the position that you're in. And every time I compete, whether it's like good or bad, I'm still learning lessons from it, and that's in itself, that is making me a better athlete. And with that now just needs to come a little bit better performances, which I'm sure will come from me hopefully this season.
Just watching men's triple jump here, just echoing what you're saying. An athlete who's done extremely well at BUCS, but was waiting, doing races and more, but has had one of the breakthroughs of this indoor season, Isabel Boffey. You know, how many times are you doing the same race and around the same time of 2 minutes, then suddenly you drop a 1:57. So I kind of goes to show that the years of persistence, you know, I hope it will be the case for you in terms of what you're after. You just said there, that could come time down the line where you think you've done everything right, kind of on repeat. It just goes to show sometimes there's no time limit on when your breakthrough can happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, Tyree Donovan, perfect example of it, had never, before the World Champs, had never represented GB before. At least I don't think he had. Like 99% certain. So, and then you go to a World Champs, you make the semi-finals, and you place, I think it was around 12, maybe somewhere around that, and you run a new PB, and you run half a second off the national record, which has stood for upwards of 30 years. And I think that's just one good example of, like, he's nearing his 30s now. That not everyone is on the same path. Those that maybe have excelled at youth level, at junior level, they don't end up going on to the senior level. But then it's those that, you know, were not at that level as a teenager or in their early 20s, and it takes them that little bit longer to get going.
Yeah, it's interesting because he obviously watched his training partners go to world championships like Jesse Knight and Chris McAllister, and I think he had an injury in his final BUCS, so there was that disappointment. But eventually things just came right. It's quite an extraordinary story, and he was one of few British athletes to actually set a PB on the top level, which is quite extraordinary, as well. So yes, that's one thing about the 400 metre hurdles as well. There's quite often potential to improve chunks of time as well, and so you might open up when do you think you might open up your season in hurdles?
We're planning on going away in training camp in April, so probably after we get back from that, so like late April. I definitely want to race before BUCS this year, because I didn't last year. And then went terribly wrong in the final, pushed the first hurdle over, which I've never done before. So hopefully this year round we can get a few races in before to get that right. That's a real goal of mine this year. I know I said, I wasn't really thinking about it, but now it's come to mind. Winning BUCS is because I've placed silver in my first year, didn't finish last year. So hopefully this is now the time where maybe I could go and take the title.
All will be revealed, all will be found out. That's the beauty of it. Tell me, this amazing athletic potential right across your family. What's the origin of it? Is there an origin of it, you know, from your parents or something like that?
Yeah, I know my mum is listening, so
right.
Hi mum.
Is it Liz?
Liz. It's not come from her side of the family, it's come from my dad's side of the family. So my dad ran the 400 when he was younger, and my dad's mum also ran, well, at the time it would have been the 440 yards. So that's where it's come from. So it's just come down from there. But yeah, no, definitely very, well, I know I said it didn't come from my mum's side, but in the way it's come from my mum is the support, and, you know, from as long as I can remember doing the sport, taking me here, there, everywhere. Even now, like, even though I'm at uni and I drive, she'll still come and watch most of my races. So she's not going to be here this weekend, but usually, like, when it comes to summer and outdoors, still make that trip. So it definitely helps.
Oh, that's awesome. So you're a third generation 400 meter runner, effectively.
Pretty much,
That's super cool. Yeah. You're going to make it 4?
Hopefully.
Carry
it on.
Just kidding. No, we're not quite there yet, are we? But we are about there for the women's 60 meter hurdle. So this will be interesting. We've got Etienne Morn, so previous winner of the title for Newcastle. Abigail Paulet's kind of dominated over the last few years and breaking the championship record. This time I noticed we've got 4 heats, but we still straight through to the final because it's only the top athlete that going through from each of the 4 heats and then 4-time qualifiers. So this is going to be quite tough to qualify here straight through to the final, isn't it? Just the winner going through automatically.
Yeah, it'll be tough, and it appears that obviously the heats are evenly separated. So there'll be you've got Etienne in this first one, and then Freya in the next. They're going to be looking to obviously win. But then for everyone else, it's that point I mentioned earlier. This is your first final of the day. Your next final is going to be later if you make it. But you don't have that luxury of being, maybe if you're the second quickest in your heat, you don't have that luxury of being able to think, oh, I'm the second quickest, I can come in second. Coming in second isn't good enough. Like, it might not be good enough. You're going to have to get out hard and run it as hard as you can, and try and run as fast as you can, and get that non-automatic qualifying place.
Yes, you'll kind of notice who the athletes are who feel really desperate to give everything they have to try and make it through to that final. And yeah, the final is actually the last event of the day at 7:25. Yeah, it's interesting how they've done it. They kind of split the 2 hurdles finals. Maybe they didn't think there'll be some sort of hurdle chaos, that is be a dramatic finale to the end of the day. So let's have a look here. We've got Amy Christian of Chester, Bria Cook of Aberdeen, Noah Mundus of Greenwich, Natalia Leszewska, Middlesex, Amy Kennedy of Glasgow. So yeah, once again, strong Scottish representation. Etienne Morn, though, is the athlete we're looking here as one of the top contenders, certainly. And her success has kind of been combined with Joy Eze. Both been very consistent here. Eze not here, but Morn is the 2024 BUCS outdoor champion, and then a pair of silver medals last year. As we know, Newcastle, one of the loudest supporting universities, and likes of Morn have rewarded them with performances on the track. Rosie Hickling competes the lineup for Sheffield Hallam with this tough qualifying conditions. Let's see what they can do. Watch out for Morn from 6 in particular. So underway now. Morn going well, also Cook for Aberdeen. So Etienne Morn comes through from Rosie Hickling, and Cook in 3rd place. 8:42 there. Yeah, so a bit of pressure then on Etienne Morn, despite being the favourite, knowing that things were so tight with just that one position. But yeah, mission accomplished.
Yeah, job done. She'll just be looking to get through this, run a good time, get a good lane for the final. You might think, oh, they're running in a straight line, what does the lane have any difference? But she definitely doesn't want to be in lane 7 or in lane 8. And winning your heat means that you're not going to be in there. 8:42, great time. Not too far off her season's best of 8:34 this year. So I'm sure she'll be happy.
Very consistent, because she's won a medal in all of the last 3 BUCS competitions, that's indoors or out, and then she's been at least 4th in all of the last 4. And for a sprint hurdler, that's very, very good. So we'll see what happens in the final, though, as we've got the likes of Kira Holt, Ariana McGee still to come. McGee, who was the bronze medalist outdoors last year, just ahead of Kira Holt. Yeah, quite often it's the same contenders who've competed in previous years. I had a look, actually. I wasn't sure if you'd done 60 hurdles competitively before.
Way back.
Yeah.
Like talking under 13s, under 15s back. It is something that I've wanted to do, like not switch events, couldn't do that. But I want to give it a go. My training group from home, I've said I've had some claims of what I could run. They're not too happy to hear those claims. They don't agree. But I'm sort of that person, I'll back myself to do it. So hopefully, maybe next year I can get myself into 60 hurdles. But 42-inch barriers, that's quite high.
Yeah, we quite often see people doing speed work who are flat 400-meter runners and having a go in the 60, especially at things like the UK indoors for a bit of speed work. But yeah, don't see it as often with the hurdles. The reason you mentioned this is Ryan Wood of Leeds Beckett in qualifying for men's triple jump, so automatic distance 14.50, but in the women's competition, making it through to the final was like 1 meter 24 less than the automatic mark. Have you done triple jump?
No. That's one of the few events I haven't done, so I don't know if my knees could do it.
Yeah, I mean, I did attempt to, but didn't really have the coordination like many people. So we've got 2 groups here, and as I say, always typically going to be the top 12. Generally, this is Alex Gray of Bath. So you're saying that it was your dad and your grandma who were athletes. So what sort of era then for your grandma? Must have been, trying to do the maths in my head, like definitely when Nigeria, because that side of the family's Nigerian, was still in the Commonwealth, so probably looking 1940s, 1950s. Oh right, yeah,
maybe
okay.
even earlier.
Yeah. Oh, wow, yeah, that does take us back quite so far. So we could have 100 years, you know, well, eventually. We could have 100 years of athletics in the Oko family. That's cool. And yeah, I mean, there's another athlete who's descendant of Nigerian international. I think it's Emanuela Aliyu, whose dad Deji ran at the Athens Olympics in the relay for Nigeria, I think it is. So there's kind of there's some connections there. British internationals with like Nigerian international heritage. Sorry, I pop up with loads of random anecdotes. This is heat number 2 then. Erin Williams of Robert Gordon, Isabel Walton of KCL, Ellen Roberts Birmingham, Hallam's Hayley Diamond, Lisa Halliday Liverpool, Freya Doherty Loughborough, and Sophie Hogton of Newcastle. So Freya Doherty would be ranked 2nd overall here, 8:38 personal best. Let's see how she goes here. Very nice, clean race to this point, and comes through ahead of Erin Williams, it looks like, of Robert Gordon on the inside. Well, that was a case really where she did a lot of the hard work earlier in the race. Yeah, again, the first heat quite a bit faster, similar to the men's, quite a bit faster than the second heat there. But Freya, I think this is actually her BUCS Indoors debut over this event. She did compete last year. It was a DNF in last year's final, so I guess you'll know what the pain of that is like. Sorry to remind you, but
what is quite funny about that is I had just pushed over the hurdle, told her about it, and then she did the exact same thing. So she said that I cursed her. So
well, that's good that you can have that kind of light-hearted joke about it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really much else for me to do other than to try and make something funny out of me doing that. But yeah.
Yeah, I remember because obviously Molly Caudry in the pole vault didn't make it through to the final of the Olympics, and Joel Clark-Kahn, her partner, he posted something like, "What a terrible aura." When you don't make it through, or something like that, and I was like, wow, in a moment of disappointment. But clearly that maybe was sort of similar situation there, just nothing else to do but to make light of the fact that you've done something that was exactly the opposite of what you would have wanted. In any case, yeah, very good there. Etienne Morn in the final, there's less than a tenth there between their two times, very close on personal best as well, so yeah, not much to choose between the two of them so far from what we've seen.
No, yeah, very good race. She'll be happy with that. Same as Etienne, job done, into the final later. And sort of from now till call room, it's about managing the time. I know Loughborough as a team, we had in our team meeting the nutritionists and the physiologists talking about, okay, how can we optimize the time between finishing your round and what you're doing before the next round, because that's an important period in the weekend. And that will be something that Freya's used to doing. She's a former heptathlete, coached by Ashley Bryant. So she'll have that knowledge from doing the heptathlons herself. She'll have the knowledge from her coach and being in that training group. So I'm sure that won't be an issue for her.
Yeah, interesting insight there in terms of former heptathlete. We've seen, in the sprint hurdles in particular, lots of winners who are multi-eventers, and we'd already talked about Paula, of course, holding the championship record. So this is the lineup for this next heat, the third one. Kira Holt of Birmingham, Chikwin Defo of Nottingham, Alice Isons of Cambridge, Andrea Stojanovic of Loughborough, so who would be ranked third overall, athlete who was last year's Dutch under-20 indoor champion, personal best set in Apeldoorn, which hosted last year's European Indoors, of 8:39, so again quite closely matched to the other two we were talking about. Mariam Bicassa of UCL, Sophie Doherty of Sheffield, Samantha Stubbs of Bath, and Alicia Wells of Oxford. So another Loughborough athlete here, one I don't know as well as a kind of international, but looks like you've got a couple of contenders.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I trained with Andrea, so yeah, come over from the Netherlands. She actually speaks 3 languages. She speaks English, Dutch, and Serbian.
Wow,
she told me that the other day at training, and I was like quite impressed. But yeah, so 8:3, great time. I don't think she's ran quicker than 8:5. So, oh no, she ran. I'm trying to remember what she ran at Steel Cup, but she ran well at Steel Cup. But then you've got someone else that's got the experience of making it through rounds in championships, and that's Kira Holt. Went to Euro Juniors in 2023 in Jerusalem, so she has that international experience. So looking at the start list, this is probably the toughest of the heat draws. You've got a former GB international, and then you've also got someone that's ran 8:3, and only one of them gets to go through automatically.
Yeah, absolutely. On the entries, incidentally, Jess Duncton, who also went to those European under-20s, was on there, but doesn't appear to be in any of the heats. So yeah, that's why I said Etienne Morn top ranked, and Doherty then Stojanovic. So yes, watch out for Stojanovic from 4 and Holt from 1 here in the red of Birmingham. Heat number 3. Again, just the winner going through to that final, hoping to join Morn and Doherty. So Stojanovic pushing her way over that third barrier. Holt close with her. I think the dip on the line from Stojanovic was good. The time showing up is 8:53 there. That was the closest one that we've seen so far.
Yes, sort of as I mentioned, I think Kira's 8:68 is slightly outdated. I think heavily on the thing because it's from times when you entered in early January. So even if you ran something quicker this indoor season, it's not being reflected on the start lists. So looking at the replay back, from the angle we have, it looks like Andrea may have just out-dipped, but obviously we don't have the perfect angle. But yeah, and that's 8:51 for Andrea and 8:52 for Kira, so definitely the hardest one to make it out. And for Kira, she's going to feel as though she's been dealt a bad hand, maybe. She's going to get, not that it's as big of a deal with the straight line races, but she's not going to get those preferred lanes of 3, 4, 5, and 6. She'll probably be in either 2 or 7, and that puts her towards the side of maybe she would want to be next to Etienne, fastest qualifier through by attempt so far. Maybe she wants to be next to her and be pushed through the race by her, but maybe having a lane further away might mean that she can just focus on her own race, and that might be better for her.
Yeah, so at least she is comfortably in at the moment. Before that race, 8:98 was enough to make it through to the final, and Morn still fastest so far with 8:41. That leaves us with one heat remaining then. So Scarlett Whittaker of Liverpool, Grace Brennan of Aberdeen, who was in the pole vault earlier, Zoe Gregory of Sheffield, Ariana McGee, who was the bronze medalist last year behind Paulaton Morn, Millie Vass of Cardiff, Sarah Winston Swansea, Erin Campbell of Strathclyde, gold medalist in the relay 3 years ago, and Neve Davenport of Manchester Met. So McGee probably the one to watch out for here. Personal best at 8:35, so yeah, again close with the others that we mentioned. That was actually set in Glasgow last month, and she'd improved from 8:45 this year. She also got a 780 60-metre flat PB. So definitely improving athlete. Interestingly that Grace Brennan was in the pole vault earlier, and whether that's kind of taken anything out of her, but would be an outside contender to make it through anyway. So I guess the key really is the time that's needed to actually make it through as one of the 4 behind the winners. So looks like that's 8:77 at the moment. So I guess you'd be looking at someone like Erin Campbell, Neve Davenport. If they're behind McGee here, that's probably the time. Yeah, well, that is the time that they'd be looking out for.
I think important point about Ariana is she appears to be the only person that beat Etienne last year. She beat her at the Welsh Seniors to come third with a PB of 13:42, I think it is, in the 100 hurdles. So she'll be lining up for that final later, provided she makes it out of the heat. That's not guaranteed, obviously. And she'll be on the start line knowing there's no reason I can't beat her. I've beat her before. Yes, she's #1 seed so far on the entries list, but there's no reason why she can't go out there and beat her.
Very, very good point. You've clearly done your research, as you indicated to me before the day started. Well, you said you'd done your research and people had told you things, so they'd done some on your behalf maybe as well, so a team effort.
Yeah, team effort.
Whittaker, Brennan, Gregory, McGee, Vass, Winston, Campbell and Davenport in this final heat of the women's 60 metres hurdles, looking to make it through to the final that will end the day at 7:25. So McGee from 4, like a rocket, but Bath out of the blocks here, very strong. Campbell in second place, just about. Here comes McGee, 8:28 across that line. Well, comfortably faster, nearly 1.5 tenths faster than anyone else to this point just in the heats. Clearly a woman on a mission.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, she's improving all the time. She improved by a tenth a week and a half, 2 weeks ago now in Glasgow. Obviously Glasgow, very quick track, but you can't take that away from her. She's come to Sheffield in the BUCS heats. There is no pressure, there's no need for her to go and run 8:28, but she's gone and done it. And now she's made that statement that everyone else that's qualified for the final, they're now looking at her being, she's the person to beat now. Before maybe it was Etienne, but now Ariana's the person to beat. She's qualified through a 10.5 quicker than anybody else. She's got a nice PB to go with that. She's improved by nearly a tenth over what she ran in Glasgow. She's clearly in good form, and she's the hottest person on the track right now.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Like you say, it does kind of swing things, but we'll just have to wait and see really for that final. And Morn has improved from 8:36 to 8:34 this year, but McGee's improved from 8:45 to 8:28, and that's an unofficial time in any case. But all makes things very interesting. Would you call it? Would you say who you think the favourite is right now?
I'd probably have to go with Ariana. I mean, one of the hardest things about champs is coming to champs and performing. You can do it at an open meet, you can do it at an international invitation, but if you can't come to the champs and you can't perform at the highest point of the season, but somebody else can, they've got to be the favourite. She's come out, she's shown, not that no one else has shown, but she's definitely shown and proven to us, okay, now I'm an 8.2 runner. I was an 8.3 runner before today. I was an 8.4 runner before last week, or 2 weeks ago even. And now she's really made that statement as, I'm the person to beat. She's told everybody else that. And they're going to be, in the 3 hours is a lot of time to process things. You know, the adrenaline's come down. You're back to sort of normal thinking ways. And maybe for everyone else, that 8.28 might get into their heads. You've got to remember that mental factor. We're all humans. And that might get into the way of how they approach the final. Maybe they might be focusing on, oh, what is she doing? When maybe they should be focusing on themselves. And I'm sure that that's what they're going to do. But it's just trying to be aware of them factors that might have an impact on your final.
Yeah, well, obviously she might end up raising the game of Etienne Morn as well. Think, right, okay, you know, there's no margin forever at all here. I've got to produce my perfect race. So it might be a bit of good pressure on Morn. It could end up, as a result, being a really thrilling final. Looking forward to it. As with the men's as well, Ruben Hedman against Adam Hall. That's probably going to be the matchup, but we'll see who else can figure among all of that. So what are you going to do then for the rest of the day, right until all your captain's duties, make sure everyone's tucked into bed and getting sleep, right?
Probably now going to head over to the hotel. We're not saying staying too far away from here. Go out for dinner tonight. We're going to try and go out somewhere instead of ordering in. It'll be good to get out of the hotel and not be stuck in there for like another 6 hours before I go to sleep. And then, yeah, I mean, tomorrow is just the heats, and championships are my favourite. And I like getting into the swing of things. So I'm hoping that my heats, I think there's 88 of us entered. So that will be 15 heats. It's a lot of heats. There's a lot of waiting around. And I was actually speaking to nutritionists yesterday. One of the issues with that is 15 heats. You can look at that being an hour of 400s, but we're only given when the first heat is until maybe an hour and a half before. So it's about thinking about all those different little things. Am I eating the right thing at the right time? And it's all those other little challenges that I have to navigate and deal with throughout the weekend. But that's the nature of championships, and that's why I like it the most.
Brilliant. Are you going to try and collect any other universities' kit? I don't think you'll do that.
No, I won't. No, we don't.
Can't do that.
Like, there's not enough tops going around to exchange. But I know a couple of the boys on the Loughborough team have joked about that. Most notably, Sammy. He's joked about that. He actually Sammy Locke. He just walked past me, behind me.
Oh,
so that's why that's coming to mind.
We don't like people who walk past.
No. But yeah, so between now and 12 o'clock tomorrow, it's pretty much chilling, using as little energy as possible, but not getting caught up in the fact that, oh, my campaign starts tomorrow, and it's sort of like trying to switch off from that for the night. And then when I wake up tomorrow morning, that's when I can start dealing with it.
Brilliant. Love that. I love most that we've learned new things about the Oko family, despite the fact it's not the first time I've chatted to you, so that's good. May we learn some more next time.
Yes, definitely.
And, on or off the track. Yeah, it'd be great to chat to you.
Cool. Thank you for having me on.
The 800 metres will be run in line with World Athletics rules. Therefore, the break point will be in the home straight where the 2 green flags are.
So, yeah, great to have some insight from our athlete guest. That was Loughborough men's captain Onyeka Oko, World Under-20 semi-finalist for GB in 2022, European semi-finalist 2023. And hello to his mum Liz as well, if you were watching on also. And next guest at 5 o'clock will be Rhee Hawker, running the show for Cardiff Met, but also former BUCS competitor herself as well at 5 o'clock. So in this triple jump competition though, 2 pools of athletes. This is Michael Alajiki of Loughborough. Just wonder if he seems to be moving gingerly, limping somewhat there, which is not what we want to see. So I hope he's all right. Bit of a gap on the track before the men's 800 metres get underway, but I can see they're just coming out onto the track, getting a bit of a shakeout. Yes, there is a warm-up area on the far side, but obviously it's quite busy, and so once you let free on the track, we'll just shake out a bit. It was interesting watching those heats, because only 2 rounds, only get 2 chances to really establish who the contenders are. But I think in the sprint hurdles, like the 400 hurdles outdoors, it can become quite clear quite quickly. And McGee and Morn should be a brilliant battle. Maybe Stojanovic and Holtz among those who might feature on the podium as well. Hedman against Houle. Maybe Xiaojun Yang as well. I think more to come from him, potentially. In the men's 60 hurdles, of course, 60-metre semi-finals before finals to come as well. You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2025. Also keeping an eye out on the pole vault as well, when that starts to get interesting in the A final. Soon to get underway. Before that, though, as you know, men's 800s. We're going to have 7 heats, and it's going to be top 2 going through to the semi-finals, and then 4-time qualifiers. Green card shown here. Final on Sunday at 3:30. Before that, of course, the semi-final. That's just started at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So, in this heat number 1, we have Theo Cheshire of Bath, Samuel Marnie of St Mary's, Oscar Norman of Sussex, Jasper Brooks of Liverpool, Finlay Cornell, Portsmouth, and Will Rabjohns of Loughborough, key contender here, and Edward Enser of Cardiff Met. We've already seen, obviously, the 1500-metre heats this morning. Almost certainly would be nobody doubling up, given how tough the rounds would be with those 6 races. Will Rabjohns to the front. World Under-20 semi-finalist a couple of years ago in Lima, Peru, or 18 months ago. Picked up the European Cross Country Championships Team Silver, also at Under-20 level just a couple of months ago. Former English Schools champion. An unfortunate situation where he was on the inside of the track at the European last year. European Under-20s that was. First across the line, but was unfortunately disqualified. But only in Under-20 there'll be plenty of opportunities to win titles and make amends, and this could be one of those opportunities. And we think one of the big contenders will be his Loughborough teammate David Race. But just here, we've got Edward Enser behind him. So big breakaway from these top 2. Samuel Marnie in 3rd place. He's really working very hard behind. Gap looks to be too big. Come through around 1:57. Rabjohns, a nice clean race, exactly what he wants. Yeah, so an unfortunate BUCS Indoors last year. I think just caught up in traffic on the top bend on the inside and end up out of contention. But as I say, you know, first time unlucky and second time make amends. Plenty of people who can tell you all about that over the years. And a nice clean heat there. That's exactly what he'd want. Personal best 1:49.42 indoors. times don't matter too much, certainly in the heats. Unless you're outside the top 2, we're looking at those qualifying positions, but yeah, I mean in terms of how fantastic the time is, won't be too worried about that. Pole vault A final just getting going. Saw a moment ago, looked like they were going to put the bar at 3:03. That may have been what they were warming up at. So 3:23 we know is the best that we've seen so far. Indeed, yeah, it looks like they've got that underway maybe a few minutes early, because we've already seen Charlotte Prince clear 3:13. So, I mean, there's no danger of any medals, I think, coming from the B final, really, looking at where people are entering, much, much higher than 3:23.
And on Morrison in 5, in 6, and in 7, Kieran Sherraja from Imperial College.
So this then is heat number 2. And it features Edward Flewitt of Warwick, Tom Barnett, Cardiff Met, Scott Marston Smith of Kent, Oliver Morrison, Edinburgh, Tom Waterworth of Loughborough, Luke Haynes of York, and Kieran Sriskandaraja of Imperial College London. So we've already seen Will Rabjohns, 1:57.57, go through with Edward Enser of Cardiff Met. Again, looks like they've got a decent set of middle distance athletes. Looking here at 4:84, Tom Waterworth of Loughborough.
Let's go, Tom!
Sriskandaraja of Imperial just on his outside. He's now cut to hug the inside there. Tom Barnett of Cardiff Met in 3rd place. And behind him it's Oliver Morrison of Edinburgh.
Remember 2 qualified automatically.
So 2 laps to go, coming through around 56 there. Are beginning to close up. I've seen so many different universities win this title over the years, from Cumbria, Dominic Walton, Sheffield and David Dempsey. Let's see what Loughborough can do. 1:26.83 at the bell. But just look at the Cardiff Met man Barnett pushing on. Trying to get that 2nd automatic spot and overtake Sriskandaraja. This is the battle that we need to be watching, 2nd against 3rd. And it's a fantastically timed final phase of the race there from Barnett. 1:54.82. So nearly 3 seconds quicker than that initial run. Well, Sriskandaraja, I think for the moment would be okay. 2:12 at the moment is good enough to make it through. Some big gaps a little further behind. That's obviously only one heat result entered into the system so far. Tom Waterworth, one of those athletes who's improved already this year, 1:49.89, that personal best indoors in Glasgow, like so many athletes improving there. Back with the pole vault A final, nice clearance there. So I mentioned before, bar had gone up to 3:13. Believe that's where it remains. It's a Sheffield vest of Charlotte Prince, one of the first to enter. So 3:23, she's already cleared 3:13, so this will be the new height. Of course, going up the heights quickly because of how few athletes have currently vaulted to this point. Expecting Lottie Pinchas to also get involved at this juncture. Then Esther Tay, but Holly Jupp won't come in until 3:63.
So the bar now at 3 metres 23 in the women's pole vault A final. Charlotte Prince, clear first attempt, 3 metres 13. Amy Taylor's had one attempt at that height.
So bar still at 3:23. This is Amy Taylor of Cardiff Met.
Cardiff Met's Amy Taylor on the runway, I believe, 3:23.
Taylor, personal best of 3:44, and brings that bar down early, unfortunately. Just a reminder that this is the height that Sophie Honan cleared in the B final. So, yeah, we're seeing effectively how many athletes can be ahead of that particular result, the highest that was reached in that earlier competition. In terms of producing an aggregate result, Lottie Pinchas on the runway next to go for Liverpool. And Pinchas is able to clear at 3:20. So her first vault of the competition is successful. Nice speed on the runway, very much in control there. Relatively close on the way down, but no trouble. So this is the English Institute of Sport, which has traditionally hosted the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championship. We're about to get underway with this 13th of the men's 800 metres. So Adrian Engsler, the athlete to watch out here for Sheffield. He goes from lane 6, the camera was briefly on him just then. German athlete, he was actually 5th at the German Outdoor Championships over this distance, I believe, last year, and 6th at the indoors. There he is. Give you the full lineup when the gun goes. So Johar Ali of Leeds Beckett, Newcastle's Joseph Collini, Daniel Rosier of Surrey, Blake Williams for Cardiff, Ben Nutter for Stirling, Engsler we've mentioned, and then Ewan Merrill of Southampton. So South, North Scotland and Wales all represented. Nice geographical spread, but how far spread apart will they be on the track? Let's have a look here. Engsler, our early leader here from Nutter of Stirling. Stirling, who we know already have a big contender with Ryan Martin in the men's distance events. That, of course, won the men's 1500 first heat of the day. So Engsler of Sheffield, personal best indoors 1:48.81. Under a second off his outdoor best, which is reasonably unusual just looking along the field. Most are 2 to 5 seconds off. But again, may have not had too many opportunities to run this kind of race indoors, and may have not had a clean race or a pace-made race indoors. Engsler setting pace of sorts here. You can see there's a move being made by the Leeds Beckett man in the purple and white, Ali. Very determined look on the face of Ben Nutter, now in third place and just 2 going through automatically. 1:33 at the bell, so that's 7 seconds off what we saw in the previous heat. And that's not good news for those outside the top 2. Engsler is going to make sure that he is in the top 2. But look at this fight back though, from the Stirling man Ben Nutter in the green. And Ali, does he have a response? Oh, he doesn't. 2 minutes 7:3. So it's 3 seconds off what Rab Johns did, 3 seconds shy of Rab Johns, I mean by that, and nearly 6 seconds shy of Waterworth. So Johar Ali may find himself out in terms of qualification for those semi-finals. Job well done by Engsler. Need we say any more? Waterworth fastest qualifier, 1:54.83 officially. At the moment, 2:01.03 is needed, so yeah, it's been quite a jump from last time I'd said 2:12. And it still leaves a time gap to slot into, and that was before this race was entered into the system. Sure it will be soon.
So the lineup for this fourth heat in lane 1 from Manchester University, we have Archie Bradbury. In 2 from Durham University, Ewan Pinder. In 3 from Northumbria University, Alistair Beasley. And Oxford University's Harry Wilson. In 4 from Stirling University, James Grant. In 5, the Birmingham City athlete, Panu Kunchu Jupian. And in 6 from Winchester University, Harry Ware. Heat 4, men's 800.
We move on with heat number 4 of the men's 800 metres. Heat 4 of 7 then, with Archie Bradbury of Manchester, Ewan Pinder of Durham, Alistair Beasley for Northumbria, James Grant for Stirling. So they've got a good contingent that continues. Ben Nutter doing very well to time that finish for that second place a moment ago. Panu Kunchu Jumpijan of BCU, Harry Ware of Winchester, should be the top contender here. Good few seconds faster than the rest on paper. And Harry Wilson of Oxford, we know races aren't run on paper though. It does appear that Ware is third ranked coming in. 1 48.44 is outdoor best, 150.75 indoors for last year's Southern Indoor Champion. And we saw, Letitia of Winchester making it through to the semi-finals, and commented at the time, I thought that was good to see a Winchester athlete doing well, but actually they've had, similar to maybe Swansea, you'd say, seem to be raising their profile as a university, and we'll just have to see if that pattern continues, because we're only a few hours into the first day. And that's particularly good to see, and I can see a Winchester teammate watching on, and probably quite impressed by this performance from Harry Ware. So in second place is Ewan Pinder of Durham, and they're being pushed up at the back of Ware, and he has to respond massively here now, because he was easing down. Does he have something? Really has to push now, and does get away, but that was nearly a little scare. Wilson in third place. 1:56.29 this time. Second fastest heat that we've seen so far. So Rabjohns, Waterworth, Engsler and Ware, the 4 heat winners at this point. Jack Organ, the top name to watch out for Oxford in the next heat. We'll also see Tobias Cheeseborough of Bath in the 5th one.
The bar at 3 meters 33. Clear at that height. Sheffield's Charlotte Prince, 2025 Midland under 20 silver medalist outdoors and the 2024 champion. Lottie Pitchers, the Liverpool University student, she too clear at 3 meters 33. She had 1 failure at 3.23, clear first attempt at 3.33.
So Pincher's 3.33 here, and maintains perfect record, looking very strong. Of course, it's still early stages of the competition, don't want to get too carried away, but building some momentum.
We'll go back to the track.
In 5 minutes, 800 metres on the inside leads is Nicholas Patabi. 2 from UWS is Jordan Phillips. In 3 from Exeter, Tom Slater. And 4 from Oxford, Jack Organ. In 5 from Edinburgh, Jonathan Smith. And in 6 from Imperial, David Barr-Fieri. In 5 minutes, 800 metres. On your mark.
Heat 5 of the men's 800 metres, Nicholas Batterby of Leeds, Jordan Phillips, UWS, which is University of the West of Scotland, Callum Malloy, Oxford Brookes, Jack Organ, also from the same city, University of Oxford this time, Jamie Smith of Edinburgh, David Barr-Fieri of Imperial, and Exeter's Tom Slater also in this one. So Jack Organ was 4th outdoors last year. There's a top name to watch out for here. 57 seconds through the opening lap. So, decent pace here. Reminder that it's just 2 to go through automatically. Jamie Smith leading them out. Jordan Phillips making move on the outside. Morgan still in a good position though. Now comes through. 1:25.61 at the bell, so faster indeed than that second heat is the fastest so far. 1:54.82 finish time. So early leader Smith, he's the one that has to now try and respond. Morgan moving very nicely here, and the challenge doesn't matter too much. He drifts away and floats to 1:54.34. Fastest time that we've seen by half a second.
So to confirm time for you, Jack Morgan takes it in 1:54.33. Jordan Phillips in second, 1:54.94. That'll be you two to go through automatically from heat 5.
We come now to heat 6, men's 800. In lane 1 from Bath University, Tobias Cheeseborough. In 2 from UCFB is Jacob Clement. In 3 from Leeds University, Piers Fisham. In 4, the Sheffield Hallam student Harry Barker. In 5, representing Birmingham, Rayan Lenoir. And in 6, from Exeter University, Oscar Cleave.
So heat number 6, then we're on to, and it features Tobias Cheeseborough of Bath, UCFB's Jacob Clement, Piers Clisham of Leeds, Harry Barker, Sheffield Hallam, Rayan Lenoir of Birmingham, Oscar Cleave of Exeter. So Rayan Lenoir, one of those who kind of stepped in as a reserve, I seem to remember, last year for Birmingham, came through and did well in his own right. And interesting to see how this one goes. Again, we've been talking about the battles between some of the good middle distance universities, and it looks like it's almost 3 abreast here into the top bend. Doesn't quite go. Still there, Tobias Cheeseborough doing well, and yeah, another of the top ranked athletes here will spy a medal opportunity if he can make it through to the final. Someone who was an England under-20 indoor bronze medalist last week. Personal best 1:51.76 indoors, gets away from all those apart from Lenoir, who's sticking to him nicely. Top 2 going through to those semi-finals. So this will be interesting on the final lap. Looks like that gap is too big to try and bridge at this point now. And of course, just the one heat remaining after this one. And 2:01 had been the target time. Keep an eye on that in a moment, but focused on this race. Again, this battle at the front doesn't matter too much. It's a nice idea of who the contenders might be. Tobias Cheeseborough and Rayan Lenoir are through 1:57.61.
So Tobias Cheeseborough time confirmed there at 1:57.68. Lenoir 1:57.71.
So we have one more heat left of the men's 800 metres. And as I mentioned, semi-finals tomorrow, final on Sunday. And this is the pole vault A final then. So we've seen the bar was at 3:33. Another clearance there. Just looking out for athlete numbers on the back. Isla Cromeri looks like showing on the board. Right, so one more heat left to go of the men's 800 metres with Ed Slaughter of Bangor, Luca Hamblin of St Mary's, Will Bryce, Nottingham, Jay Sisbal, Birmingham, Joseph Monk, Newcastle, Oakley Denson of King's College London, who should be the athlete to watch out for. A politics student, personal best indoors 1:54.15. So raring to go in this final heat. I'll just have a look at what the target time is then here. So fastest athlete so far, 1:54.33, Jack Organ. And 1:59.09 that target time now for those outside the top two. Just looking round, there was the St Mary's man, Luca Hamblin, 1:55.38 seat time coming into this. Nice group of four that are hopefully going to squabble over the next couple of laps as this story unfolds then. Fastest time so far, as mentioned, set by Jack Organ of Oxford, giving them a contender leading in only to those semi-finals, which can be so tough to progress from. And then we always have a thrilling final, can be from front to back with so many contenders and athletes leading the race at various points. So let's have a look at the split times they come through here. About 61 seconds, so yeah, quite a bit slower than we saw a moment ago. I think 56.4 was the fastest that we've seen so far. But Denson leading the way from Hamblin of St Mary's, and then Sispal of Birmingham. That's the top three at things down, but only two going through automatically. And then 1:59.09, the target time beyond that. 1:28.98 at the bell, and really beginning to push on there, as you can see. It might be a little too late by that point though. Sispal, he just wants to be in at least second place. And they're being pushed up to the back of Denson. So is he going to be run out of things here? You can see the anguish on his face. Sispal is going to come through to take this final heat. 1:56.46, a quick final lap there. So that's the men's 800 metres done. Results will come through in just a moment's time on Roster Athletics website and app. Delighted to say joining me is Ree Hawker from Cardiff Met, Head of Athletics. And what a lovely progression for you, you know, someone who represented Cardiff Met a number of years, and I'm sure you'd love nothing more than to reminisce about how much you love competing for your uni.
Oh, absolutely. I always had some fantastic experiences at BUCS. I feel like it really kind of paved my way as an athlete, and I had some real kind of breakthrough performances, certainly to give me confidence as I kind of graduated out of university athletics and then started to become a young professional then.
Love that. And yeah, you had some great relay runs as well with some of your teammates, like I think Megan Rogers.
Yeah, Megan Rogers, Emma Peters as well, Emma Pullen. I'm really going back through the archives now. It was a very, very long time ago. But yeah, you know, I was really fortunate to be part of a real golden age of Cardiff Met. I had some real role models on the team at the time. I remember coming in as a fresher, and I was really fortunate to be selected in, I think it was the 4x2 only in my first ever BUCS indoors. And on the team at the time, we had like 8 or 9 GB internationals. And I came from a really, really small club background. So for me to just be able to be around these superstars, like day in, day out for training, but also then part of the same team, that was something really, really special. And a lot of those individuals are still involved with the club now as coaches as well. So it's brilliant to be able to still be around those guys.
Yeah, what was it that really made you want to, stay in BUCS environment, whatever capacity you could, I guess? I know you've been quite a long time sort of servant to to athletics in Cardiff generally, haven't you?
Yeah. This event just has such a unique atmosphere, honestly. I say it every year. I chat to Em from Loughborough about it, especially as it comes to the close of the final day. The atmosphere here, and I say it to the team in the team meetings, you won't find an atmosphere like this outside of these competitions. So really, really enjoy it, revel in it, lap it all up, because it's a really unique feeling representing a university in these environments, and you don't get that outside of these competitions.
No, you really don't. It's something incredible. And some people, on the final day they're like, oh my gosh, I just want to sort of get it over with. But it's something to say. I always feel sad the next day.
Yeah,
so there's a sort of
it's like post-BUCS depression.
Exactly. Yes.
And no one can talk either.
yeah, indeed. And such long days as well. I'm sure this Friday never used to be so long, but continues right until after 7 o'clock.
Doesn't it? I know.
Feels like dinner time. But so obviously, quite a strong Cardiff Met team that we've seen already, and we've only seen heats so far, but I'm sure there's lots of exciting moments to come.
Yeah, indeed. I've got my little progress photo of my progress board here.
What is that?
So we've got a little whiteboard up with where we camped out with the team, so we can let everyone know who's competing when, so we know when to support the team, and then just let people know when people have qualified, whether they've PB'd and things like that. So it's just a good way of being able to keep the team vibe nice and positive. Everyone's done brilliantly so far. Everyone's auto-queued out of their heats into either semis or finals. Few personal bests in there as well. So it's really great to see a lot of the team stepping up in this environment.
Brilliant. We'll chat more about that in just a second. So first heat of the women's 800 metres with Freya Hampshire of Winchester, Alice Begg of East Anglia, Katie Johnson of Birmingham, Jessica Norcutt of Sheffield Hallam, Neve McKinley of Stirling, and Charlotte Munro of Exeter. So it'll be the top 2 going through, and then 4-time qualifiers. So yes, exactly the same qualifying conditions as the men's, and the same number of heats as well. That's the tall figure of Katie Johnson just leading out there for Birmingham. In second place, that's Jessica Norcutt of Sheffield Hallam. Sheffield Hallam was sometimes seen making use of their home advantage. They were the relay record holders. But Ree Hawke with me, we were talking about the golden age of Cardiff Met, but you're trying to build that again. You won the women's relay title, didn't you?
Last year. I'll be honest, I'm still shaking from that. It was a really, really fantastic moment. The girls stepped up and delivered in like a real high pressure situation. They obviously went in with lane 1, as we know, in 200s, not great. And we did a lot of technical work last year in the lead up to that race with the girls and the boys around changeovers, and they absolutely smashed it. And I couldn't speak for about a week afterwards because I was shouting so much. My voice completely went.
Yeah, well, it's always a dramatic end to the weekend.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of athletes, I think, or I was looking at the next page of the 60 semis actually, but we've got Phoebe Ryder-Benson going a little bit later.
Yeah.
This is an event that you've done as an athlete.
Sure, indeed, yeah.
So, yes, how do you think the challenge really differs indoors? Have you done 800 metres indoors or just outdoors?
Yeah, indoors, I'm not built for indoors. I'm 5'10", it's quite hard. I only did 1 season of 800 indoors after negotiation with my coach. And he didn't think it was a good idea for me to do it. I was very headstrong and wanted to do it anyway. I've learned very quickly that this last bend, your legs die on you pretty damn quick. So yeah, it's certainly a different challenge. Obviously, everything's in much closer proximity as well. You've got a lot more people around you, less space to manoeuvre. And the banking on that bend, especially in the last 200, really saps it out of your legs.
Yes. But Katie Johnson, pretty tall, she didn't seem to have too much of an issue just then. to 16.4 coming through there. But middle distance is quite often at BUCS where we see the same old rivals in terms of universities go head-to-head, and Birmingham and Loughborough and Cardiff Met trying to get a piece of that action.
Trying to get a piece of that action. We've slowly, as I said, been like rebuilding our team over the last few years. Both of the guys had really, really strong performances in their 800 heats. The 1500 girls and guys both were strong auto queues into the semis, with a lot more to come. Didn't show too many of their cards, I think, in the heat. So
yeah, I mean, I struggle to bring up names off the top of my head, but earlier on we saw, even if athletes weren't winning heats, they were showing kind of really good kind of race awareness, racing now, in terms of like sticking to the athlete that had led out the pace, and that's the sort of thing I think you want to see in championship conditions, isn't it?
Definitely. I think heats are always a really, really funny one, because there's almost a lot more pressure on those who are going in fastest, because it's one mistake and you don't have the opportunity to then progress. So yeah, I was really pleased to see our guys and our girls kind of, you know, race with a steady head and just kind of do what they need to do, not overexert themselves, and they'll be back again for more tomorrow for sure.
Now, I believe it's often thought that all the Welsh universities have like the healthy rivalry. They kind of all, you want to see someone from a Welsh university in the final. Hopefully you'd want it to be Cardiff Met. Is that kind of the way things are?
Yeah, I think we've got a very unique environment in Wales. I would say obviously we're a lot smaller than England, and naturally, because NIAC is a bit of a hub for athletics in Wales in general, a lot of the athletes across all the Welsh unis train together in the same training groups, so particularly Cardiff Met and Cardiff Uni athletes are all training together. It means that it's almost like an extension of the team. A lot of the time we support each other, and it's really, really nice to see each other succeed on the track events, but also in the field events as well. I know Cardiff have got some really, really strong guys and girls, triple jumping, for example, and it would bring me a lot of joy to see them, you know, on the podium come finals day.
Yeah, and as well as that, over the last few years, you know, I've noticed that the competitions that happen in Wales during the indoor season, they're valued by a lot of athletes. And I suppose that gives an opportunity for some of the Welsh athletes or the people that are based in Cardiff to do well, to be pushed by better competition, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always really keen to showcase the fact that we've got a fab facility. I obviously learnt my trades as a working professional at Welsh Athletics in the events department, so it's great to be able to continue doing that and kind of showcase those events at Cardiff Met, and hopefully try and put on more and more of them each year. So we've got a new event next weekend, Jumps Fest. We've got a lot of coaches with a real passion around jumps that work with us, so we've kind of harnessed that and put on hopefully a competition where we'll see some sort of like Commonwealth Games qualifying performances and some European junior qualifying performances as well.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, you'll obviously have quite a big eye on that, and who might make it into the Welsh team. There's been a few people who have become Wales eligible, so that's kind of increased the competition, and sure to make it in there. So yes, in this second heat now of the women's 800, Sophie Wood of Sheffield Hallam, Amy Kirkpatrick of Glasgow, Hannah Mehaga of Imperial, Lila Unwin of Durham, Alice Lazenbury of Leeds, and Kira Devereaux of Birmingham, who should be the athlete to watch out for here, a former Midlands under-20 800 champion. New indoor personal best at 2:10.75, but yeah, as we know, those PBs aren't always fully representative, depending on the opportunities that the athletes have had. This title has been won previously by Georgia Bell, again in that era, a long time ago, although I don't like to say that it's a long time ago.
It's fine.
But Georgia Bell, I mean, she said on that day, she said, yeah, that's me retired now, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I thought it'd be nice to win for my university before I call it a day, but that wasn't the case. You never know what people's stories are going to be, I guess. And Kira Devereaux leading them out. I have to say, another golden age for Cardiff Met would have certainly been when their women's sprints team, short sprints team, Mika Moore and Charlotte Wingfield, two Olympians.
Yep. Mika's currently out in Milano Cortina at the Winter Olympics as well, so hopefully she's going well. Good luck to her.
Absolutely, yeah. And the bobsleigh, they had to wait like a good 10 days to get underway. Can't imagine waiting that long, but yeah, so many sprinters, it seems, are actually in bobsleigh teams. Joel Fearon, Another one of those. Ashley Nelson, all kind of popping up there. I think it's Adele Nicol, obviously.
Yeah.
Shot, but it's all to do really with the speed they have off the initial first few metres where they have to push the sled, really, isn't it? I think. So Kira Devereaux leading them out here. Going very strongly. And Mari Smith, another former winner for Birmingham with this title, 1:38.77 here. So yes, Katie Johnson already with that heat win for Birmingham. Maybe they have their eyes on a clean sweep of the podium. They did it outdoors on the men's race a few years ago in the men's 800 metres. Fisher and Parkinson. Deborah almost as though she's looking around wondering where everyone else is. Looks like Unwin of Durham in second place. Massive noise this for a heat. What an atmosphere.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? You know, these guys might be representing their university for the first time and hopefully they're having a fantastic experience.
Yes, Alice Lazenbury was making it second place there right at the end. I think that's on the ground, absolutely exhausted. You'll probably know that feeling as a 400, 800 runner.
Absolutely. Two of the worst events to train for, and I picked them both. So.
Yeah, so there must be, there's a reason behind all of that. It's a method to the madness. So is there an event that you're most excited into seeing across this weekend?
Oh, God, that's a great question. I think from a personal perspective, and for our team, I'm really looking forward to the women's 4. So we've got Eva Tyler, who's representing us, had a massive personal best at the Welsh Championships last weekend. Put herself right up into contention to be mixing it with some of the faster girls in the field. So I'm really excited to see that and see how she goes. She's a second year with us now. So she's had a fantastic sort of first 18 months at Cardiff Met.
Absolutely.
Had a brilliant winter, clearly. Opened up a season in Nyack, which, you know, rumours have it is not a particularly fast track, smashed a PB by a second and a half. So I'm really excited to see how she goes in this environment. She was also part of our winning relay team last year, so she's shown herself that she's got loads of grit and determination and will scrap out there to get some points for the team.
There you go, didn't necessarily expect to be on the screen.
No.
No, it's only YouTube. Bree Hawker, head of athletics Cardiff Met, joining me. We're a couple of heats in to this women's 800 metres, and as you can see their pole vault final also continuing. So pole vault A final, this is where the medals are going to be decided, and the bar appears to be up at 3:53. We've seen Lottie Pinchas with a nearly perfect record so far. So continuing until 7:30 here with the women's 60 hurdles final. Yes, another one of the relay quartet that won last year, Kinga Kuchia, if I pronounced that correctly. She goes in the women's 60 metres semi-finals, which is a pretty open playing field, it seems.
Yeah,
so
and Kinga actually opened her season today, and has run a personal best in round 1. So she's clearly firing on all cylinders. Again, she's a fantastic competitor. She's a brilliant team athlete as well, and will do as much as she possibly can to make sure that we're represented in that final well. So I'm looking forward to seeing her.
Yes, I mean, obviously, don't want to overdo talk about it, but the fact that UK Indoors is also this weekend, I think it provides opportunities for other people to win medals and improve on maybe they've been 4th or 5th in the past. It could be other reasons why they're on the top of the podium. It might just be in the best form of their lives, but yeah, could be some real opportunities as a result, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think obviously, you know, it will have put some athletes in some conflicting positions for sure. You know, we've lost 3 of our team superstars to the British champs this weekend, but like you say, without BUCS, a lot of athletes would never get that opportunity to step up, so there'll be some for whom it will be a really special weekend.
So that was Isla Crameri clearing there, bar at 3:53 at this point. So Lottie Pinchas has made it over, and Charlotte Prince showing us one failure at this point. You talked about sort of superstars. We've seen Holly Bradshaw compete, yeah, just kind of 1 vault just to make the championship record. I think Molly Caudry did similar, which is yeah, kind of mad, but yeah, it's the way it can work sometimes. trying to think who else has represented Cardiff Met that might have a championship record, but yeah, Mika Moore probably among those biggest names. Hannah Breyer also.
HB, yeah. Yeah, she came and did a master's with us. She's been, I think, graduated 3 years now, potentially. Yeah, she was representing Cardiff Met just before I kind of came back to work for the university. She still trains in Cardiff Met though, so we still see her regularly. Obviously, she stepped up to the 400 metres now and is going very, very well there. So yeah, we still see her lots, and she's still inspiring, I guess, athletes in our facility on a daily basis.
Yeah, Lottie Pinchas bringing the bar down, I believe, at 363. Yeah, I mean, Hannah's done brilliantly, hasn't she? And I think she was kind of put up to doing the 400 metres when, it's the classic kind of, oh, that's too far, what like a sprinter would say. But yeah, making a world indoors team, making Olympic teams, yeah, really shows what's possible. Similarly like you in a way, just trying to explore everything that's possible for you in athletics, you know what I mean?
Yeah, indeed. I think Hannah, she was obviously in my training group at the time when she made that transition to 400, and I think she was just looking for a change, and obviously she kind of dipped her toe into it a little bit in the summer of, I want to say 2003, I think, 'cause, yeah, it was after the Birmingham Commies, and I guess it went pretty well, and from there she kind of thought, okay, yeah, if I train for this, if I do an actual 400 winter rather than a winter tailored towards 60s, 1s and 2s, there's some real possibilities here. And, she's the fastest woman in Wales, over 100 already. She's broken records in the 200, so I see no reason why she can't target them over the 4 as well. She's a super, super talented girl.
Absolutely. Have you given any advice on 400 metre running? Or?
I mean, we obviously did a few winters together before I then stepped away. And I used to say to her when she was doing things like 300 time trials, I would say to her to try and, I guess, stop her from psyching herself out, that when after the break, just think of it as it's all downhill from there, because you get the little run off of the banking. You feel like you're picking up some speed and it's carrying you into that bend. It's like, just keep thinking like you're running downhill and it'll feel easier, I promise.
Alex Haydock-Wilson is kind of very frank and honest about his 400 metre running. He makes a lot of videos about it. One of the things that he said I thought was interesting, that sometimes in a race he'll have a choice. He'll know that he's maybe not in his best shape, and he has a choice. He can either continue the race as though he is in perfect personal best form and just see what happens. And I think he does that sometimes.
You might come home. It might work for you.
Yeah. And sometimes it definitely doesn't. No. And you're kind of getting used to that, because sometimes it can look worse than it actually is, just because you've gone out and tried to give more than you have. Yeah, so it's really about learning the way to run it for yourself, isn't it?
It is, and it's like, again, similar with the 800. I think it's a funny old event where sometimes you can just come out on the day and you just don't feel great and your legs aren't firing, and you're like, you get to 200, you're like, well, this is just hard work. I have no idea how I'm going to get through the rest of this race. And then some days you feel like you're running on air, and it makes no sense in terms of the difference between how you feel on one day to the other.
So heat number 3 of the women's 800 metres. Hattie Bond of Cardiff, Valentina Costa of Loughborough, Elena Bartolotta of Manchester, Georgia Toombs of Queen Mary, Louisa Snape of UCL, Freya Davids of Warwick.
The 2 fastest athletes on paper, joining 2 and 3.
So yes, Hattie Bond, Valentina Costa, could well be the athlete to watch here. Elena Bartolotta, Georgia Toombs, Louisa Snape, UCL, and Freya Davids of Warwick. So Valentina Costa, last year's Northern Indoor bronze medalist, 2:09.48 outright personal best. Seems to be listed here. Looks to me like the Warwick vest had been maroon, but now bright red, I think. I'll have to have a look when she comes round. Okay, so it's Hattie Bond of Cardiff in the red there, and then second place is Valentina Costa. Well, it's quite interesting when you have championship conditions like this in the 800 metres, because sometimes personal bests don't matter too much. It's a bit of an equaliser, isn't it? Because, I mean, these two showing us that their seed times are 10 seconds difference. But the athlete who is in theory slower on paper is really taking it out.
Yeah, and I think it's a really nice confident run from Hattie. She's, you know, I've seen her training in Nyack, and she's been putting some really, really good sessions with the lads in her training group. So she obviously wants to give herself a good run out, and, you know, rather than trot through a heat, really, really see what she can do. Some athletes run better that way. Like I was always an athlete who really, tactical races were never really for me, because I'm really tall, I've got a long stride, I hate running in a pack. It was like, just get to the front and just set the pace and let everyone else follow you, basically. And it looks like that's what Hattie's tried to do again today.
41.4 at the bell. Costa taking over the lead here, holding it nicely, powering down the back straights. Elena Bartolotta of Manchester in second place, 109.9. So Costa 2:30.34 her indoor best. A couple of seconds off that here. So Bond took it out hard, coming home in 4th place there, so a chance to qualify, but just run out of it in the closing stages there. Yes, interesting, because we don't have the time qualifiers in the 1500, but we do in the 800 metres, and some people would like to see kind of the same across both.
Yeah, I think it's, as you say, it's a nice leveller for the 15, because it really, really puts those who are drawn in the later heats at an advantage. You know, some will claim that's just championship racing and that's how it is, but I think it's nice that you can treat your heat as almost like a separate entity and just take care of the business that's there in front of you, rather than having to like tactically manipulate all of the other heats as well. 800s, I guess they're becoming less and less tactical every year. They're a sprint now. They're not a middle distance event anymore. Yeah. So I think, like, you know, I still kind of see why there's the non-automatic qualifiers in the 8s. I don't know whether we'll see that move to across the automatic qualifiers across the board. As I said, I think potentially it just represents the fact that it's a faster race and tends to be run closer to max.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. There were a few factors behind it, but one notable result was at the European Under-23s last year. There had been a championship record that had stood, I think, since either 1999 or 2000, and a good 7 or 8 people broke it in one heat.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been quite extraordinary.
Some seeding that.
yeah. It means you have to kind of reset what you think is possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, breaking 2 minutes on the women's side isn't that big an achievement as it used to be.
No, I always think, like, I watch obviously the world champs and whatever major event is on each year with my husband, and I say to it's one thing doing it in a race, but to try and envisage what you have to put yourself through in training to like do that again and again and again and again. Like, the racing is the easy part. It's the like repping out in training 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. I just can't even comprehend.
Yeah, well, I was just talking a little while ago about Isabel Boffey, you know, her breakthrough performance, which is amazing to see, a Welsh athlete.
Yeah.
Of course, and you know, how many times has she run kind of around 2 minutes and then suddenly drops that performance? Brilliant to see. Yeah,
it really shows that, I think, you know, as you step up the distances, you build over time. You know, a lot of people, you say that middle distance and certainly long distance is more of a late maturation event. So that really shows that over the years she's been able to build that base and kind of consistency, and then take that next step after a patient few years from her in terms of her very consistent performances.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, she had a fantastic BUCS career. Even ran the 200, I think, certainly the 4, and winning a couple of gold medals in the 4x4. So in this 4th heat, Lauren Wormley of St Mary's, Maya Sutari of UCL, Demi Locker, Exeter, Abby Farquhar, Robert Gordon, Kate Campbell, Imperial, Abigail Hawkes, also of St Mary's, 2 in this. So Lauren Wormley at the front. 2:10.26 personal best outright. And in second place you can see there Maya Sutaria. So coming through 400 metres here. And that 110, 111. We've already seen 2 Birmingham winners in the previous heats. Katie Johnson, Kira Devereaux, and then just looking here, what happened there? I think it was Demi Locketer, Exeter athlete, just pulled up there. It was a sorry sight to see. Normally still leading, so reminding that top 2 going through, and then 4-time qualifiers. This group of 4 we have here. The other 2, so that is Demi Lockett there in 3rd, and then Abby Farker, Robert Gordon in 4th. So now the battle really you have to be on Wormley of St Mary's. Certainly afford to ease up at this point. Have a look at that 2nd place. No problem in the end, Sataria in 2nd. It's interesting, we do sometimes see this in BUCS heats. Athletes do want to set a marker down in the heat, want to show that they've got that advantage over the rest.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as I said, like, heats are it's almost like tactical warfare. Some people are not interested in showing the cards that they have to play, and then others, like you say, really want to lay down a performance and make a bit of a statement. And there's obviously like seeding for subsequent rounds that comes into play, maybe not so much in the middle distance races, but certainly in the 4s and the 2s. You can't really afford to like ease off the gas, certainly in BUCS, because of the number of heats then down into the number of semi-finals. We've had a few athletes come a cropper a few times from, thinking that they're comfortable and then maybe easing up too much and then not being in a preferential lane draw for the semi-final. And then your chances on an indoor track certainly are, very, very slim in terms of the banking and being able to be one of the faster athletes in that heat.
Well, we'll see, because there are 3 more heats to come. 5th, 6th and 7th. The Cardiff Met athlete Phoebe Ryder-Benson in this. I know you're very busy. Ree Hawker, head of athletics at Cardiff Met, lots of duties to be done. So what's the rest of the day going to look like for you?
Mostly, I'll be honest, most of my admin's done for today, so it's nice to be able to take the time to support each and every one of the athletes. As I said, I've got my board so everyone knows exactly who's competing and when. Oh, it's a tough heat for Phoebe, she's got Lucy. Oh, come on Phoebe, you can do this.
You're going to stay with us for this one more heat?
Yeah, absolutely, okay. Happy to. But yeah, it's making sure that the athletes are just all okay and able to perform to their best. Few logistics for pick-up times and then getting everyone ready to go again tomorrow morning as well.
Well, I'll just mention Lucy Armitage, given that you marked her out there. I mean, just improved in everything she did last year, whether it's with the Sale Harriers or in NAL vest or with her uni. It was extraordinary. She improved from 2:08.68 to 2 minutes flat just in one season. She improved from 4:22 to 4:19 over the 1500. She had 400 meter PBs, a 3000, 5k, 10k. Absolutely ridiculous, really. And I suppose there are many reasons for that. Maybe she just trained harder than she ever had. Quite possibly. I think her mum also is part of the club and competes along with her sister, so she's probably got quite a good environment there as well.
It's a real nice family vibe, that.
Yeah.
Nice family vibe.
So, and she got a silver medal last year. There was a great tactical battle with Ty Brockley-Langford. She made a move on the outside and pulled up on the shoulder, and she was about to kind of pull the trigger, and Brockley-Langford said, "Oh no, you don't," and just kind of sped away, and that was fascinating. So maybe it's that little bit of sharpness that she will have gained, as well as those great times. And there is your colleague, I guess, or kind of teammate in a way, Phoebe Ryder-Benson. What do we know about her?
Phoebe's very, very new to us. So this is actually her BUCS debut.
Right.
We've got, off the top of my head, I want to say 7 BUCS debutantes for track and field in the team. So it's really, really nice to give these guys this opportunity. Phoebe's, she had a fantastic summer. More so after BUCS outdoors. Had a brilliant summer, progressed over the 800. Came into this winter and has again run, I think, 2 PBs already in the indoor season. So she's doing some fantastic work with her coach Steve Mitchell, and they train predominantly in Nyack. her teammate Abby White and Imi Tanner were in the 1500 metre heats earlier. Again, both of those running very, very well. So clearly Steve's been doing some fantastic work with the athletes in his group. Again, a group that trains Cardiff Met but also Cardiff University athletes together in that kind of combined environment as well.
So also in this is Maisie Watson, Glasgow Caledonian, looks to be second behind Armitage here. And there is Phoebe Ryder-Benson in third place, ahead of Sophie Harding in fourth. Top two going through automatically. Yeah, Manchester Met seemingly expanding their scholarship programme, certainly a rising university. I know Jamie Webb had won this title on the men's side for them in the past indoors before he went to Loughborough. But yeah, growing in strength and depth. Our Manchester Met will see what they can do at these championships. Going nicely is Maisie Watson, but Armitage just kind of using some of the experience that she's gained over the last couple of years to take this one out nicely.
Oh, this is a really, really gutsy run from Phoebe. This is fantastic to watch.
Well, look at this then. Trying to make a move, but so too is Maisie Watson. I'm going to climb too high there, but Armitage, you feel she ought to have the speed on the final lap here. But look at this, Ryder-Benson. You wanted to shout and scream.
I am.
You're showing great discipline here. But look at this, gritting the teeth there is Maisie Watson in second place at the moment. All pushing here. Armitage getting herself to the line. Who's going to be second here? Oh, it's so close coming across there. 2:16.25.
That'll be a PB for Phoebe. So, you know, I always say to athletes, PB in a championship environment, you can't really ask for much more than that from someone, because you know they've then given their all and done the best that they can possibly do. You know, I think she'll learn a lot. As I said, it's her BUCS debut. Hopefully that is enough to make it through as a non-automatic qualifier, certainly, but it'll be a really great first experience for her in the Cardiff Met Vest.
Yeah, well, coming into this race, 2:21.6 was enough to make it through at the moment, so yeah, it's going to be faster than that.
Perfect.
Brilliant. So let's just have another look here. Yeah, well, certainly gave it everything on the final lap. There's always only going to be a certain amount of space to try and make it through.
Yeah.
Well, it's been brilliant to chat to you, not least because it helps me feel that I can reminisce about things that are around a decade ago and not feel old about it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. It's Ree Hawker, Head of Athletics at Cardiff Met. Thank you.
The lineup for Heat 6. In lane 1 will be Portsmouth University's Ava Phillips. In 2, from Winchester University, Leah Johnson. In 3, Lucy Baker, Edge Hill. In 4, from Manchester University, Olivia Scott. In 5, the Nottingham University student Megan White. And in lane 6, representing Bath University,
Sarah Barber bringing the bar down. And as you might expect, competition ramping up a few notches as the heights go higher. 383. Failure there for Barber. Showing as a second failure there. Holly Jupp has already cleared. So we move on with heat number 5 of 7, or even 6. Always great you lose count. Ava Phillips of Portsmouth, Leah Johnson of Winchester, Lucy Baker of Edge Hill, Olivia Scott of Manchester, Megan White of Nottingham, Maddie Casey of Bath. And Casey, you can see here, moving nicely, and just going to be in the lead, is she? Coming through 200 metres here. And it was advertised in the call room for the athletes, the fact the 800-metre break line has changed indoors. So yeah, continuing lanes until that new break point after the second bend onto the home straight. Rodden Neal Right further round. So leading the way at this point, Olivia Scott of Manchester from Maddie Casey of Bath. Casey, who was 4th indoors last year, personal best 2:11.17, also a Southern Indoor silver medalist last year. Brilliant 1-2 for Oxford. This title 12 months ago. Charlotte Buckley from Hedge, Vidak, Casey, Bennett and Martin. Maddie Casey working hard there, 1:40.57 at the bell, very competitive compared with what we've seen so far. Nice spread of winners across the universities, just like we saw in the 1500 metres. But here we go, Casey winding up then and leading from Leah Johnson. Actually, she's just been pushed into 3rd place by Lucy Baker of Edge Hill. So Casey of Bath, Baker of Edge Hill. Great if they can get a finalist here. And Leah Johnson in 3rd, just outside the auto qualifying top 2, 2:15.44. So that penultimate heat there, the women's 800, the 2nd fastest time that we've seen, in fact, behind Kira Devereaux, 2:15.14 from the 2nd heat. Now coming into this, 2:19.75 the target time to progress. Nice clean race there for Maddie Casey. Again, one of those who's got a bit of a BUCS experience now, but would dearly like to get on the podium, having been 4th in the past, and yes, I think is kind of edging her way into contention. Lucy Armitage will have her eyes on the gold. Sophia Vidak, bronze medalist a year ago. What about Kira Devereaux as well? So Sarah Barber, final attempt then, 3:83. Isla Cromeri has gone clear. Holly Jupp's gone clear. What about Barber? Should be a medal contender. Oh, that's close. Bar comes springing off and she's out of the competition, unfortunately. Barber, the Glasgow student. So the way things stands is this. I mentioned Jupp has cleared at this height. Cromeri as well. Barber, best of 3:73, had a perfect record before this height. And Pinchas out at 3:63, who was going so well. Charlotte Prince, best of 3:43. Esther Tay, 3:33. And Amy Taylor, 3:13. So Sophie Honing, who won the B final, looks to have placed 7th overall. I think that's Sophie Honing watching on, in fact. Holly Jupp was a silver medalist here last year, and she's in the driving seat at the moment. Because all 3 members will come from this school. I think we can say that Sarah Barber, yes, is secured of the bronze medal. And that was regardless of how she did at that height. It means that Isla Cromeri will get at least silver. Same with Jupp, of course. Well, I mentioned Sophia Vidak, who has talent right across the board. 200, even 100, right up to 800 metres. And I think that counts for something, that kind of speed work and experience here. But she and Ryan Martin have great opportunities for Stirling here at these championships. We've also got Rachel Muir of Glasgow, some more representation north of the English border. Emma Johnson of Nottingham, Rosangela Sumbo of Swansea, Annabelle Itar of Durham, and Christina Kirkby of Surrey. Yes, one of the difficulties with the 800 metres is that you only get 6 athletes in the final. That still makes it ferociously competitive. But yes, it means that sometimes in these situations people, let's say, finish third by a very small margin, or sometimes even second in the semi-final, and they feel very, very hard done by. Vidic, though, looking good here. An athlete who won the National Athletics League title. Going to see some good performances, including the 4x4 relays with the likes of Poppy Malik, who we saw winning 400 titles at BUCS and then going on to international success, including individually. Representation, certainly. Vidic, new personal best, outright over 800 metres. It shows that there's more time to drop for her, I think. 2:05.37 indoors, a very strong time, particularly at this level. And Lucy Armitage has also improved this year, of course, in Glasgow. So many athletes did. Here's a quick track, as Rehawk was saying there. 2:02.55 for Armitage. So, okay, so it's just under 3 seconds between them. Again, ought not to count for too much. Wait and see. Armitage, actually, you know, given she's shown speed in races without a pacemaker, you never quite know. She might really push it on, but then she may feel she has more to lose if she does that. Very interesting to see the tactics come the final. So Vidic with this nice, healthy lead from Annabelle Ittar of Durham. It looks like Kirkby of Surrey is in third place and wants to be second, ideal if she can. So this final heat, Vidic coming through, easing up very much so across this line. Kirkby just outside the top two. Now target time looked to have been 2:17, so well, that's going to be unfortunate for the Surrey athlete. Looks to be out of the competition. Appears that Blair Johnson, Phoebe Ryder-Benson, Rehawk would be pleased. Olivia Scott and Neve McKinley are the time qualifiers for them. Kira Devereux will remain the fastest. A couple of athletes around that 2:15 mark. And it tells you a lot when you consider I said that Armitage's personal best was 2:02.55 indoors, and we're seeing 2:15 heats as being the fastest. Oh, there's actually four, I should say. Four times overall that were 2:15s. Lucy Baker and Valentina Costa were the others, but don't read it too much into that, of course. So let's have a look at the pole vault. Isla Cromeri at 3:93 now. Very close to 4 meters. Let's have a look. Cromeri bringing that bar down. Has managed to correct previously at 3:83. Jupp and Cromeri both with a failure at this height. So we're just trying to separate these two athletes to decide who's going to win gold and who is going to win silver. Holly Jupp here. .393. Beats for the Woodford Green and Essex Ladies Club.
So the first of 4 semi-finals in the next 60 metres will be Justin Leveridge
3:95 her personal best, so very close to it here. So what can she do? Jump on the runway now, climbs up high. Bar comes off. Leaves the door slightly ajar for Cromeri. So that 3:95 came at the Loughborough Indoor Open. So Cromeri going shortly at 3:93. She'll hope it's a gold medal winning jump. There's a potential that it could be. So we'll catch you up with that in just a moment. So before that, we have the semi-finals of the men's 60 metres. Of course, medals also being decided tonight. We've got Jie Zhang, London South Bank, Edward Looker, Manchester Met, Uzuchukwu DK, Durham, Luca Logue-Fonseca, Birmingham, heat winner earlier, Freddie Steele, same for him, of Swansea, Matthew Ajay of Brunel, Jonathan Seaway of Leeds, and Rushan Nawezi of Nottingham Trent. Roar from the crowd, Luke Logue-Fonseca going well here for Birmingham, but there comes Matthew Ajay, only the winner, guaranteed a place in the final, 6:80 on the clock. Very close on the line, I think Ajay just got there. Four-time qualifiers across the four semi-finals here. Again, another case where someone could be very unlucky. Was indeed the Brunel man, so Luca Logue-Fonseca just pipped there by Matthew Ajay.
And then Freddie Steele, 6.9 out of 5.
Let's see what happened with the pole vault and Isla Cromeri at 3:93. So, we've already seen Jupp bring the bar down. Her Loughborough teammate, she goes underneath. Or was that a gesture that she's calling it a day there at this height? Would otherwise have one more attempt. Might as well go for it. We'll find out. She's already, though, achieved a personal best here today by some 7 centimetres, 3:76 coming in. Whereas Jupp, we know she's done this before, albeit recent improvement. So the ball is very much in the court of Holly Jupp, leading on count back here. Not much in it. .679 confirmed time.
Well, 3:93 proving problematic for both Holly Jupp and Isla Cromeri. Both of them have had 2 failures at that height.
So, key stage of the pole vault, as we know. See if Holly Jupp can go clear. Third attempt at 3:93 for the Swiss athlete for Loughborough, climbing high this time. Ever so slightly closer, but same results. Getting ready for semi-final number 2 of the men's 60 metres as we also keep an eye on the field. Well, Eniola Adedoton, 6.77 he's improved to this year. Came into the competition already having 5 runs this year, faster than his old PB of 6.86. But he'll need something, potentially around that 6.7 mark, of course, in order to make it through as the winner. And yes, match that old PB of 6.86 here in the heat earlier. Very, very impressive for the Swansea man. Of course, Freddie Steele, his teammate, is waiting to see what will happen. We quite often see that, don't we? Your teammate is in a good spot and then they're knocked out by you. We often see it at GB at major championships. Here comes Cremeri. No, I think we knew maybe that today wasn't the day for 3.93. It wouldn't be a personal best by 17 centimetres, would it? You know, so already with her highest ever vaults, a silver medal, it appears. Jupp showing us in the gold medal position, so that result appears to have just been confirmed there. So Alex Bramble, Middlesex, Simon Akiti, Glasgow, Kieran Rayner, Nottingham Trent, Henry Christa, Newcastle, Adedoton, as mentioned, Swansea, Kai Crawford, East London, Rohan Gray, Exeter, Lewis Ross of Cardiff. Second semi-final, just the winner going through automatically to that final later. So getting away well, Adedoton being chased though by Kai Crawford. Adedoton does take it, 6.81. So there we are, he's now run faster than his PB from last year, 6 times in 2026. So really emerging just in the last few hours as a gold medal contender. Crawford, second place, he was the one I thought might challenge the most. Henry Christa seems to give everything through the rounds, as we saw. Real breakthrough it was outdoors for him last year. Holly Jupp, this is her celebration. There we go. Well, we know pole vaulters quite often have a gymnastic background. Swiss pole vaulters, including Nicole Buchler in the past. Holly Jupp with the gold medal. And Loughborough, well, adding her name to the list. It's included Holly Bradshaw and Molly Cordy winning this title. In lane 5, we have William Borger, 4th at these championships last year. In 6th, from University of Western Scotland, we have the 2026 Scottish National and Scottish Students' Bronze medalist, Owen Murphy. In 7th, from Birmingham University, we have Thomas Brooks, and then completing the lineup, from Warwick University, Malachi Amadi. Semi-final 3 of 4, men's 60 metres. So third semi-final coming up now. We saw Jaden Arthur, of course a medalist last year. What a fantastic time earlier. Fastest of anyone, 6.81. We know, of course, that Matthew Ajay's run faster just a moment ago in the semi-final, as you'd expect, the competition ramping up. Jaden Arthur, the brother of Ruben, a great BUCS career himself, and also win Commonwealth at 4x100 metres gold with England. Wonder if he's watching on. So Tavik Benjamin, BCU, Tony Wesley, Aberdeen, Nathan Hedges of Bath, then Jaden Arthur, Loughborough, Will Hawker, Cardiff Met, Owen Murphy, University of the West of Scotland, another heat winner earlier. Thomas Brooks, Birmingham. Malachi Amadi, Warwick. So going nicely here is Jaden Arthur. A clean victory for him. 680 showing trackside once again. Wow, very closely matched all of our semi-final winners to this point. 679, 680. Another 680 came from second place in the first semi with Luca Lokfonseca. And another time, 680. So it's 4 athletes. Very difficult to separate them. Second place appeared to go to Murphy there. So there's a difference in closing speed there on the replay. Nathan Hedges wasn't far behind. Four-time qualifying positions available, and obviously Lokfonseca heading that as things stand. So yes, he looks very strongly like he's secured himself a place in the final, as things are at the moment. Kai Crawford has a good chance as well, I'd say. Henry Christer and Freddie Steele, but just waiting for that latest result to be added into all of that. Means I believe the target time had been 6:95. One more semi-final to come. Hope you're enjoying the action here. We got underway around midday. Now 6 o'clock, but we've still got these key moments to happen. And obviously more rest time between the heat and semi compared to semi and final, but yeah, 60 metre sprinters won't mind that too much. About an hour's time, their final 7:10. We saw Josan Venkatesamy, another athlete, have a run-off, and therefore a fourth round of 60 metres about 25 minutes before the final itself, because they couldn't be separated based on times. Quite a rare event in athletics. And David King at the World Indoors in 2022, the British athletes saw that in the 60 hurdles, and they drew names out of a bag, infamously. Venkatesamy got his place in the final. I think he did something like 9 races across the championships. 200 in the relay he was in as well. .679 confirmed time for Arthur. So Rory Voss, James Okoro, Isaac Skinner, Kakiti did well earlier, as did Oluwadamilole Olabi, Brunel, Kunle Ojasipe, Benedict Chukwueze, Alvin Liu and Struan Linton. The last of the men's 60 metre semi-finals. Nice roar to get the athletes going once again. So even this one. Kakiti, 686. And it's going to be hard for those behind to get into the non-automatic spots. But that last phase of the 60 metres, crucial. Dip on the line. Nice flourish there at the end. Isaac Skinner Kakiti of Bath. 686 officially it appears. Didn't get the best start, certainly. Powers his way through and past Owolabi of Brunel. So before this race, Lokfonseca Crawford, Murphy, Hedges, all in time qualifying spots, if I'm reading the results correctly. Yes, it all comes down to times of those behind this man we're looking at here. Number 9. Target man. Mission accomplished for Isaac Skinner-Kakiti. And just like that, those are the men's 60-metre semi-finals. That result about to come through on roster imminently. Women's 60 metres semi-finalist not yet out, so men's triple jump is underway though. That's qualification. We saw the first pool earlier. 14.50 will get you through to the final automatically. And mascot race, always a highlight of these championships. It comes up on finals day, as if we needed more drama then, at 20-2, if that's your thing. No pressure. I was going to say, on a serious note, it's the second time this indoor season I've been interrupted by a mascot doing something. There was a distance race in Portugal, and they cut to the mascot doing a long jump randomly. And yeah, people are always calling to see more field events, and I didn't say who had to be doing the field events. Could have been the mascot. Just felt like it would irritate certain people. But yes, all of the automatic qualifiers in the women's triple jump came from the second pool. Let's see if that will happen here. Mel Booth leading the way. Loughborough quite commonly leading the way in the women's triple jump. Whether Holland, Fort Wells, or in this case Booth, often had good battles for men's triple jump. We'll see how that goes. As you can see here, the women are out for these 60-metre semi-finals. And we're going to have 3 of them this time. So, yes, in some ways, tougher qualification, but actually it's the first 2 going through. So, potential for up to 4 in one of these semis. Ayanade Tugbobo of Sheffield, Christina Poulsen of Swansea, Gwen Datey of Loughborough, a winner earlier, Lucy Fraser of Glasgow, one of the most impressive this year, Charlotte Bevan of Aberdeen, second in her semi, and then you've got Sarah Malone. So 3 Scottish internationals are going to be side by side. That's quite something. Sophie Evans, University of the West of Scotland, and Clara Hoffmanova of York is also in this from lane 8. So that's going to get underway very shortly.
Sophie Evans in 8, Clara Hoffmanova of York University.
To Bobo, Poulsen, Datey, Fraser, Bevan, Malone, Evans, Hoffmanova. Lucy Fraser gets a good start. Daisy just ahead of her though. It's going to be these two. 7:42 on the clock here. Well, bearing in mind that Gwen Datey coming through effectively as a reserve, although still a great sprinter in her own right, and looks like a gold medal contender here, and someone who's a heat winner has now taken a chunk off her personal best. Let's have another look here. Lucy Fraser pushing all the way to the line, but looked like Datey did win it. We know that Fraser has already had a massive improvement this year, 7:78 to 7:45, and possibly even faster, I think, there. Gwen Datey with that first semi-final. Just trying to wrap up things from the men's. So for some reason the cue's not coming up on the screen, so I can confirm that we know Ajay, Arthur, Adadot and Skinnicker Kiti all through, and then it appears the other four, Logue Fonseca, Owolabi, Crawford and Murphy, 690 in, 692 out, is the way I'm reading that result. Final coming up at 7:10 as mentioned. Datey and Fraser are both through, and yes, Fraser trying to follow in the footsteps of Alison Bell, former winner of this title, a former Scottish winner of this title. We talk about the great Scottish performances so far. How those teammates were so closely matched there. All they needed was Rebecca Matheson as well to join them. She may well now have graduated from Robert Gordon. Jasmine Wilkins is going to be the other top contender here. She's just run 7:27, the other day, so I just wonder whether she can reproduce that, whether she needs to reproduce that, of course, in order to win gold. It's obviously 1.5 tenths faster than what we've just seen. Let's see how things pan out here then. Akela Loban of Sheffield Hallam in 1, Nifemi Ogunbase of Birmingham City in 2, then it's Omasariche Maneke of Warwick, heat winner earlier, Zainab El Tsuni of Bath, Swansea's Abigail Charles Ojo, another big improver recently. She represents Swansea, and then Jasmine Wilkins, one of those with GB experience, been to the World Under-20s, 200-metre champion last year outdoors. Christabel Amponsa of Kent and Lily White of York, one of the time qualifiers coming through to this. So I haven't been given that chance. Squeezing through here, I'm sure she'll give everything. What will Jasmine Wilkins do? Will she try and save a little bit for that final? She goes from lane 6. Watch out for Abigail Charles Ojo as well. Improved by over a tenth this year. Sort of athlete, again, that's in form coming into this. So Wilkins now powering through, really strong in the middle phase of this race and ending it well as well. Wilkins 7:32, fantastic time. Looked like Charles Ojo just ahead in second place. Jasmine Wilkins has gained quite a bit of great experience over the last few years. It's World Under-20s in Lima 2 years ago, 6th indoors and out. She's really improved since then, notably over the last few days and weeks. Abigail Charles Odo, nice form to the line there. Finishing just ahead of Maneke, it looked like, of Warwick. So keen to get in and get on and get ready for that final. This point though, looks pretty ready. Not a perfect start, but didn't need one. Competition may be closer to her in the final. To the men's triple jump. We're looking here at Xavier Achimpong of Bath. You see the athletes all marking their runways here. As I say, this is a second pool of qualification. Earlier, Nabiode was the only automatic qualifier, so therefore over 14:50 with 15:06 in his second round, and no one was within 90 centimetres. Was the second best in the first group, which is quite an extraordinary margin. 14:16 for Callum Neke. Maybe this people will end up being stronger to some extent in terms of depth. Matthew Cox, 14:45. Esteban Kerhamon, who looks to have passed at the third attempt, 14:27. I guess he thinks that's good enough. Let's see what is good enough at this point. Well, 13:53. Similar to a Sel Harriers vest, isn't it? But it's Leicester and Ethan Woodhead. 11:34 coming into this, so yeah, it's just trying to gain as much distance as possible. Very interesting though, Nabiode of Cardiff, that far ahead of the competition. And yeah, you've got some experienced athletes, good triple jumpers. Thalasang Chiriletso of East London, you know, just at least secured safe passage to the final. Michael Alajiki has as well, but we saw it look like he had some sort of injury, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Ore Adepegba of Birmingham. Well, he might be pushed out at the moment because he's in 12th spot and went earlier, so wouldn't say he's guaranteed safe passage to the final just yet. Right, we're about to complete our finalists, the women's 60 metres, of course. Shawana Amuna of Nottingham, Kat Reynolds of Sheffield, interesting her doing the 60. A fantastic 400 runner, including indoors. Evie Humphrey of Birmingham. Amelia Gittins of Loughborough, another medal contender. So is Susan Folorunso, if she can make it. And Kinga Kudja. That relay win we were talking about with Ree Hawker a year ago. Can she establish herself individually at BUCS? Latonya Samuels of Wolverhampton and Evie Rennick of Strathclyde. The third semi-final of the women's 60 metres. Decent start there by Gittins, and it's her that's driving through. Kudja also trying to challenge behind. 7:41 there from Gittins. Humphrey in second place there, also through to the final. So of course Jasmine Wilkins remains the fastest qualifier. 7:44 in the end it was officially for Datey, so Gittins may end up being the second fastest semi-final winner. (7:60) for Humphrey. You can see there, just lost her footing. Hope she's all right there, Kudja. Important part of Cardiff Met's relay team. It's a Folorunso in third place. So, yes, given herself a good chance of making it through. We'll wait and see as the results start to come in. At the moment, it seems that the target time 7:80, Charlotte Bevan. That's with one result in the system. So I think she is going to be knocked out, unfortunately.
Here we go, it's a dangerous show. Leave it all on the floor, let's roll. History's made by the bold and the brave, and the chances you take, let's roll. Everybody's in.
Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
Welcome everybody to BUCS Super Rugby. That's right, the best leagues in the land are back. We are back for our 10th season. 2016, what was happening back then? Donald Trump, first time he got elected president. Stranger Things was first aired. Taylor Swift and Calvin Harris were dating. Well, not everything stands the test of time, but one thing that does is this very league here. This is what it's all about, BUCS Super Rugby, where the best university leagues in the land battle it out for cup glory. Is there enough dead ball, Aaron? You betcha! Go storming on, dragging their jerseys! Dab through once again! Perfection!
The back this time, interception! Here we go!
Wednesday nights, where else have you been? BUCS Super Rugby with us on the live stream or here in person. The best league in the land. See you next time.
And now I'll rise above you.
Welcome where it all began, Torino.
The United Kingdom will be looking to add to their total of 16 Winter Games medals, led out by Ethan Clark, biathletes Robin Munro.
Over the next 10 days, we will celebrate the Magic 11 winter sports across the beautiful Piemonte region.
I declare the FISU World University Games Touring 2025 officially open.
Gonna rank 82.75, second place for sure, and GB. Holly Smith from Great Britain into second place, 78.25.
Ends the match and puts it out of reach for Germany. And so Great Britain become the first ever World University Games mixed doubles champion.
You will never forget about Torino 2025, the greatest edition ever.
Myself and other people look up to athletes and to the top athletes. You don't want to be looking up to someone who's taking shortcuts and cutting corners to try and gain an unfair advantage. So I think it's really important that the people that are winning in sport and people that are competing in sport are clean and not doing those things, because it's not a good example to set anyone.
Here we go, it's a dangerous show. Leave it all on the floor, let's roll. History's made by the bold and the brave, and the chances you take, let's roll. Everybody stand up, come together. Now it's time to let the whole world know.
track. We are using lanes 2 through to 8. And when they have completed their final preparations and are lined up, we will introduce each of them to you.
You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championship, the first day of action. Medals about to be decided on the track. Here we go then, with Rosie Hickley on the inside there for Sheffield Hallam. 8:70, a heat personal best. Then Kira Holt of Birmingham, formerly represented GB at the Under-20 European Championships. 8:52, another heat personal best. Ariana McGee though, 8:27 in the heat. Well, extraordinary because she's improved from 8:45 this year. Last year's bronze medalist, but a former champion a couple of years ago outdoors is Etienne Morn. Freya Doherty, another heat winner alongside her. Just the 2 rounds, of course. Andrea Stojanovic, Dutch under-20 indoor champion last year, also looks strong coming through. Here's Erin Williams. She equalled her personal best of 8:67 in the heats. Scottish student bronze medalist last year. And another Scottish athlete alongside Bria Cook, improved this year from 8:85 to 8:68. She was 6th in the long jump a year ago. But what a final this is, and we kind of build it as McGee against Morn. McGee now the fastest athlete, 8:27. Already improved her 60-metre PB as well this year. So the one in fine form, 3rd behind Paula and Morn last year. Morn so consistent. At least 4th, the last 4 editions. So Hickling, Holt, McGee, Doherty, Morn, Stojanovic, Williams and Cook. The final of the women's 60-metre hurdles. So McGee away, wow, even with Doherty. McGee now coming through on Morn. Ariana McGee for Bath takes the gold medal. 8:27, again across the line. And we said she was an improving athlete. Big chunk off her PB this year in the 60 hurdles and up from bronze last year outdoors, here to gold indoors. So 2nd from the inside, but closely challenged at this point by Doherty of Loughborough. You can see her pattern goes off just there. Morn still fighting. We said she would have to raise her game. In the end, she did. But McGee is the athlete in form, and she is the BUCS champion. Well, so great to see that race ended up being the battle we thought it would be. And look at the delight on the face of Ariana McGee.
Celebrating with the duck is Ryan.
And this is what it means. She's been an improving athlete though for a couple of years. And indeed, last year she finished in 6th place. Abby Paulett winning indoors and out. Not here, giving that opportunity for someone else, of course. McGee had also been 6th at BUCS outdoors in 2024. But she was ferocious, she was determined, and she was powerful over those barriers. Etienne Morn, that's her 4th consecutive medal now, and at least 4th across the last 5 editions, but you can see the disappointment on her face. Silver medal is what she's already got indoors and outdoors last year. Just swung in the direction of Ariana McGee after that 8:27 heat time, just the 2 rounds. And no problem reproducing that come the final.
8.32, Andrea Stojanovic 8.56.
.826 showing now as the official time for gold. 8:32 for Etienne Morn. So it's, yes, it's also a personal best for the silver medalist now. So she's improved by 0.04 this year, and McGee is improved by 0.19. Andrea Stojanovic in the middle of all of that, getting the bronze medal for Loughborough, just ahead of her teammate Freya Doherty, who was unlucky there. She was fighting for gold midway through that race, but yes, as we know, mistake can't be made up from in the 60 hurdles particularly.
There is a pause in proceedings because that event was originally intended as the semi-finals of the women's 60-metre hurdles. But as there were no need for semis, the final, as stated in the programme, went to semi-final time. So 18:50 will be the men's 60-metre hurdles final.
Moving on, Andrea Stojanovic, Etienne Moore and Ariana McKee to presentation, please.
As soon as possible, please, to presentation, Ariana McKee, Etienne Moore, Andrea Stojanovic. To presentation, please.
So, next on the track, the final of the men's 60 metres hurdles. Again, it's just the 2 rounds, but we have just seen the women's final concluded there. Medals awarded on the track here. 2026 BUCS Indoors. Ariana McGee, the winner, 8.26 seconds, another personal best for her. Also the fastest that Etienne Morn has ever run, a silver medal like she got last year behind Abby Paulet. Stojanovic of Lapra gets the bronze. What a battle that was. And yeah, we're about to see another one in the men's race. They're just getting ready to go. Race underway in a couple of moments.
On the track, it's time for the final of the men's 60-metre hurdles. In lane 1, the Scottish outdoor under-20 bronze medalist last year from Bath, Daniel Martin. In 2, 5th place at the Welsh Indoor Championship.
So Daniel Martin of Bath on the inside. Tetakumbo, Akambi, Mortimer alongside for Cardiff Met. Now, he had a terrific semi-final personal best. His personal best is Craig Moncur, the decathlete. Another decathlete, Adam Houle of Harriet Watt. Winner outdoors, Ruben Hedman, though. Perhaps marginally the favourite. He was the silver medalist last year, was the fastest qualifier a little earlier. Xiaojun Yang, 23-year-old from China, just outside those top 2, so I think remains a medal contender. Whether he can fight for gold between Hedman and Hall, we'll wait and see. Alistair Mackay-Strathclyde, and then another Scottish representative, Angus Rennie of Glasgow in lane 8. So Adam Hull, we already know, is a 7 times BUCS medalist across long jump, pole vault, 60 hurdles and 110 hurdles. Ruben Hedman, silver medalist indoors last year behind Daniel Goriola. Another great head-to-head here. So Martin, Akambi Mortimer, Moncur, Hull, Hedman, Yang, Mackay and Rennie, the final of the men's 60 metres hurdles. So Hull from 4, Hedman from 5. Again, even between the two of them, the fluorescent yellow vest, though, fighting here for Hull. Oh, it's a dead heat across the line. And what a final finish from Yang. 7:99 on the clock. Wow, did Yang just come through there at the end? What a final phase of the race. So hard to separate there. Well, similar to the women's race at the halfway point, but then McGee went away. So let's have a look here. Hull is driving hard in that fluorescent yellow. Hedman alongside him, and then Yang now closing well. And that does look to have gone the way of Xiaojun Yang. And I wondered whether he could live with Hedman and Hull, given that he'd never run sub 8 seconds, but he did it in the final. 7:99 unofficially, and what a time to bring out your best. So Xiaojun Yang of Loughborough beating 2 athletes that were 1/10 of a second faster than him on paper, but races aren't run on paper. What a terrific performance there, and actually given the same time as 7:97 officially as Ruben Hedman, and Hull getting 3rd place and an 8th BUCS medal for Adam Hull. Stretching across 3 seasons, of course, for Hull, the multi-eventer. Delightful for Xiaojun Yang. We said that there was more to come from him, and it means that Hedman, a silver medalist last year, would have wanted the top step, doesn't quite reach it for now. look at the determination on the face of Jiajun Yang. Tiny margins between these three athletes. I mean, from that angle, it'd be too difficult to call. But wonderful shot, seeing the athletes, emotions really. They gave everything in that race. McGee, Morn, Stojanovic about to receive their medals following that women's 60 hurdles race. Cracking final it was. A great time for McGee. Obviously, Paula faster with the championship record last year, but in relative terms, massive improvement. Terrific to see.
And the 2026 BUCS champion, the gold medalist, representing Bath University, Ariana McGee. The medalist in the women's 60 meter hurdles. And our thanks to Will Roberts. Thank you, Will.
So Ariana McGee on the top step of the podium there for Bath, improving on bronze outdoors last year. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do to her 100 hurdles time outdoors. So women's 60 hurdles was scheduled to be the final race of the day, but obviously we've already had that now. The cancelled semi-final round meant it ran at semi-final time. We have two Ambulant finals, men's and women's, and then men's 60 and women's 60, concluding around 7:20. So let's just confirm the full result then of the men's 60 metres hurdles. Jiajun Yang of Loughborough, as you can see, they're given the same time there as Ruben Hedman, another silver medal for him. Came down to 5 thousandths of a second between the two of them. Adam Hull, 7.99, so three athletes sub-8 second in the end. And then a bit of a gap behind them. Craig Moncur, of course, a bronze medalist himself outdoors, but has come away with another improvement, another personal best. Had been 8:34 before the start of this year. 8:26 in the heat as well, had been his PB, only for a short while.
the track, it's time for the Ambulant men's 60-metre final. In lane 2, the England Athletics indoor silver.
It's time for the men's Ambulant 60 metres final. So Leon Cerning of Loughborough goes in lane 2. Howland Fu of Oxford alongside me in 3. Tom Young, the Tokyo Paralympic champion, also for Loughborough in 4. Cameron Thors, former gold medalist for Stirling, T47 athlete in 5. Will Bishop of Cardiff Met goes in 6. So 5 athletes in this final. Now, interestingly, it was very close between Young and Thors in their earlier race, which was just a heat, even though there was no qualification involved. Chance to get 2 runs really for the athletes. Let's see how they go here. So Cerning, and then Fu, Young, Thors and Bishop in this 60-metre final. Well, expecting to see Thors trying to close down Young again. He powers away hard, the Loughborough man, and overtakes Cerning. 7:27 across the line. So result now calculated on point scores. By virtue of the different classifications, Tom Young T38, Cerning and Thors T47. They both, of course, tasted the top step at BUCS in the past. Cerning, they're beating Thors this time around. So will it be a Loughborough 1-2 when that result is calculated? So Young really having to fight hard here in the latter stages, overtaking Cerning. Not much in it across the line there. And obviously we can say that Cerning and Thors, that is the position. And that's the distance between them that they'll be, because they are the same classification as I mentioned.
The medal presentation for the men's 60-metre hurdles. The bronze medalist from Harriet Watt, Adam Hall.
Medalists following that men's 60 metres hurdles race. Adam Hall getting the bronze, his 8th BUCS medal will make it. Ruben Hedman, I think you can tell that he was going for gold there, and yes, given the same time, 5,000th of a second it appeared to come down to in the end. Incredibly close. Jijun Yang taking top stop for Loughborough here in the final.
And so the lineup for the Ambulant women's 60 metres. In lane 5, representing Cardiff Met, Leon Loughborough. In lane 2, representing Loughborough, the 2025 silver medalist, she finished first at the Women's England Para Championships, Becca Scott. In lane 3, representing Loughborough, the 2025 bronze medalist, Kitty Brush.
So now the women's 60-metre ambulant final. So this time we have 7 athletes involved and 5 of them from Loughborough. The same lineup as we had earlier on. So Mia Lloyd of Cardiff Met, joined by Rebecca Scott of Loughborough, her teammates Kitty Branch, Elizabeth Dodds, Sculla Langton, who was first across the line earlier, Maddie Markham of Leeds, and here Grace Greenwood of Loughborough. Langton is a T20 athlete, her time earlier 8:62. Rebecca Scott's, we think, may have deliberately not given everything in that race, just shows she was fresh for this one. Let's wait and see. Lloyd, Scott, Branch, Dodds, Langton, Markham and Greenwood. So nice getaway there from Branch, now being headed by Scott. Close between her and Langton across the line, 8:35 on the clock this time around. So nearly 3/10 faster than we saw earlier. So waiting that official time and that result calculated. Let's have another look here then. Scott nearest the inside and Langton through the centre. Langton closing fast. Let's watch closely across the line. Langton first across the line from that angle, but calculated on point scores now. 8.34 officially there. Either way, much faster than we saw earlier on.
You win. And you win the first medal. But as I said, we await the riser points to decide the medalists.
Well, remaining are the men's 60 metres and women's 60 metres finals. Coming right up.
We come now to the final of the men's 60 metres. And in lane 1, representing the University of the West of Scotland.
So let's introduce the athletes for the men's 60-metre final. And having seen the 2 early rounds today, personal best right across the board. Owen Murphy, 6.90 his improvements. Owolabi, quite impressive from him, 6.73 in Lee Valley on the 31st of January. Jaden Arthur, though, 6.77 at Lee Valley last month as well. So very closely matched. Adedoton, big improvement this year. He's run faster than his 2025 PB 6 times already this year. Also 6.77, same PB of Arthur. Skinner Kakiti, impressive semi-final winner. Personal best in both of the rounds that we've seen so far, from 6.92 down now to 6.84. Exactly the same as Matt Ajay in terms of double improvement here today. 6.85 to 6.79. Logue Fonseca, personal best this year, 6.84. He was the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. And again, heat and a semi-final personal best. Kai Crawford down from 6.88 to 6.87 then, those 2 PBs today. Wow, it makes it hard to pick a winner. But you would think that Owolabi, Arthur, Adedoton, those that have gone sub 6.80. What a brilliant fight this should be. Such a short one, blink and you'll miss it. Murphy, Owolabi, Arthur, Adedoton, Skinner Kakiti, Ajay, Logue Fonseca and Crawford. The final of the men's 60 metres. Adedoton's so consistent. Arthur, an improving athlete, a bronze medalist last year. Arthur with a good getaway as they roar the athletes out here. Arthur against Adedoton and Ajay, but it's Arthur who gets the gold from Ajay. 6.76 on the clock, and they did have to bring their best. Ajay looks like he might have hurt himself a bit there. But 6.76 for gold for Jaden Arthur. Following up what Sean Anyogu did outdoors last year. He was the bronze medalist. A moment of delight for him, that was. You can imagine how this feels. Albeit the pain of a potential injury that he suffered, he has brought home the goods. Very tight on the line though. Let's have another look here. Oh my goodness me. Well, called it across the line, it looked that way. And it is that way. 6.75 officially from Ajay, given the same time there. Nice closing finish from Ajay, who was the fastest in the semi-final, of course, but by only 0.02 of a second. That suggested it would be close, and indeed it was. So goodness me, what a treat that final was. Just trying to recall that bronze medal, it looked like it might have gone to Skinner Kakiti. Yes, ahead of Adedoton and Logue Fonseca and Murphy. Well, let's have another look here. So Arthur working hard, really driving those arms. Adedoton alongside him, but yeah, so appearing that he ended up just outside of the medals. The 6.77 man, and yeah, you can see puff the cheeks, hard luck on him.
And it was 3,000 of a second that separated
So little between the top athletes there. We'll bring you that result in full in just a moment. The women's final coming right up.
So in a moment to our final of day one of these BUCS 2026 championships. All yours, Harrison.
to the final event of day one of the BUCS Indoor Championships 2026. It's the women's 60-metre final.
The last race on this first day of action sees Sarah Malone, who represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games in the relay, go in lane 1 for Chester. Alongside her for Birmingham, an athlete who's quietly impressed, making it through the rounds this final, Evie Humphrey. Gwen Datey came in for Loughborough, but not just a backup athlete, she's a contender here. Personal best 7:47 coming into this. Lucy Fraser, though, becoming very, very consistent. Big improver this year, 7:78 to 7:45. Millie Gittins of Loughborough, again another that's closely matched, but the athlete with a bit of separation between her and the rest on time is Jasmine Wilkins. 7:27 club record recently. Abigail Charles Ojo, 7:76 to 7:64 this year, another heat winner. And Omasarichi Maneke of Warwick, last year's England under-20 indoor champion, also a heat winner. So recent improvement, very similar to the men's final, but Jasmine Wilkins seemingly a class above the rest. Will that play out when there are medals on the line? McGee managed to translate that form from the semi to the final. What about Wilkins? Full lineup: Malone, Humphrey, Datey, Fraser, Gittins, Wilkins, Charles Ojo and Maneke in this women's 60 metres final. So eventually away and powering through Jasmine Wilkins. This is the phase where she's so good. Has to clear Datey and Gittins, and does. Jasmine Wilkins, gold for Birmingham. 7:38, and the smile breaks out. She's had such a business-like approach. But that's exactly what she was hoping for. And she adds her name to a great list of athletes like Joy Eze and Alison Bell. Jasmine Wilkins in 2026. Go back further, Hannah Breyer, Alicia Rees, Shane Evans-Gray among those who've impressed at these championships. And she'll hope that this victory, adding to gold outdoors in the 200, will get the eyes and the attention on potential relay selectors, maybe looking ahead to outdoors. And we'll hope to get opportunities to use this as a springboard as she comes bouncing up off the track. 7:38 looks to be the official time there. 7:42 for Gittins, does really well, I think, in a packed group to get the silver there, and Datey the bronze. So yes, Hannah Warner, Molly Palmer, the initial Loughborough lineup, and Gittins and Datey coming through getting silver and bronze tells you what the Loughborough strength in depth is like. Perfect representation of it there. Now, and you think about it, someone like a Lucy Fraser, such big improvement this year, great athlete, she's turning out to be similar to Adedotun. It's outside of the medals. Feels harsh. Yes, it was a smile from Jasmine Wilkins, but also it was exactly what she was hoping for. You could tell there, a little bit of relief after that, because there would have been a bit of pressure on her. Obviously that recent improvement, it changes the approach in some ways. You now know that you're a clear number one coming in some senses. You may not have known exactly who was going to be on the start list. Now, so we are finished in terms of action for the day. We have obviously the resumption of tomorrow's programme as I look over at the timetable from, let's have a look, 10 o'clock. So I'm sure there'll be pictures of those medals on social media. Been great to have this first day's action, and yes, as I was saying, just looking for the timetable there. 10 o'clock tomorrow, so an earlier start, 3,000 metre heats on the track, and long jump in the field. So plenty of qualification still to come, and I think just the medals being decided in the men's shot put towards the end of the afternoon at 3:10. So thanks very much for joining today. Lots and lots of heats. We're all building towards finals day on Sunday. The results are on meet.roster Athletics, the website or roster app that you can download. Thanks for joining. See you tomorrow.
Proud to be supporting the Milk Every Moment campaign, highlighting the nutritional value of milk and how it can support students in their sporting performance.
To showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery.
We're here today to promote some nutritional benefits of milk. You want to have 5 shots to try and hook a vitamin or a mineral.
I hit phosphorus.
And phosphorus is used for the maintenance of bones and teeth.
Winners of the BUCS Super Rugby Milk Championship.
Welcome to the Subway and BUCS store.
Subway is partnering with BUCS to help the next generation of students live active lifestyles.
Watch this space.
The medal ceremony for the para-ambulant men's 60 metres. The bronze medalist from Stirling, Cameron Thorpe, was not present for our ceremony. The silver medalist from Loughborough, Leon Cerny. The gold medalist and the BUCS men's para-ambulant 60 metres champion from Loughborough, Thomas Young. Your medalist for the men's para-ambulant 60 metres.